Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Umineko Chapter 4. We're in quite the grim situation once again. Rosa has gone on like a 5-minute rant about how much she hates Maria and how Maria ruins her life, and Maria is not taking it very well. Thankfully, we appear to be in like purgatory / the afterlife, and you know what? Maria's actually got the upper hand with Beatrice helping her kill Rosa again. I feel like it's kind of Rosa's fault though, since Saktaro did try to help her out, and she basically told him to go fuck himself and that he didn't exist, and murdered him again, and then went to go see Maria, who promptly murdered her for killing Saktaro. Don't know what she expected. Maria didn't quite take that very well. You're having soul for dinner. Ooh. Delicious. Maria's face was still stiff. If the words really had been blades, Maria's whole body would probably be stained red with fresh blood right now. Oh, that's how scathing her rant was. Damn, alright. Even after gaining the power of a witch and resolving herself to take revenge for Saktaro, she couldn't stand these curses coming out of her mother's mouth. Yeah, Rosa's pretty... Rosa, like many other people, not amazing. I mean, she said mama. I don't think I need to translate that or reread it, but y'all know how it goes. Ugly, very ugly. How ugly is a woman drowning in lust? Says a woman who has an incarnation of lust, one of the 7 sins, as her agent. And now you see this woman's true nature. Even I, as a witch who's explored the depths of evil, find this most difficult to watch. Come on, Maria. Now's the time to part from her. Smash the ugly lump of meat that calls herself your mother. For those of you who may not remember, because maybe you weren't here yet, or you didn't watch the last stuff, she did go on like a 20-minute rant about, not even joking, 20-minute rant in front of Maria to her face about how she wished she had never been born. She ruins her life and all her relationships, and everything she does makes her miserable. So, yeah, just get in that mood where you're like, wow, that was fucking brutal. You said that to a 9-year-old? You screamed it at a 9-year-old? And like it's like been thrown in her face that her mom regularly lies about having to work late and basically just goes on vacations without her all the time. So it's pretty mean. It basically, like, it's so bad that Rosa, the mother's boyfriends, tell her that she needs to spend more time with her kid because they feel bad for the kid. Like imagine you get a new girlfriend and you're like, don't you have a kid? And she's like, yeah, she'll be fine. We can hang out this weekend. You're like, dude, like we've been hanging out every weekend. Like, shouldn't you like spend some time with her? Like, you work till like, you quote unquote work till like midnight every night, and they're like, yeah, he'll be fine. You're like, dude, I think you need to fix that. Like, imagine feeling like you have to go protect this random daughter of your girlfriend's because they're treating them so poorly. That's how bad it is. It's like you've never even met this person and you genuinely feel bad for them because they're being treated so poorly. And lied to, yeah. It'd be pointless for your pure soul to be bound by the chains between mother and daughter any longer. With your own hand. Release your soul now. You've gained the tooth and claw to protect yourself. Oh, it's one of those weird faces. And now you'll taste the pain I had to go through. I'll take revenge for those days of suffering. Are she the one who's been hurting me? I'm the one who wants revenge? For what, your poor decision making? I should have done that before you were born. If only you hadn't been born. Here we go. Disappear. And as Rosa howled in a way that can only be described by the word splat, her upper body was crushed. And in an instant became something similar to a wrung, blood-stained towel. Be crushed. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. What, Phil? That form suits you. Even though Rosa's waist and below was standing normally, just the upper half of her body had been pinched. That extreme contrast was bizarre. Then she fell over, but the instant she fell, her body was restored. Turns out, being resurrected after the top half of your body has been crushed, it makes you cough. You die. Come, Mario. Is this the limit of your anger and sadness? I mean, now's the time for revenge. Time for the settlement of anger and sadness. Hit her, spit it out. Push out all the wedges driven into your chest and fling them back at her. Mari's howl was adorned with the ugly sound of flesh and bone being crushed at the same time. Mari is not very creative in her punishments. As Rosa, who foully insulted Mario, lay spread-eagled, a neat, perfect circle was cut out of her chest and crushed, as though her chest had been trampled by an invisible elephant. Oh, that's a little bit better. Her heart and lungs, her ribs were trampled mercilessly, and they were completely indistinguishable. It might have symbolized the pain in Mari's heart up until today. So, Mario? Are you satisfied? No. Can you forgive your mother for her sin? Or not? Innocent? Guilty? Wait, how is it a question at this point? You're punishing them already. You shouldn't be asking innocence or guilt. Can't forgive her? Well, okay. Not yet. Mama's guilty, 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 and I can't forgive her. Okay, how could this level of punishment compare to the bitter days you've suffered through? That's a good point, but I feel like Mari is being incredibly inefficient with her suffering to time to energy expended ratios. No, Rosa. Come on, try to remember. What form? What form did you have, Rosa? Revive in order to be killed. Be slain over and over so that your sins can be purified. When Beato waved her cane, her body was restored again, and Rosa sat up coughing violently in apparent pain. And once again she spat out curses, rejecting Maria. You aren't Mama. A witch tormenting me and Mama. I won't forgive you just because you look like Mama. I won't forgive you. You're the witch, aren't you? Always reading creepy books and pretending to play with witches. You're the one who should disappear. Because of you, even I'm treated like a freak. Because of you. Because of you! If only you hadn't been born. Well, Rosa, that's not going to make your punishment any less unpleasant. Don't be born. I've hated you since you were born, Rosa. Such lovely things coming out of your mouth. Maria screamed. Was she unable to bear her anger and sadness, or else had she been taken over by an indescribable emotion? It was surely a cry of hopelessness. And yet, it was a reality that had yet to be accepted. That had to be accepted, sorry. Maria knew. She knew that she was thought of as a burden, even though she herself had known that. She didn't believe it. She believed her mother loved her and had done her best to positively interpret several events that could have made her doubt it. The best part is though, is that Maria is like when Rosa treats Maria like shit, Maria basically like huffs as much copium or hopium as humanly possible, right? Like she's huffing so much copium, she's actually happy, even though she's being treated like crap, and Maria still treats her worse. Like, yeah, the ultimate copium. That's fucking Maria, man. She's on so much copium. It's more than I've ever seen. But here we are. Like, well, if you're gonna push it even further, you're kind of just being a bitch at that point. Trusting and clinging to her mother's love, but she had no one except Mama. Even so, she really did like Mama and wanted to return to the days when she'd believed Mama loved her. So I howled. I'll erase all of it. I won't accept it. I'll deny it. I'll deny the mother who says these things, the black witch who makes her say them, and the part of myself that can't forgive her. But I can't deny it. This is reality, truth, fact, the answer. Without any mistake, this is absolute reality. Maria turned Rosa into a lump of meat over and over, and over and over and over, in the dark world that reflected her heart. Rang the ugly sound of flesh and bone being torn apart, which would make anyone want to cover their ears. Each time Beatrice revived Rosa, she dragged her back into the world of endless torture, which could not be escaped from, even by death. I'm kind of impressed at the willpower of everyone in the Shiromiya family, considering several of them have supposedly been killed and resurrected like well over 100 times, for not at any point losing their concentration or having a mental breakdown because of their suffering. The willpower in the Shiromiya family is unreal. Or this isn't real at all, and this is all in someone's imagination. This was the true deepest hell that the endless witch Beatrice could create. However, this world was not made endless by Beatrice's will, because every time Rosa turned into a lump of meat, she asked the same question to Maria. You satisfied, Maria? Can your anger forgive your mother yet? Forgive her. How can I forgive her? I won't forgive her. I won't forgive her. Yeah, a fictional character inside the imagination of another fictional character. We're going deep, okay? How can I forgive her? I'll teach you all of my pain. I'll teach you so much more. It's still not enough. Not enough. Not close to enough. Since I was born, since before I was born. I can't get rid of the anger and sadness of being neglected so long. I hate you. Well, guess what? Guess what, Rosa? Proportionally, Maria hates you more. Because you've treated Maria poorly for 100% of her life. And she's only made like a quarter of your life worse. And that was entirely your fault anyway. But if we just assume that it's not your control, proportionally Maria hates you worse and has better reason to hate you. Revive over and over again. Return to a lump of meat over and over again. In various ways she crushed, smashed, beat, and tore to bits. Flying blood spatter and flesh turned the once pitch-black world into a world mixed with red and black. Maria's anger still hadn't calmed down. It was as though she was spitting out all the suppressed rage from the time of her birth until today. If all that became poison to her heart, then would the repeated murder of her mother purify her soul? Would even this wasteful murder save her soul at least a little bit? This endless torture might have been a slight diversion from her sad, unrewarded life. After all, it seemed she'd finally been able to regain her smile. Learn it. You, the source of my unhappiness. Learn that what you feel is nothing compared to my pain. What's wrong? Why'd you stop laughing? Cry and laugh. Half of her skull collapsed. Eyeballs flew out and black cranial fluid gushed. Fragments of teeth scattered. Come on, revive. Cry and laugh. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, you're not being very efficient if you just instant kill people. You gotta, like, if you want her to stop laughing and screaming, you know, crush her jaw. And then you work on her slowly. You're not being very efficient, Mario. Dead is not efficient for suffering. I'm just trying to give her advice. I know she's 9. Her whole chest, along with her ribs, turned inside out, exposing her filthy innards. All of them writhed like some kind of impure creature. Come on, go on, revive. Can you still laugh? Can you still laugh? Rosa couldn't laugh anymore, but her face was laughing. It was filled with a twisted laugh and covered with a malice that rejected her unwanted daughter. I erased that laughing voice, and next I'll erase that laughing face. I'll erase it, crush it, and tear it to bits. Come on, laugh. Try and laugh, Mama. What's wrong, Mama? Let's wake up, read a picture book, and go take a walk. Let's say we love each other. Let's make a promise for next Sunday. We'll go shopping. We'll go to the movies. And of course, you'll break that promise. Isn't it fun, Mom? Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun playing with Mama now, right? To be honest, for a fictional hatred for a 9-year-old, this torture seems reasonable enough. That's true. That's true. She isn't being very efficient, but she's also 9 years old and doesn't know how to inflict pain very well. That's right. Where you are now playing with your mother, having fun with her. Tell me, how do you feel right now? I don't believe it's anger or sadness or pain. Sure, I get it, babe. I'm having lots of fun. I'm playing with Mama, so it's tons of fun. And even though I'm killing Mama over and over again, she can be revived with just a single bit of magic. I took care of my toys because I couldn't fix them if they broke. But if the toy could be fixed, I'd want to break it over and over and over again. I'm bored. But Saktaro won't be fixed. He can't be fixed. It was Mama who made him. Mama who gave birth to him won't acknowledge him. I wasn't acknowledged by Mama either, was I? So the broken Mario? She won't be fixed either. fun.
楽しいよママ。
It's like a moment of lucidity. Okay, back to our hate trip. It's fun. It's
こ
fun.
ん
Mom.
なにも楽しくなったらなぜかママが許せる気がしてきたの。ね
Since it's gotten so fun, I'm somehow starting to feel I could forgive you.
えベアト、これはとっても不思議な感情。
Beto, it's a very strange
どうして
feeling.
ど
Why?
うしてマリアはママを許せる気持ちになってきたの？
Why am I starting to feel like I can forgive Mama?
それは生き死にを自由にできる力を得た魔女のみがたどり着く
Oh,
達観の境地。
This enlightened state is only reached by witches who've gained the power to control life and death at
い
will.
つでも殺せる。
You can kill it
必
anytime.
要なら蘇ら
You
せ
can revive if needed.
面倒ならまた殺せばいい。
That's pain. That's a pain, then it's alright to kill
そ
her
れを
again.
いつでも指一本鳴らすだけでできることを知ったなら人の世のざれ言などその全ては聞き流すに等しい虫の声いいかよ。
And once you've learned you can do this at any time simply by snapping your fingers, all nonsense spoken in the world of humans becomes a chirping of insects that isn't even worth listening to.
そなたに母を許そうという感情が芽生えたのはそなたが母の愛に目覚めたからではない。
You didn't begin to think about forgiving your mother because your eyes were open to your mother's love.
そなたが今
It's because now,
真の魔女の世界の入り口に立ったからだ。
now you stand at the entrance to the world of true witches.
ようこそマリア。深淵なるそして甘美なる魔女の世界へ。
Welcome, Maria, to the profound and sweet world of witches.
なったんだ。
Done it.
マリアはもうマリアじゃない。
Maria's no longer Maria.
まだ見習いかもしれないけれど人間の世界を超えた。
Maybe an apprentice, but I've surpassed the human world.
私はもう原初の魔女見習いマリアなんだ。
I'm now the apprentice witch of origins.
も
Maria.
う私は何も悔しくない悲しくない。
I'm curious. If I change to Japanese,
なんだ。
blah 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 blah. Does she not change her name in Japanese? I'm trying to find her name, but I don't remember what her name reads as in Japanese, as it's not the usual Maria. I don't. Oh, her name has the cross in it, right? Yeah, her name has the cross in it. It's the character in the it's really close to the bottom. So where is I guess they changed her name? Yeah, her name has the cross in it near the bottom. I wanted to see what her new name was. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so she's like I think she does get a different name then. Okay. I think she does get a different name.
なったんだ。
Alright. I think she does get a new name. Anyway, welcome Mari to the sweet and profound world of witches. I've done it. Yeah, her witch title in Japanese is different. It's just harder to see because it's using none of the same characters. So it takes like a minute when you're trying to skim Japanese text. It's like, where's Maria's name? And I was expecting for some reason, because Maria is usually spelt in katakana, to see. I forgot that it was the cross, so I was looking for it for a minute and was like, okay, I don't see Maria in Japanese. And then I remembered it was the cross when I saw that character and was like, okay, it's that character. And then I had to go read the whole text to be like, okay, I think she has a new name. But it's not like a normal name. Yeah, she has a new name in Japanese. I was curious what it was because You know, there's no capitals in Japanese. I mean, there are a couple characters that can be like that can sort of look uppercase, lowercase. But there's not really. And there's no uppercase for kanji, so what would the capitals of those the cross character be? Well, it's in the last row in the Japanese. It's a little bit weird. All right. Or in the second last row. I think the last row was just like the world. It's like the world of witches, I think was the last phrase. Something like that. World of witches A. Ends with A. I forget that's like location, I think. Anyway, you've done it. Maria is no longer Maria. I may still be an apprentice, but I've surpassed the human world. Oh, it's the same line. Okay. You're apprentice towards Maria? There's nothing to frustrate me, nothing to make me sad. Mama, I'll forgive you. I'm sure I can forgive you. I'll be able to forgive you after doing this just a little bit more. After all, I'm a witch. The laughter. Well. Just a few more, a few more. A few more deaths. Mari would probably forgive her mother eventually, after brutally murdering her countless times, graciously. Okay. That was a scene. Wow, that last thunder was loud. Sudden tonal change. These guys aren't aware anyone's dead, but I believe the 6 sacrifices have been carried out. Must have been pretty close, right? Looks like it. Loud thunder. Interesting. Is that a hint? Is that a hint? No matter how old you get, thunder still makes you jump. Battler was looking at the dark night through a crack in the curtains. Damn, I didn't know they had a Batman poster. That's cool. Every once in a while, a pale white lightning bolt would shine, and he seemed to be enjoying it. I mean, Batman does like standing on a roof overlooking the city, looking as edgy as humanly possible while brooding. Oh. You were so noisy, you woke Maria up. Sorry, Maria. Sorry, Battler's so freaking loud. Oh, the hell? So it's my fault? Sorry, Maria. Sorry to go back to sleep. Good night. Mari was a bit hazy with drowsy eyes. She was probably half asleep and couldn't think straight. Oh, that's okay. I won't sleep. Oh no, go ahead and sleep. You're still half asleep, aren't you? Not half asleep. Okay. You're totally half asleep, aren't you? Sleep, come on. I'm not half asleep, I'm not half asleep. Well, now you've upset Mario. Quit it, stupid battler. I like how he's now Baka Battler. Baka Battler. Battler. Ah, sheesh. What are we thinking? Getting a kid who just woke up into a bad mood? I'm not half asleep. I'm not half asleep. You deserve this, but you deserve a slap from Jessica Battler.
わかってるよ、マリアちゃん。
I understand,
寝
Maria-chan.
ぼけてなんかないよ。
You aren't half
だ
asleep.
から落ち着いて。
Calm down, calm down.
寝ぼけてないもん、寝ぼけてない
Not half asleep, not half
もん。
asleep. Well, Battler isn't the brightest one, you don't say. He needs backup but to win against Beatrice. Maybe it was because of her delicate mental state after waking up when Maria suddenly threw a tantrum. Battler had only been trying to tease her a bit. She was confused by this extreme overreaction. George held her head trying to calm her down, but Maria's tantrum wasn't going to be quelled easily. Battler and Jessica were trying to push the blame on each other, saying, it's your fault too, it's your fault, it's your fault.
こら、二人とも静かにして。
Shut up, you
ジェシカ
two.
ちゃん、ポットにまだお湯があったよね。
Jessica, there's still some hot water in the pot, right?
お茶でも入れてあげてくれる？
Could you make some tea for her?
落ち着いた？
Did she calm down?
マリアちゃん。
Maria-chan?
おー。
It looked like her tantrum was dying down bit by bit. Okay. But she still glared at Battler, who made fun of her with sharp eyes. Maybe we'll be fortunate and
バト
Battler
ラ
will
君
die
も
this
ふざ
iteration.
けて言っただけなんだよ。
Battler was just kidding around, was he?
マリアちゃんが寝ぼけてるなんて思ってないよ。
He doesn't really think you're half asleep.
だから落ち着いて。
Calm down, calm down.
ね。
Okay?
うん。
George noticed. Mari was staring at Battler with incredible eyes. And despite having just displayed all that emotion, she laughed in a small voice. Instead of a laugh, it seemed more like she's muttering while thinking about it, or else counting each he. As though each time she said he, something brutal would happen over and over. George felt something creepy for just an instant. But he couldn't spot the madness that peeked out of the depths of the girl's eyes for just a moment. After a short period of stunned silence on George's part, Maria stopped her bizarre, quiet laugh and pushed George's arm aside as though telling him to let go.
おー。許す。
I'll forgive him.
そ
Really?
う。マリアちゃんは偉いな。
You're such a good girl,
バ
Maria.
トラ君、マリアちゃんが許してくれたよ。
Battler, Maria forgave you.
仲直りして。
Make up.
ああ、悪いな、からかって。
Sorry for teasing you.
許してくれ。
Forgive me.
ほら、マリア。
Hey, Maria.
仲直りの印にカフェオレ作ってやったぜ。
Let's make some cafe au lait as a sign you've made up.
砂糖いっぱい入ってるから甘いぜ。
I'll put in lots of sugar. It'll be sweet.
いらない。
I don't need
で
it.
も許すよ。
But I'll forgive you.
魔女だからね。
Guess I'm a win. One more time, Maria laughed in a creepy, quiet voice, but it was only for a very short time, so Battler and Jessica didn't think much of it. They decided to think that it probably only looked that way when the lightning lit her cheek with a pale white light for an instant. At that time, they could hear the sound of loud footsteps coming from the hall. Kumasawa and what's his face? It was already about 10:30, late at night. Late at night is usually a time when you aren't supposed to be disturbed. Hearing footsteps like that at this time was far from calming. And then along with a clearly ominous knock that repeated fiercely, they could hear Goda and Kumasawa's voice. Yep, it's nothing. She's an innocent child thinking happy thoughts. Exactly. That clearly told them this was an abnormal situation.
お子様方、
Children,
いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？
are you there?
ゴーダでございます。
It's Goda. Well, as predicted, Goda and Kumasawa here.
熊沢でございますよ。
What's up, my dudes?
ご無事でございますか皆さん。
Kumasawa, is everyone okay?
どうしたものやら、どうしたものやら。
What's happened? When George opened the door, the two of them tumbled in, sopping wet. Have you ever heard of an umbrella? I know they were running in a panic, but that'd be my first thought. Your servants look composed. It looked like they dashed here from the mansion without an umbrella. Exactly.
どうしたんだよ、二人と
What's
も。
wrong, you two?
何があったんだ。
Did something happen? Where's your umbrella?
それが
It was,
Sorry,
oh no, it's Goda. It's Goda. Goda can't describe anything to save his life. Remember when Goda And when Goda and Genji and the rest got attacked by the fucking like doppelganger, and Goda was like, it was like something attacked us, like I don't know what it was, and it's like you could have just said it was a fucking doppelganger. It's like I don't know, something like he was, oh my goodness. As promised, nice. It was
親方様が、旦那様が、
the
皆様
master,
方が。
Krauss-sama, everyone. Okay. I mean, I know he's in a panic right now, and he hasn't had 2 seconds to calm down and collect his thoughts, but it's kind of funny that he's being so useless that you're like, is there any trouble? Like, if you hear this, the only reason you're concerned is because of his panic and fear rather than anything he's delivering. The master and Krauss-sama and everyone? What about them? What's with the music, too? Alright. Time hasn't changed. The clock is still tiny. It's not like some colossal thing that takes up 4 screens. It was a pitch black room. Ah, we're changing to the perspective of people who've gotten kidnapped. There were no windows, and with the weak light bulb, one could just barely make out the state of things around them. It appeared to be an old, forgotten underground storage room with some kind of dusty furniture haphazardly thrown into it. Wait, he actually does have a jail cell? However, even with just a little light, one could at least make out that it probably wasn't a storage room. After all, that room was sealed off with iron bars.
ここはどこなの?
Where is this?
わからん。
Dusty furniture like Genji? Genji is not dusty. He keeps himself clean. I don't know.
ここは屋敷の
Could this
地下
be
なのか
underneath the mansion? Anyone who wants to write hidden sub-basement. Actually, it may not be a hidden sub-basement. It might... The location... I don't know how he would get all the people there, but the location could be the alternate mansion, right? It could be mansion alternative, but... Or what is... It could be the river mansion or whatever it's called. What was that river? I don't remember what it's called. But, it could be the alternate mansion, or it could be, underground. If it is underground, though, hidden underground passage.
食堂の真下にこんな部屋があったのか。
Has there always been a room like this directly underneath the dining hall? They dropped into what appeared to be a pit, falling into this room. Therefore, it is natural to assume this room was directly under the dining hall. However, not even Krauss could bring himself to believe there were pitfalls rigged in his beloved dining hall where he enjoyed his meals for years? And that this dungeon-like room lay directly beneath it? Yeah, it seems weird. What would he have done if they were in another room? The ceiling above was of crude stone craftsmanship, and they couldn't understand how they could have fallen from somewhere up there. No, all 5 people who'd been dropped here thought the same thing. Although they'd had the sensation of falling into a pit, there was no way there could be pitfalls in the dining hall, nor could this dungeon-like place be directly under it. But the truth was, they actually had fallen into this place and were locked in. So they were confused.
あの高さから落ちて誰も怪我をしなかったのは
It's
本
fortunate.
かもしれませんな。
No one was hurt after falling from such a height? Do we have the, Nobody's officially dead yet. Yep.
シャン、カノン、
Shannon. Kanon.
君たちはこんな部屋の存在は知っていたかね。
Did either of you know about this room?
いいえ、
No.
僕たちもこのような部屋のことは存じ
We
上げ
did
ま
not
す。
know of this room either.
本当に?
Really?
本当です。
Really?
本当にこの部屋知りません。
We really don't know about a room like this. This is where they comment that there's dust on it, and they're like, I'd never permit dust to be in a room such as this, even if it is creepy. Despite their age, Kyrie apparently wouldn't have found it odd if they, as servants, allowed to wear the one-winged eagle, might know of the mansion's secret tricks. There was a long silence, as if Krauss was evaluating their answer.
いや、シャノンたちが知らないのは事実だろう。
Probably true, you don't know.
何しろ、綺麗好きのシャノンだ。
After all, this is the clean freak Shannon we're talking about.
彼女がこの部屋を知っていたなら、もっとピカピカに磨き上げている。
See? See? If she knew about this room, she'd probably scrub this place until it was
この部
sparkling.
屋の汚さが、君たちがこの部屋を知らないことの証
The
だ。
filth of this room is proof you two don't know about it. I like his proof. Right? Krauss likes my logic too. He's just like, nah. They might have known about the murder stuff, but they wouldn't know about this room because they wouldn't. Professionals have standards, at least in the realm of cleaning,
今は
apparently.
そんなことより、これからどうするかの方が先決
More
だと
importantly,
思わんか。
I think we should worry about what to do next.
その通りです。警察に、いえ、それから
We need
救
to
急
call
に
the
も
police,
早く電
or
話をし
rather
なきゃ。
administer first aid as soon as possible. Nanjo, which of those people who had half their heads removed would be likely to require first aid, and not a body bag? Nanjo's words were hollow. Obviously, 6 people were killed in the dining hall. Everyone saw the exact moment they'd been killed, and since half their heads were destroyed, anyone could tell the deaths were instant at just a single glance. Everyone understood first aid no longer held any meaning.
ありがとう、南條先生。
Thank you, Dr.
私
Nanjo.
たちは伴侶がもう生きてはいないことを理解できてる。
We already understand our partners are no longer
気
alive.
休めでも救急と言い添えてくれて。
Thank you for trying to console us by mentioning first aid. And Kyrie is just like, yeah, that's not gonna work.
夏日。
Once again, a gloomy silence dominated the atmosphere. But Krauss shook his head harshly over and over and for the time being decided to forget the pain of losing his wife and dedicate himself to figuring out where they were. Well, it's not like he would have worked with her to accomplish anything if they were trapped together here anyway.
みんな、聞きたまえ。
Yeah, it's Kinzo's secret sex dungeon, but that's in the other mansion. Why I said they might be in the other mansion. Everyone listen to me.
親父は、
Father's
もうダメだ。
hopeless now.
口で言って、
We've
理
passed
解
the
や説
point
明が求められる段階に、もうない。
of searching for a reason or explanation what can be expressed in words. Nobody answered, obviously. Without any kind of discussion or mercy, 6 people were killed in an instant, and Kinzo had even been so bold as to proclaim that we'd become sacrifices for a ceremony involving 13 murders. Since we'd been locked up in this place, we too will probably become the ceremony's next sacrifices soon. Around this time, our eyes became used to the darkness, and bit by bit we were able to understand more about the dungeon's interior. So even though we can see stuff, remember, they can barely see anything. What we thought was furniture haphazardly left in the dungeon turned out to not be furniture at all. There are things like small cages to lock people in, restraints, or else torture racks. It might actually be. I did call that it would be in the other mansion. It might actually be the basement of the other mansion. All right. Restraints, torture racks. At any rate, it was obvious this was eerier than a mere jail cell. Since the objects were rested together and coated in thick dust, there was no doubt they had been forgotten. Maybe you could even call these things Kinzo's sealed and forgotten madness. However, we'd been locked away in this room. Those objects weren't exactly comforting to people who were locked up, hoping to be released without harm.
とにかく、ここを抜け出そう。
At any rate, let's get out of here.
私たちは伴侶や友人を失い、涙を流すことに時間を費やしたいが、
We've lost loved ones and friends and would like to spend some time shedding tears. Krauss being like, yeah, thankfully I didn't lose anyone, but it's like, thankfully Krauss is thinking I didn't lose anyone, but a rival died. That's convenient. Krauss does not seem to value Natsuhi at all, so that's how I'm thinking he's over it. Kyrie at least is like very rational and grounded, so she'd just be like, well shit, this sucks, but I guess I'm not dead. Let's take that as a win. I can understand why she's calm. Krauss and Kyrie, I can understand them kind of just being like, all right, moving on. Kyrie's like seems to have like a solid head on her shoulders. And Krauss just doesn't care about Natsuhi.
今はそれ以上に子供たちの身が心配だ。
More than that, I'm worried about the children.
お子様方はご無事でしょうか。
I wonder if the children are safe.
祈るしかない。
All we can do is pray.
そういえば熊沢さんと郷田さんはここにはいないな。
To think of it, Kumasawa and Goda aren't here.
ひょっとすると無事に逃げ延びられたのかも。
Perhaps they were able to get away safely.
かもしれませんな。
You never know.
子供たちと合流しててくれれば心強いのですが。
Yeah, Krauss. Nothing of value was lost, no matter if it's stocks, money, or his wife. Or the value of his cryptocurrency, never forget. It'd be a relief if they were able to meet up with the children.
郷田さんはいざという時頼りになるし、熊沢さんは経験豊富で落ち着いてるし、
The going gets tough. Goda's reliable, and Kumasawa-san is knowledgeable and calm.
きっと力になってくれると
I'm
思いま
sure
す。
they'll be able to help the children.
そうだといいがな。
It certainly would be comforting. Shannon and Krauss smiled bitterly a little, but they quickly realized how important that was and stopped clearing their throats.
楽観はできないよ、姉さん。
We can't be optimistic, Neisan.
僕らに続いて、もう襲われてしまってる可能
There's
性
a
だって
chance
あ
they've
る。
already been attacked after we were.
同感ね。お父様が食堂で執行したのは
What father carried out in the dining hall
魔
was
女の碑文の第一の番の6人殺しなんでしょ。
the 6 murders of the first Twilight from the Witch's epitaph, right? Thank you, Kyrie, for being alive. Even when Kyrie doesn't have enough information and is working on less info than everyone else, she's still useful. How can one woman be so based? Alright.
なら第2の番は寄り添いし2人を引き裂け。
But then the second Twilight is to tear apart the two who are close. We still don't have any bodies yet, right? But if we go based on their opinion of who's alive and dead... dead, 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 dead. No pair here. These two are possible, these two are possible, these two are possible, these two are possible. There's a lot of pairs left to axe. Technically, these two, maybe? I don't know about that one, though. Second Twilight to tear apart two who
逃
are
げ隠れ
close.
て寄り添っている郷田さんと熊沢さんがもう殺されている可能性だって否定できな
I
いわ。
can't deny the possibility Goda and Kumasawa-san may have been killed after escaping together.
きっとゲストハウスに合流してて子供たちを守ってくれているなんて楽観。
We can't
現
cling
時
to
点
the
では全くできないわよ。
can't cling to the optimistic idea they must have gotten to the guest house and are protecting the children. Remember that there's a decent chance that none of these people, that one or all of these people are going to be brutally murdered before we ever see them. So all of these, all this dialogue is complete bullshit. And just like we haven't gotten, just like the rest of the bodies, we haven't gotten like a Monokuma style announcement. And the bodies are not officially dead according to the system log, right? So for all we know right now, nobody is actually dead. There's been no confirmation anyone's dead. All we know is that something might have happened somewhere that Goda and Kumasawa saw that made them go running. And for all we know, that was just Kinzo with a shotgun. Okay? That's all we know. For all we know, that's exactly what it could be. We have no clue where the bodies are. We have no clue if they're actually dead. And everything is magic right now. So what you should be taking is everything with a grain of salt. That is not from Badler's perspective. Alright. We can't cling to the optimistic idea they've gotten to the guest house and are protecting the children. Kyrie coldly analyzed the worst case scenario. For her, it was heartbreaking to have lost her beloved husband. But right now, the most important thing was protecting that husband's son, along with the other children from becoming the insane family head sacrifices. She overcame her sadness with the parental urge to protect children from sorrow. It seemed both Kyrie and Krauss were strong enough to forget their grief, if only for the time being. Oh, this must be a dress shirt. I didn't think it was. But I'm just thinking in my head, I'm like, how on earth is her tie sticking to her chest? Right? And I'm guessing like the tie clip here must be going into her shirt. But I didn't think it was a dress shirt because I thought it was like a dress or something. Hold up. I thought it was like a one piece. Where is okay, there's a seam here. It must like double back on itself here. And then maybe go up. That's a weird ass dress shirt, but alright. Seems they're both strong enough to forget their grief, if only for the time being. Krauss, not actually having any grief. They would let their tears flow later in order to protect the children they had to act.
とにかくここを脱出しよう。
Anyway, let's get out of here.
相当古い牢屋のようだ。
It seems to be a rather old
なんと
cell.
か鉄格子を破れないだろう
Could
か。
we break the bars with
室内
something?
をくまなく探して、
Let's
脱
search
出
the
手段を
room for a
探
way
して
to
みよう。
escape. Is the cell even locked?
ここにはガラクタがいろいろあるわ。何か役に立ちそうな道具とか落ちてないかし
I
ら
wonder if there's any torture tools lying around all these torture
武器に
cases.
なるものがあるかもしれないし、鉄格子を破れるものがあるか
They
も
may
しれ
be
ない。
useful as weapons or to break the bars. Kyrie pulled a lighter from her pocket. She didn't smoke, but she kept one tucked away in her pocket to light Rudolph's cigarettes. It was an extremely valuable source of light for searching in this dim dungeon.
シャノンはキリエさんを手伝い、室内を探索してくれ。
Shannon, help Kyrie search the room.
カノンは私と一緒に鉄格子の具合を確かめてみ
Kanon,
よう。
you're helping me check out the
こ
bars.
れだけ古い牢屋だ。
The very old
ひょ
cell.
っとするとガタが来ているかもしれない
The。bars could be loose. Yeah, it's a possibility.
私は何をお手伝いしましょう
What should I
か
help
な。体力を温存していてください。
Keep up your
やが
strength.
てここに親父殿が現れるだろう。
Father will probably come soon.
親父殿に言葉が届くのは南條先生だけで
He's
す。
the only one whose words will reach
あ
him.
る意味、南條先生に我々の命は握られているかもしれない
In。a way, you might be holding our lives in your hands.
私の言葉など、もう届きはせんでしょ
My words will no longer reach him, I think.
う。申し訳ないが、そのお役には立てそうにない。
Sorry, but I don't believe I'll be of any use.
なら、南條先生のお医者としての知識を貸してください。
Can lend us your expertise as a
人間
doctor.
を即座に混沌させるような毒って存在するのかしら。
I wonder if there exists a drug that can make people instantly faint.
人間を即座に混沌させる毒。
Drug that makes people instantly faint?
どういうことですか？
What are you talking about?
私たちは落とし穴に落とされて、この地下牢に落ちてきたと信じている。
Well, we believe we fell through a pit and landed in this
あの
dungeon.
混乱している場で、私たちはそうだったろうと信じたわ。
In that panic-stricken moment, that's what we believe happened.
でも、この地下牢の広さを測ってみて分かった。
But I measured the breadth of this room and came to a
こ
realization.
の地下牢があの食堂の地下というのはありえないことなのよ。
This dungeon can't be underneath the dining hall.
どうしてありえないってわかるんですか？
Why do you say that?
姉さんはバカだな。
You're an idiot,
この
Nae-san.
地下牢は食堂に比べて狭すぎる。
Compared to the dining hall, this dungeon is too cramped.
その通り。一番目に落とされたのはクラウス兄さん。
The first to fall was Krauss,
二番目
Nissan.
が私。
The second,
クラウ
myself.
ス兄さんはこの部屋に落ちてきた時、その場を動いたかしら。
When you fell into this room, did you move from that spot, Krauss, Nissan?
お恥ずかしながら、落下の痛みでうめいていたよ。
It's embarrassing to say, but the landing hurt and I lay groaning in pain.
そのすぐ傍らにキリエさんがすぐに落ちてきたんだ。
Immediately after that, Kyrie came crashing down next to me.
食堂でのクラウス兄さんと私の立ち位置と、落下時の落下場所の距離が明らかにおかしいのよ。
The distance between where we were standing and the places we landed are clearly off.
確かに言われてみれば、
Certainly, when you put it that way.
その次に落ちたのは私だから、お二人の位置関係はよく覚えている。
I was next to fall. I can remember fairly well where you two were standing.
食堂でのお二人の間の距離は、この部屋よりもあったかもしれない。
The distance between you two and the dining hall might be bigger than this entire room.
私たちは落とし穴に落ちて、ダイレクトにここに落下し
We
た
fell
わ。
into a pit and directly dropped down here.
集合する下水道管みたいに、一度集められてからここに落ちたわけじゃない。
It's not like we fell into multiple interlocking pipes and were collected here.
落下は一瞬だったでしょ？
The fall was instant, was it not?
そんな凝った排水管みたいな穴を転がされた覚えはないわ。
I certainly don't remember rolling around in some sort of elaborate water pipe system.
確かに。落とし穴では説明
True,
が
it
つかない。
can't be explained with a pitfall.
おかしな話だ。
What a strange tale.
それとキリエ様のおっしゃる人間を即座に混沌させる毒とい
What
う
does
の
it have
は
to do with the
どう
drug that
関
makes
係が
people
あるんですか？
instantly faint like Kyrie-sama was talking about?
キリエ様は多分食堂に落とし穴なんかなかった。
Kyrie-sama was probably thinking there were no pitfalls in the dining hall, correct?
しかし、現に私たちは落ちたぞ。
In reality, we did fall though.
落とし穴に落ちたような気がするが正解よ。
More accurately, we felt as though we fell into
無理
pits.
もないわ。
It's only
そう
natural.
としか例えられない体験だったから。
After all, we experienced something that couldn't be described any other way.
なるほど。
I
つ
see.
まり、こうおっしゃいたいわけですな。
In other words, what you want to
私
say?
たちは落とし穴に落とされた
We
の
didn't fall into a
で、
pit.
例えば、毒矢のようなもので撃たれ、
You're
瞬時
attacked
に
with
意
something
識を
like a blow
失
dart.
い、その倒れて床に突っ伏す瞬間の記憶
Yep.
を、
And lost consciousness instantly.
まるで落とし穴に落ちたよと思い込んでしまっているのかもしれな
And
い。
it's possible we remember the instant we fell to the floor as though we're falling through a pit. Okay, okay.
なるほど。食堂に無数の落とし穴が仕掛けられていて、
It's a more persuasive
我々
argument
が
than
それ
there
に
being.
何十年も気づかず食事をしていたとするよりは、
It's a much more persuasive argument than there being
Yo,
numerous
those
pitfall
technically
traps in the
are
dining hall that we never noticed even after decades of eating there. Yeah.
姉さん、
Nathan,
時計はある？
do you have a watch?
うん、
Yes.
懐中時計があるわよ。
I have a pocket watch.
22時40分くらいね。
It's about 22:40.
僕の時計もそうなってる。
My watch says the same.
つまり僕たちは食堂での大騒ぎから十数分も時間を経過させてないってことになる。
Short, it's been a bit more than 10 minutes since that uproar in the dining hall at most.
私の時計も同様だ。
My watch has the same
我
time.
々が混沌させられて、どこかへ担ぎ込まれたと仮定するには、
Much too
時
short
間
a
の経過
time
が短すぎる。
to knock us out and carry us somewhere.
時間だけを見るなら、やはり我々は食堂の真下へ、落とし穴で落とされたと考えるのが妥当だ。
Judging only from the time, it's reasonable to assume we did fall through a hole leading directly underneath the dining hall.
時計の針なんていくらでもいじれるわ。
They could tamper with the watch hands as much as they wanted.
私たちが気絶している間に全員の時計を巻き戻したのかもしれない。
Yeah, while we're passed out, they may have wound everyone's watches back.
その可能性がなかったことは証明不能よ。
We're incapable of proving this possibility doesn't exist. We need to figure out what time it actually is.
落とし穴にせよ、混沌させる毒にせよ、
Whether a pitfall or a drug that induces
私たち
fainting.
は用心するに越したことはないとい
Yeah,
う
he's
わ
right.
け
Not,
です。
not just right. It doesn't change the fact we need to be on guard.
それで南條先生、
Well then, Dr.
混
Nanjo,
沌させる毒は存在するんですか？
is there a drug for that?
それは、キリエさんの論法と同じですな。
It's the same as your reasoning, Kira-san. You can't prove it doesn't exist.
私の知らない未知の毒物に、そういう効用のものがないとは証明できませ
I
ん。
can't prove there isn't a drug with that effect I don't know about.
用心に越したことはないということ
As they
ね。
say, you can never be too
ご
careful.
めんなさい。無駄な質問だっ
Sorry,
た
it
わ。
was a useless question.
ただ、私の仮説により、この地下牢が食堂の真下とは限らないという可能性は示唆できたと思う。
I thought with my hypothesis I could suggest this dungeon may not be necessarily directly underneath the dining hall.
なるほど。
I
広
see.
大な森の中のどこかに隠されていると噂される。
There's always the possibility we were carried off
親
to
父殿の隠し屋敷の地下牢に運び込まれている可能性もある。
the hidden mansion they say father built in the middle of the forest.
ここを脱出して外へ出ればそれもわかる。
If we escape from here and get outside, we'll know.
それを詮索するのは、ここから出てからでもいいだろう
Let's
な。
save worrying about that until after we get out.
その通りね。本当にごめんなさい。
Sorry.
さっきから無駄な質問と詮索ばかりだわ。
I've been asking about and prying into useless things.
いや、とても頼
It's
もしい
quite。promising.
今後も何かに気づいたら教えてくれたまえ。
If you notice anything else, please tell us. Yeah, shouldn't your first priority be escape or recognizing where you
こ
are?
こを脱出する何かのヒントになるかもしれない。
Might be a hint to escaping from here.
ルドルフからいつも聞かされていた。
Rudolph's always talking
君
about
の
you.
発想にはいつも驚かされ、時には重要なヒントにもなるとね。
He said he was always surprised by your ideas and they'd sometimes give him valuable
君が
hints.
ここにいてくれたのは不幸中の幸いだ。
The fact you're here is a blessing within a tragedy.
ありがとう。私もルドルフさんに聞いてるわ。
I heard something from Rudolph as
ク
well.
ラウス兄さんは普段は威張っているけれど、いざという時は責任感にあふれる頼りがいのある兄だって。
He says, you usually swagger about, but when things get serious, you overflow with a sense of responsibility and can be a dependable older brother. Shit just has to be really bad, I guess.
さすがにそれは世辞が過ぎるね。
Too kind.
くそ。それにしても頑丈な鉄格子だ。
At any rate, these iron bars won't even
カノンの
budge.
方はどうかね。
How are things on your end, Kanon?
いいえ、こちらも全く。
Besides, no better. Doesn't Kanon have a lightsaber blade? Can't he just cut through iron bars? Oh, wait. Krauss and Kanon tried to wriggling the bars in various ways. There were a few bars that could be twisted, and a few had enough space to rattle around a bit in, but they couldn't be broken with human strength alone. However, there was still hope if they could use some kind of lever-like tool. It was far too early to give up yet. The children's lives were hanging in the balance. Even if there was no hope, they couldn't stop their struggle, and it was better for them to act this way. If they were to stop, there's no doubt they'd be, once again, overcome by the grief of losing their loved ones and curl up clutching their knees. Scene change? No?
キリエさんたちの方はどうかね。
How are you doing,
何
Kyrie-san?
か見つかったかね。
Find anything?
握って隠せる程度の石ころは見つかるわ。
I've found small stones we could hold on to and
こんな
hide.
ものでも武器にはなるかも。
Something like this could probably be used as a
さす
weapon.
がに鉄格子を削り取ることは無理でしょうね。
Although it's probably impossible to whittle down those iron bars with them.
シャノンちゃんはどう？
How about you, Shannon?
いいえ、何も。
Nothing. Oh, sorry. A phone? A statue? Frames, 2 paintings, and a chair? And what is this? Looks like a shelf with something in the box. A pot and some lumber. Alright.
これ、電話です。
A phone?
つながってるわけもないわ。
I doubt it's connected.
でもコードは何かを縛ったり武器にも使えるかも。
You might be able to use this cord as some kind of string-based weapon.
壊して分解すれば金属部品を取り出せるわ。
If we break it, we could take out the metal
クラウ
parts.
ス兄さん、鉄格子を開ける鍵穴はもちろんあるわよね。
Krauss, Nissan, there's a keyhole for opening bars, right?
ああ、
Yes.
だいぶ鍵穴の大きい大時代的なものだがね。
It's a very large hole, quite
針
old-fashioned.
金のようなものでいじれば騙せるかもしれないな。
If we twist some wire into it, we might just be able to pick it.
電話の金属部品で何か代用できるかもしれない。
Might be able to use the metal parts of the phone as a substitute for
そ
something.
の電話武器になるわね。
This phone will become our weapon.
投資と同じだよ。
Just like investing. Start sweating nervously. Oh no, Krauss. How much money did Krauss lose?
情報は武器だ。
Our weapon is information. Krauss and Kyrie laughed together at how they hadn't even thought of using the phone as a means of communication.
何やってんの、姉さん。
What are you doing, Nesa?
その、電話、つながってるかなって
I
思
just
っ
wondered
て。
if maybe the phone was working.
バカだな、姉さんは。
Dummy, Nesa. Whisper, whisper, whisper.
あれ
What? At that point, Shannon let out a small, surprised cry.
キリエ様、こ
Kyrie-san,
の電話、つながってます。
this phone is connected.
なんですって？
What did you say? It was like when people move out of an office, taking everything with them, leaving only the telephone behind. That's the feeling the phone gave off, having been left in the corner of the cell. The cord was wound into a coil, the tip of it being swallowed by the wall. And looking up, At it, there was no reason to assume it wasn't hooked up, but to think it actually was. Kyrie took the receiver from Shannon and pressed it to her ear. Certainly the hum of the phone was a familiar sound, and this phone was certainly live.
なんという幸運。
Well, good luck.
警察へ連絡しましょ
Let's call the police.
う。待ちたまえ。
Hold on.
話がうますぎる。
It's too good to be
盗
true.
聴されているんじゃないのかね。
Could it be bugged?
そんな細工するくらいなら普通は電話線を切断するわ。
If they're planning a trick like that, then will they just cut the
電
line?
柱が本気で見落とした可能性が高い。
There's a possibility they overlooked this.
気づかれたら今度こそ電話線を切断されるかもし
They
れないわ。
noticed they might actually cut the line this time.
警察への通報を盗聴されて何も困ることはないのだし。
There's nothing we could tell the police that would be problematic for us if they overheard. Surely that's true. The point of a wiretap is to overhear an important piece of information. The way things were then, she couldn't think of a single thing that would come up in a conversation to the outside world that might be troublesome to have overheard. Kyrie instantly concluded it was more likely to be a mistake on Kinzo's part than a trap.
確かに一理あります。
You do have a point.
外線は確か0番からだ。
I believe you start with a 0 to make calls through the external line.
カノン君、私は電話するからあなたは外の様子を伺ってくれる？
Kanon-kun, I'm gonna make a phone call. Watch how things are out there for me.
誰かが近づいてくる気配があったら知らせて。
If you sense someone coming, let me know.
はい。
Yes. Kanon raced off towards the iron bars, silenced his breathing, and strained his ears. As everyone present watched her, Kyrie dialed 110. However, she pushed the hook down and redialed many times. It didn't seem to be working very well.
外線は0番から？
The outside line begins with 0?
110番は0110じゃないの？
110 would be 0110 then?
うまくかからない。
It doesn't seem to want to go through.
貸したまえ。私がかけよう。
Here, hand it over here, I'll try to call. He took the receiver and Kyrie placed and tested various things. Try 9, try 1, try 01. In the end, they were unable to notify the police. Try our country code. Phone itself was definitely live, but the circuit was apparently cut somewhere. Did this mean they were not so naive?
やっぱり無理
Let's
で
use
すか
left rock. See if you can try internal lines.
敵も甘くはないってことね。
It means our enemies aren't naive either. Try internal lines. Kyrie let out a deep sigh, leaned against the wall, and hung her head for a while. As cool thinking as she was, for a brief moment she actually had the naive hope that the phone might actually work. Call the internal lines. She sneered at herself mockingly for holding on to the naive hope for even a single moment, and then she remembered just what was happening here. Truth be told, even after being shown a scene like that right before her eyes, or rather exactly because of it, she still couldn't think that gruesome mass murder as something real. It was less than that she couldn't believe it, and more she didn't want to. Yoshiromiya Kinzo killed 6 family members. He summoned strange witch-like demon people right out of thin air, and with something like magic began killing people one after another. It's all so screwed up. Even though she definitely saw it, there was no way she could accept that.
そんなことあるわけがない。
That spectacle. There's no way that's what
あ
happened.
れはきっとお父様の友人か何か。
They were obviously father's friends
そ
or
れ
something.
があらかじめ食堂のどこかに隠れていて、手品的に突然姿を現し
They
て
hid somewhere in the dining
私
hall
たちを
beforehand.
驚かせただけなんだ
They
わ。
used tricks to appear suddenly and fool us.
そう考えなくちゃあのめちゃくちゃを説明できない。
There's no way to explain something as screwed up as that. Kyrie is seeing stuff. Why doesn't she see Kanon just cut his way through the bars and leave? Shouldn't Kanon do that if he wants to go save Jessica or something? When those 6 had their heads blown apart, a golden arrow flew around and around the room. It truly looked like magic. Was that just another thing we saw wrong? There's no way it was magic. It was definitely some kind of setup. Since those heads were smashed, there's no doubt it was some kind of explosive. For example, a styrene toy plane they sell at candy stores, painted gold, with a powerful explosive loaded onto the end of it. However, as though it seemed to be flying about at random, Kyrie couldn't imagine that after being fired 6 times, each time it perfectly hit the victim square in the head, one after the other. It couldn't be that there was a computer control system for finding and hitting targets, making it a high-tech styrene plane on the same level as a guided missile, right?
そんなバカバカしい仕掛けを膨大な私費を投じて作らせたと。
Would he really invest such a large amount of money in developing some stupid trick like that? Looks at real drones, starts sweating nervously.
あのおかしな余興のために
For that insane
お
sideshow?
父様ならやりかねないって。
I just put us back to the old, I wouldn't put it past father. A number of mysterious people appeared out of thin air. 6 people had their heads demolished by a mysterious golden flying object. And 5 of us were locked in a mysterious dungeon by a mysterious set of pitfalls, or else put to sleep by some fainting poison dart. The family conference started a bit after 2200. It's only been a bit more than 30 minutes, specifically 40, since then. Most likely, even though I witnessed it myself, the event still took place in such a short period of time I can't understand it and I still can't come to grips with it. For argument's sake, even if we did get a hold of the police, it'd probably be impossible for anyone to accurately explain what we saw. Even though I saw it just now, my brain's fried and I have no confidence in what I saw myself. Kyrie tried her hardest to cheer herself out of her overwhelming confusion just to hold on to her sanity. Damn it, what's going on here? Damn it. Krauss started to become desperate, hitting the hook multiple times and resetting the dial. He'd also been feigning composure, but he was unable to hide his panic. The more he retried the dial, the more the pretense of serenity peeled away. I don't know what's going on anymore. Kyrie couldn't help but pray the events that occurred were just a dream. At the time, the look on Krauss's face changed. Oh. I got through. It's ringing. Really, Krauss-san? See how shallow, old man. Since we can't contact the police, the external line's been cut, but he failed to sever the internal line.
内線？クラウスさんはどこにかけているの？
Krauss, where did you call? The guest house. I'm calling the room where Jessica and the rest are staying. Hello? Hello? It's me. Goda? Is Jessica there? Is she safe?
旦那様
Krauss-sama.
ご無事でよかった
I'm glad you're safe. Yes.
ジェシカお嬢様たちも皆さんご無事です
Lady Jessica and the other children are here as well, safe and unharmed.
父さん父さんなの
Is it Dad?
無事でよかった
Glad you're
父さ
okay.
んは無事なの
Is Mom okay?
そこにいるの
Is she there? Krauss choked on his words. Krauss had clearly seen Natsuhi's head crushed and seen her killed right before his eyes. Eventually he's gonna have to tell that to Jessica. However, Krauss began fretting over whether he should tell her now or not and lost his words. Speak quickly or line may be monitored and disconnected at any point. Even that was an answer under these circumstances. I don't know about your mother. Let's pray for her safety. That's a line, alright. For now, I'm just glad you're safe. Yeah. I understand. Sorry for asking. Jessica's voice was filled with tears. Krauss was certain now. Jessica and the rest had heard everything start to finish after meeting up with Goda and Kumasawa at the guest house. When they learned that 6 people had been killed, they must have been anxious to rush over to the dining hall, and luckily, he'd been able to call before they stormed off toward the mansion. Krauss was relieved at his good timing during such a tragedy. We have Kyrie. We have Kyrie-san and Dr. Nanjo, as well as Shannon and Kanon here. We've been locked in a place that's like a dungeon, but don't worry. We'll figure something out. A dungeon? Where? We'll come save you. Unfortunately, we can't figure out where this is either. We think it may be under the dining hall, but that may not be true. Anyway, Jessica. Stay where you must stay where you are. Ah, of course. They'll definitely do that, right? Right? You've heard what happened from Goda and Kumasawa, yes? Grandfather.
No.
Everyone. Grandfather isn't in a sane state of mind right now. If you encounter him, you'll be in danger.
殺されるかも
You
し
might
れ
be
ない
killed.
私たちを助けに来ようなどと
You
絶
mustn't
対に
even
思ってはならんぞ
mustn't even think about trying to come and
こ
save
っ
us.
ちはこっちで何とかする
We'll take care of ourselves.
じゃあ私たちはどうすればいい？小さなめ、よくも母さんたちを。
Damn you, grandfather. How dare you do that to Mom and the rest? Maria, your grandfather is using magic to summon the Siester Sisters. Can you please summon all 7 stakes of Purgatory to protect yourself? I would like to see her at least try to summon someone to protect herself in this arc. If it's Grandpa's gone crazy and murdering people for no reason, and he summoned some people out of thin air, and they identified them as such and such, but I mean, I assume Kimisa and Goda did not give those kind of details.
あの死に損ない、ぶっ殺してやる。
I'm gonna kill that undying bastard.
ジェシカそんな言葉を使ったら母さんが悲しむぞ
Jessica, if you talk like that, you'll sadden your mother. But if you succeed, you're probably doing the world a great favor, so go for it.
レディーはそんな言葉
Those
を
aren't
使
the
うも
words
ん
of a
じゃない
lady. Disappointing, Krauss.
とにかくお前たちは身の安全を最優先にしろ
Put your own safety first.
ゲストハウスを戸締まりするんだ
Lock the guest house
しか
doors.
し過信はできない
Don't overestimate how safe they'll make you. Doesn't Genji have a master key that's not exactly gonna protect you?
1階のラウンジの大窓は破られるかもしれない
The large window in the first floor lounge may be
その
broken.
部屋にとどまりベッドを立てかけてバリケードにするんだ
Stay in your room. Use a bed to make a barricade.
その部屋にはトイレも冷蔵庫もある
There's
な
a toilet and fridge in there,
明
right?
日の朝までは籠城できるはずだ
You should be able to stay holed up until tomorrow morning.
いいなくれぐれも物騒なことは考える
I
な
say again, don't think of doing anything violent.
母さんの仇を取ろうなんて絶対に考えるんじゃないぞ
Don't even think about trying to take revenge for Mom. In brackets. You know, there should be in brackets unless you have a weapon.
相手を刺激せず隠れてやり過ごすことだけを考えるんだ
Only think of hiding, of getting through this without provoking our enemies. Jessica reading between the lines is like, yeah, okay. I'll probably do some of that. Yeah, I understand, yeah. After that, Goda took the phone and was firmly told to supervise the kids, well, as an adult. Goda, with his face covered in a cold sweat, repeatedly replied, yes, sir, in an excessively tense voice. From there, Kyrie took the receiver and spoke with Battler, and when Shannon and Kanon got their turns, George and Jessica answered. Following the pattern, Nanjo and Kumasawa picked up as well, so that all members of both sides took the receiver in turn, confirming that everyone was safe, even if their location was unknown, and encouraging each other, coming to an understanding on the current situation for both sides. They wanted to talk forever, but now was not the time to chat. Krauss explained they would be hanging up for now, and those in the guest house consented.
また何かあったら連絡する
If anything happens, we'll call.
すぐに受話器を取れるように待機していてくれ
Wait by the phone so you can pick it up quickly.
くれぐれも用心して
And
な
again, be careful. Hold up. Are these guys officially dead yet? Nope.
無茶なことは絶対にするんじゃないぞ
Don't do anything rash. I understand.
わかったよ。父さんやカノン君たちが無事だっただけでも
As long as you and Kanon Kun, the others are okay. That's good enough for me.
私たちも頑張る。
We'll do our best.
父さんたちも
Stay safe.
もちろんだ
Of course.
それでは一度切る
Well, I'm hanging up for now.
用心しろ
Be on your guard. And with that, the phone call ended. Goda and the rest of the men quickly descended to the first floor, closed the shutters, and secured the sturdy locks on the doors. However, just as Krauss had worried, there was nothing that could be done about the beautiful wide window in the first floor lounge. If someone broke that, it'd be easy to get inside. It wouldn't be hard for someone like Kinzo, who hasn't hesitated at committing murder, to invade the first floor.
おじい様たちは武装している可能性が高い。
Likely grandfather and his followers will
部
be
屋に
armed.
閉じこもるのが最善かつ唯一の籠城方法になるね。
Locking ourselves in our room is our best bet, and moreover, our only method of forming a barricade.
自ら密室に閉じこもらざるを得ないのは苦しいところだけど、相手が銃を持っていたら
Painful. We have no
それしか
choice
方
but to
法
hole
は
up
な
in a
い。
sealed room. But if our enemies are carrying guns, that's the only method we have left to us. Maria can put her sealed charms on the door and window to the room, making you impervious to magical attacks.
親方様は実銃のコレクションをお持ちとの話です。
I've heard the master has a collection of working
そう
guns.
あれは銃だ
A gun.
銃だ
Gun.
ったんだ
Yeah, that was the gun. Sure.
だとしたら恐ろしい威力の銃だ
If so, it must have been a horrifically powerful gun.
とても太刀打ちはできません
I can't contend with that at all.
頭を砕くなんてすげえ威力だぜ。
Takes a lot of force to smash someone's head open, right?
マグナム弾とかそういう類のやつかもな。
Might be a magnum bullet or something, right? A shotgun with slugs?
下手な扉なら平気で貫通するかもしれねえな。
It'd probably go through a flimsy door like this, like it was nothing.
だとすればますますに部屋に籠城するべきだね。
If so, that's even more reason to hold out in our
ベ
room.
ッドを立てかけて窓も塞ごう。
Slide a bed in place, block the
そ
window.
こまですればいくら銃を持っていても踏み込むことはできないはず。
If we do that much, then no matter how many guns they've got, they shouldn't be able to raid us.
くそ。そんな受け身な防戦一方しかねえのかよ。
All we can do is this passive one-sided
く
defense.
しょ。うちの親父に上等を決めてくれて、
Damn.
キリエさんまで捕まえたなんて。
Finishing blow to dad and even capturing Kyrie.
こいつは高くつくぞ。
Gonna cost you, you damn
ク
geezer.
ソじじいめ。
無理ですあんな連中に太刀打ちできるわけがありま
There's
せ
no way
ん
we compete with them.
しかも親方様だけでなく
It's not just the master, he has his underlings too.
あるいはあんな連中がもっといるかもあいつらは一体何なんだ
Battler was filled to the brim with the urge to get revenge for Rudolph and rushed out of there to save Kyrie, but just by looking at how terrified Goda was, there was no doubt in him that this would be reckless.
兄貴だって悔しいだろ。
Gotta be hard on you too, right, Aniki?
なのにここで籠城なんて。
You've gotta stay holed up here? Damn it.
もちろんさ。
Of course.
僕だって悔しい
I'm
よ。
torn up about it too.
両親を
Rip
殺され
both
て
your parents.
冷静でいられるわけがない。
It's not like I can remain calm with both my parents murdered.
でもだからこそ冷静にならなくちゃいけない。
But specifically because of that, I gotta remain calm. Alright,
僕
go
たち
for
が
it.
無駄に命を落とすようなことを殺された親たちが望むと思う
Our
かい。
dead parents would want us to die in vain. Do you think that Kinzo does not know where you are and what rooms you're staying in when you're only staying in one room and it's the only room of that size in the building?
思うわけがない。
There's no way they would.
せめて子供だけは逃げ延びてほしいと願ってるはずだ
They'd。want at least their children to escape.
だから僕は
I'll
生き
survive.
残るよ。そして警察に通報し全てを暴く。
I'll report this to the police and uncover everything.
仇は法廷が取る。
I'll leave my enemies to the courts. Well, that worked last time.
それが僕の復讐だ。
That's my revenge.
差し違えてでも仇を取ってほしいなんて
There's no way our
親た
parents
ちが望んでいるわけもない。
would want us to die taking revenge for them,
そうだろう。
right?
そうだな。
Right.
兄貴の言う通りだぜ。
As you say.
ちくしょうクソじじいめ。何が儀式だ。
Damn you old bastard. What's this about a
俺
ceremony?
たちがそのための生贄だって言うなら意地でも逃げ切ってその儀式を台無しにしてやるぜ。
If we're supposed to be sacrificed for something like that, we'll escape no matter what it takes, ruining this precious ritual of yours.
それでいいよ。
Right. Well, you actually have to escape in the first place, Battler, instead of just holding up inside the ritual grounds.
それにバトラ君にはまだキリエさんがいる。
Right. Besides, you still have Kyrie-san,
僕
Battler.
にだっ
Kun.
てシャノンがいる。
I still have
とに
Shannon.
かく慎重に行動してチャンスを待とう。
Anyway, let's be cautious and wait for our chance.
僕たちの不用意な行動は囚われの彼らに不利益を与える可能性だってあるんだから。
Any careless actions on our part might just end up causing harm to those who have been captured.
人質。
Hostages, I mean, they're gonna die anyway. It's not like they're hostages if he says he's gonna execute them on different Twilights. Honestly, for the Twilights, the timing is so absurd. You could just machine gun people down if you feel like it and just call it all 13 sacrifices done in like 2 seconds. Because that's how the Twilights work.
でもじいさまはきっとキリエさんたちを生贄にするために捕らえたわけだろ。
Yeah. How can they be hostages? Grandfather captured them so we could use them as
俺
sacrifices,
たち
right?
が助けなきゃ 殺されるのを待つだけじゃないのか。
If we don't go save them, aren't we just waiting for them to be killed?
彼らが捕らえられている地下牢がどこにあるかもわからない。
We don't even know where the dungeon they're being held in is.
シャノンもカノン君も、もちろんゴーダさんも熊沢さんも知らなかった。
Shannon and Kanon didn't know about it, but of course Goda and Kumasawa didn't know either.
おじい様だけしか知らない秘密の場所にある可能性が極めて高い。
The possibility they're in a secret location only grandfather knows of is incredibly high. Yep.
そんな状況下でうろうろと歩き回るのは自殺行為だよ。
Under these circumstances, aimlessly wandering around would be suicidal. Yep.
わかってるよ。
I understand.
それでも。
But this isn't a stalemate. This is just waiting to lose. I don't think sitting still is a good strategy for this.
引きこもってるしかねえってのかよ。
Considering you know that there's like how many other people going to be murdered, and you're like, okay, well, he knows where we are. He's probably going to come for us last, but that's still not a good place to be in. I don't know if I'd want to sit still. I'd probably think of a plan and then move forward, or try to find a way to identify them, or find a way off the island, even if it's like super risky. I don't know why they didn't have a fucking boat on this island though. They're so rich they own their own private island, but not a boat. So think of something, Battler. You can't just run out there running around like a chicken with your head cut off, but there is something you can do. You just have to think about it.
バトラ様のお気持ちはわかりますが、
Battler 様, I understand how you feel, but
ここは安全第一で参りましょう。
let's put safety first.
旦那様の話では相当古い牢屋らしいので。
From what Krauss-sama said, they seem to be in a fairly old cell. It looks like this room has at least 2 windows, possibly 3. Or Krauss said they're in a fairly old
な
cell.
んとか鉄格子を破れるかもし
They
れな
may
い
be
と
able to
のこと
break
で
the
した。
bars somehow.
今は信じて待つ方が賢明です。
The wise choice of action now is to believe in them and wait.
おじい様の手下が何人もいて、みんな武装しているんだよね。
Grandfather has a number of subordinates and they're all armed, correct?
ええ、そうです。
He does.
そして多分
They're
み
probably
んな武装を。
all armed. Goda had been able to say that Kinzo had comrades with him, but he hadn't been able to mention that they were mostly young women like witches who used strange magic to murder. If he said that, it would only have cast doubt on his sanity. Not only that, he himself couldn't understand what he'd seen and was doubting his own sanity. But regardless of sex or appearance, regardless of whether it was done with magic or a gun, the fact that those girls followed Kinzo's orders and killed 6 people in an instant was an unshakable truth. If that group came to attack the guest house as well, what would happen? Just closing the doors and windows like this was surely meaningless. A hallucinogen. Everyone got hit with a hallucinogen. That's what happened. Goda and Kumasawa. The only thing left for those two who had witnessed the massacre in the dining hall, it's a hallucinogen that makes you open to suggestions. And the suggestion was that Kinzo was going to kill 6 people. So 2 people ran out in a panic. Everyone tried to escape in a panic. 2 people managed to escape. And then Kinzo actually shot 6 people. There's my explanation, by the way, if you want like an explanation. And everyone else was, I don't know, fucking passed out. It was like some combination of laughing gas, some hallucinogenic drug combined with some knockout gas. So the 2 people who escaped, everyone else got grabbed. And who knows? They were waiting too long for Kinzo to arrive, they got wasted, this happened. It could have been something in the drinks too. But I don't think Goda was doing that one. Goda and Kumasawa. The only thing left for these 2 who witnessed the massacre in the dining hall was to cradle their heads without knowing how to interpret what they saw.
熊沢さん大丈夫？
Oh, it's not. Are you okay?
お茶飲む？
Want some tea?
ありがとうございますね。
Thank you very much.
ありがとうございます。申し訳ございませんが、しばらくそっとしていただけますか。
May I be left with my thoughts for a while? I'd like to note that nobody has said they explicitly used magic to kill anybody. Nobody said there were 6 people summoned in front of them from thin air that started murdering people. They're just like all keeping quiet, and there's like pure conjecture about what they're thinking. Maria tried to be nice, but it seemed Kumasawa still hadn't been able to clear away her confusion.
マリア、 気を使ってくれてありがとうだぜ。
Arya, thanks for being so
熊
considerate.
沢さんは休ませてやってくれ。
Let's let Kumasawa-san rest for now.
うん。
Oh. Jessica was worried about the shock those two must have received after receiving or witnessing such a tragedy, but her wildest dreams couldn't come close to the unbelievable scene Kumasawa had witnessed. They haven't said that was what they saw. Nevertheless, with her mother murdered and her father captured, it wasn't as though Jessica could stay calm either. She sealed her anxiety and sadness using her anger towards Kinzo and walked irritatedly around the room, making a pouty face with her fist at her hips, I assume. Anyway,
母
Kumasawa.
さんは本当に死んじゃったの？
Is mom really dead?
ええ。
Yes. She's gone?
あんなひどい死に方を私は
I've never
見た
seen
こ
such
と
a
がありませんとも。
horrible way to die before.
ひょっとするとまだ生きてて、
Is it possible she's still
手
alive?
当てをすれば
If we fix
助
her
か
up,
るなんてことはないんだよな。
we could save her?
あ頭があんなことになって生きていられるわけが。
It's not possible for a person to have something like that done to their head and live. No copium for Jessica. You've been rejected.
そりゃそうだぜ。
You're right.
頭が砕けちまったら
There's no need for first
手
aid.
当てなんて必要ねえよな。
What's your head smashed usually? When Goda came flying into the guest house, he'd overcome with agitation and told about the massacre in the dining hall without concealing anything except for the part about witches and magic, which they themselves still couldn't believe. In other words, he hadn't even sugarcoated the cold-blooded way in which Natsuhi and the others had died. It was too late now, but Kumasawa regretted the fact that they'd obviously said too much. However, while lightly shaking her head and with a slightly painful laugh, Jessica spoke.
いや、むしろ話してくれたおかげで冷静になれたぜ。
Actually, thanks to what you told us, I was able to stay level-headed.
頭を砕かれちまったってところを伏せられてたら、
If you avoided mentioning the part about her head being smashed,
私はひょっとすると生きてるかもしれないって言っ
I would have thought she might still be
て、屋
alive.
敷へ向かいじいさまに出くわして、ひょっとすると殺されてたかもしれない。
I would have run off towards the mansion, met grandfather. I might have gotten killed.
一末の希望が命取りになった可能性だってあ
Sliver
る
of
わ
hope
けさ。
could have been fatal in the end.
その意味では
Oh, I'm grateful.
感謝してるよ。
本当に申し訳ございません。
Sorry.
言葉をあまりに選ばなかったことはお詫びします。
I'm sorry, we didn't choose our words more carefully.
今はいいよ。
Don't worry about that now.
母さんはもうどうしようもないけど、
There's nothing we can do for mom, but dad's
父さん
still
はま
alive.
だ生きてる。カノン君もシャノンも、キリエおばさんも南條先生もね。
Kanon and Shannon. Kyrie and Dr. Nanjo too.
なんとか彼らを助けたいし、彼らに負担をかけないためにも
I want to save them somehow.
余計
So
なことをする
we
べきで
shouldn't
は
do
ない。
anything unnecessary. That might make things worse for them.
電話の前で待機してることが、今は一番の協力になるかもしれ
The
ない
most
し。
helpful thing we can do right now is wait by the phone. They might receive a call asking them to create a diversion while the others escape. Or the others might discover their location and call her rescue. Jessica understood that in order to act promptly when the time came, the only thing they could do for the time being was wait in this room. And so, we sit around again. Once they finished inspecting the downstairs area and locking up, George, Battler, and Goda returned. Each was holding various objects. George had things like drinks, canned food, crackers, and other types of snacks he found in the lounge and storage room, as well as a first aid kit. They were all consumables that would be essential during a siege. Goda had a large folding ladder and carpentry tools. They were to seal the door from the inside, just in case. If it came to it, the ladder was for escaping out the window. Battler had brought up objects that could be used as edged weapons or poles. In addition to the obvious kitchen knife, there was the disassembled table leg that could be used as a club, and a pole roughly the size of a person, which he apparently made by taking apart a hat stand. Even though the pole had no point, it could surely be used like a spear. There was a good chance their enemies had guns, so it was dubious whether these would be of any use. But it was still better than not having them, and if having these could give them at least a little peace of mind, they'd be useful for their calming effect. And then the bed and sofa were placed up against the door, barricading it. They didn't go so far as to seal it with nails. There was still a chance Krauss and the others would escape and come to meet with them. They apparently set up a barricade at the top of the stairs as well. It had been set up in a way that would create a racket, so it would serve as a warning alarm as well. That was apparently Battler's idea. For that reason, they turned the TV off. This way, if the first floor window were to be broken, they could hear. Once the switch had been turned, all that was left was an eerie silence. Oh, hello. Yep, an eerie silence. Okay, they said the switch had been turned, and I was like, did I miss a line about them turning the lights off as well? But no, it was just the TV. The sound of the violent wind and rain. Were they going to have to spend the whole night crushed by such suspense? The boat would come tomorrow morning. However, judging by the weather report, most of tomorrow was going to be covered in the typhoon, and the boat probably wouldn't come. I was going to say, wait, they're waiting for the boat tomorrow? Aren't we like a day ahead of schedule? But okay. The typhoon was set to pass in the morning of the day after tomorrow. In other words, the boat would be arriving in the morning after next, the morning of October 6th. And right now it was late at night on October 4th. They'd have to spend more than 30 hours on this island, with Kenzo turned cold-blooded murderer and his weird companions prowling about. Even with the shutters closed, there would definitely be a little bit of light seeping out. It might let the enemy know they were hiding here. Battler suggested it might be best to turn off the lights, but they'd already been overwhelmed by a ghastly feeling just from turning the TV off. There wasn't anyone who directly challenged his proposal, but then again, there wasn't a single other person who agreed with it.
Oh. TV ダメなの?
You can't watch TV?
ああ。悪いが我慢してくれ。
Sorry, you'll have to bear with
敵の
it.
侵入の音を聞き逃すわけにはいかない。
You can't let the sound of the enemy breaking in slip by.
つまんない。
Boring. Even though she had been told of her mother's death, Mari alone didn't feel an appropriate, approaching sense of danger. She just seemed upset the TV was turned off, even though she's in such a bizarre situation. Can she not share in our sense of danger? Is it because she's so young? To Battler, even this faintly unsettling feeling from such a young girl made him sense there was something very eerie about Maria. And cut. Perfect. Right to this. So, okay. That said, we've done all we can.
鉄格子はなんとかなりそう?
Do you think you'll be able to do anything about the bars?
残念だが、想像以上に堅牢だ。
Unfortunately, they're tougher than expected.
いつ頃に作られたものか知らんが、耐用年数も文句なし。
I don't know when these were made, but there's no problem with their lifetime
実
guarantee.
に優良な物件だよ。
They truly were built rather well. Kyrie chuckled softly. They had no moves they could make, but she calmed down just a little.
さながらここは取られた駒を置く駒置き場ですな。
This place is just like the capture pile of a chess
打
game.
つ手はもはやありませんか。
So are there no remaining moves left to us?
まだよ。
Not yet.
諦めるには早いわ。
It's too early to give up.
思考の停止は鼓動の停止に同じよ。
If we stop thinking, we may as well stop breathing, right?
だな。
Exactly.
チェスの駒置き場に意味はないが、将棋ならば大きな意味を持つこともある。
Chess pieces in the capture pile may serve no purpose, but in shogi they can be quite significant. For anyone who does not know, those chess pieces that are in the capture pile have no value because you can turn your pawns into literally anything. You can make as many queens as you have pawns. Or knights. Any other piece would be kind of pointless, right?
駒置き場の一枚の歩が相手にプレッシャーを与えることだってあるはずだ。
Just one captured pawn should be able to put pressure on the opponent.
なるほど。
I see.
しかしこの鉄格子はどうしようも。
But still, there's nothing that can be done about these bars.
私たちにはね。
For us, maybe.
でも、ここの場所を特定し、ゴーダさんに連絡することができれば、助
But
け
if
に
we
来
can
てもらう
figure
こ
out
と
where
はで
this
きる
is
か
and
も。
contact Goda, we might be able to he might be able to come and save us. Can you chip at the plaster and peel a brick away?
なるほど。
If the ground is wet, you can maybe tell that you're not that far underground?
しかしゴーダさんに危険を強いることになりま
That
す
would mean
な。
putting Goda-san in danger.
その場合、成人男性が不在になるゲストハウスのお子さんたちも不
If
安
that
です。
happens, I'd be worried about the children in the guest house alone without a full-grown adult male. Nanjo, how many of you were in that room and how many of you died? I do not think one grown adult male is going to protect fucking anybody.
リスクを恐れるなら、事態が好転するまで塩漬けにするのも悪くない。
When you're afraid of risk, it's alright to bide your time until the price starts to go up. Krauss, the man who loses all the money, making market suggestions. Alright, Krauss. Alright, Krauss.
もっとも、損切りを恐れれば、紙切れ
And
同
there
然
it
に
is.
なるかもし
If
れな
you're
い。
too afraid to cut your losses, you might end up with just a scrap of paper. I was waiting for that, Krauss. The dialogue about how to cut your losses and run. Oh my god, Krauss, you're too funny.
我々の命がだが。
Though in this case, that represents our lives. Yeah, a little bit higher tension.
親の子権もね。
And our dignity as parents. How important is
私
that
たちで
really?
何とかするからおとなしくしていなさいって偉そうに電話して、
After talking
そ
big
の
like
下の
that,
根も乾かないうち
Oh,
に
dang, that's the only
助けを求めるなって。
that's actually just a lot of dialogue. And after talking big like that during the telephone call, telling them they should behave just because we'll manage something on our own, we can't start asking for help right away. Feels bad, man.
実にかっこ悪いわね。
It would be very uncool. That's your concern? That's your
この後
concern?
に及んでは、くだらんプライドなどとっくに紙切れだ。
By this point, I've long since thrown out such useless pride.
知恵を絞ろうじゃないか。
Why don't we put our heads together?
ここはどこなんだ。
Where is this?
本当に食堂の真下
Is
な
it
のだろ
really
うか。
underneath the dining hall?
それとも、屋敷とは異なる
Or
別
is it
の
a
場所だろう
different
か。
place, separate from the mansion? Krauss, Kyrie, and Nanjo began to discuss this further. Alright, well, at least they're trying to make progress. Kanon was squatting by the bars, silently trying to sense anyone's presence. Just as he had been ordered, Shannon came close to him and they both squatted down together.
気配は感じるの？
Do you sense anyone? Yes.
こちらに意識は向けていないけれど、
They haven't
比較
focused
的
their,
近くに誰かいる。
haven't focused their attention in this direction, but there's somebody relatively close by.
それは人間？
Is it human?
ヤギたちだと思う。
I think it's the goats.
あいつらの吐息は実に賑やかだよ。
Their breathing is rather noisy. Kanon's ability to sense the presence of others was several levels above that of a human. He said that their breathing was noisy, but Krauss and the rest couldn't even pick up the slightest hint of it. Therefore, if he had obediently reported it, they would have merely doubted Kanon's ears. If they aren't going to believe you, may as well not report it. Seems fair.
捕まっちゃったね。
They got us, didn't they? Seems like that's the case.
珍しいよ。
It's rare.
殺されないで捕まるなんて。
To think they captured us without killing us. It is a bit
今
strange.
回はベアトリーチェ様がお越しにならないし、
This time, Beatrice didn't make an appearance. Oh, are they also aware that they're in a loop because they're furniture? Interesting. Well, that clarifies that question of why they're so chill all the time. They're like, yeah, we've died like 10 times. No big deal. No big deal, guys. We've died like 5-6 times. This happened a few times. Don't worry about it. We'll probably come back. Beatrice is putting us through a loop. It's a real pain. We know. Just deal with your death and move on.
親方様が書斎を出られるし、
And the master left his study.
何が何だかわかんないね。
I don't have a clue what's going on. Well, at least we got a bit more information about what they know, because they're not usually very forthcoming with their information.
何が起ころうと変わろうと、すべてあの魔女の気まぐれと余興。
Whatever happens or changes, it's all for that witch's fickle entertainment.
結果は何も変わらないのさ。
Again, nothing will change.
今回は黄金鏡に行けるかな。
I wonder if we'll be able to go to the Golden Land this time.
さあね。
Who knows?
僕たちは脱落率が高いから。
We have quite a high rate of losing, oof.
そういえば、二人で第一の番を生き延びたのって、ずいぶん珍しいね。
Come to think of it, it's very rare for us to survive the first Twilight together.
儀式が始まってるのに、こうして二人でお話できるなんて、なんだかすごく珍しい気がする。
I get the feeling it's incredibly unusual for us to be able to talk like this, even though the ceremony's already begun.
そうかもね。
Maybe, maybe. It is true, though. We haven't seen them talk together like this. Usually they're dead.
でも、それもまた魔女の余興だろうさ。
Even that's just for the witch's entertainment, I
僕た
bet.
ちがいつもすぐに脱落するから、今度は少し生き延びさせて、
I can't think
から
of
か
us
ってやろうくらいにしか思ってないよ。
anything other than her letting us live a little longer to ridicule us since we usually drop out right in the beginning. That's not true. One time they were bargaining to try to keep the other alive. Remember how that worked? That was interesting. I think Kanon died anyway, though. So maybe they're right. They usually die.
また、黄金鏡にはたどり着けないのかな。
I wonder if we'll be unable to reach the Golden Land again.
どうせそうさ。
I'm sure we won't make it there. Well, Kanon's confident, at least.
下手な期待を持つ
Confident
と
in failure.
またつけ込まれる。
If we hold on to any foolish hope, we'll be taken advantage of again. See, he remembers the last time.
そうだね。
That's right.
前回はカノン君がつけ込まれたもんね。
Last time you got taken advantage of, didn't you?
僕はバカだ。
I'm an idiot. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He is a bit of an idiot. Let's think about it. Kanon's gamble last time was kind of dumb. But he did kill a couple people, so that was alright. He made a sour look and turned his head. Shannon softly laughed and apologetically leaned towards his shoulder.
でも、お嬢様が無事でよかったね。
I'm glad Milady's safe. Well, that's one thing that's nice.
第一の番を逃れただけさ。
She's the only one who... She only escaped from the first Twilight. Yeah, she's
そ
still
れ
in
以降
danger.
の番により無残な方法で殺されるのを
She might just
待
be
たされている
awaiting
だけか
an
もし
even
れない。
crueler death later on. Thanks for your relentless optimism, Kanon. Oh, they lived. I guess they'll be dying in an even more painful way later.
それを言ったら姉さんこそ
What about you, Nason? What about you?
ジョージ様が無事でよかったじゃないか。
Aren't you glad George-sama safe?
二人で黄金鏡にたどり着けるといいね。
It'd be nice if you two could reach the Golden Land together. And she's thinking like, probably the same thing.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
同じことをカノン君とお嬢様にも。
I wish the same for you and Milady as well. That's very nice of you, Shannon.
僕は期待はしてないよ。
I wasn't hoping for anything like that. Yeah. Anyone buying that one?
姉さんの言う通りだ。
Just as you say.
あの魔女はご褒美をぶら下げて
That witch is
相手
only
が
having
右往
fun.
左往するのを見て
She got-
楽しんでるだけなんだ。
The witch is only having fun dangling prizes in front of people and watching them vainly try to get them.
どうせ誰も黄金鏡に行けやしない。
Sure, no one will get to go to the Golden Land.
僕がお嬢様と黄金鏡にたどり着きたいと願ってし
If
ま
I
った
want
な
to
ら
reach the Golden Land with
あいつは
Milady,
それこそ面白がって絶対に僕たちをたどり着かせたりは
that
しない
person will
さ。
find it funny and certainly never let us reach that place.
そうだね。
You're right.
ベアトリーチェ様は、より面白くなるように、生贄の順番を考えてる。
Beatrice is thinking about what order of sacrifices will be most interesting.
無作為に選んでるなんて大嘘だ。
The whole thing about being chosen at random is just a blatant lie.
あのペテン師魔女め。
That swindling witch.
どうせ黄金鏡にたどり着けばあらゆる願いが叶うなんてのも嘘っぱちに決まってる。
All that about having any wish you want granted in the Golden Land's probably BS too. Probably.
そんなことはないよ。
Not true. Oh?
黄金鏡は、素晴らしいところだよ。
Golden Land is a wonderful place. Filled with
行ったことある
copium and hopium. Have you been there?
ちょっぴりだけね。
Only for a
そ
little
れ
bit.
すらもベアトリーチェ様の戯れだったのだろうけど。
Although only that, even that was probably a joke of Beatrice-sama's.
どんなとこなのそこ。
What's it like?
うん、
Well,
素晴らしいところだよ。
it's a wonderful
う
place.
まく説明できない。
Can't explain it very
安
well.
らかな夢の中みたいな世界。
It's like a world from a pleasant dream.
バラが咲き乱れてて美しい蝶が待ってるような
A paradise,
極
like
楽みたいな感じ。
a paradise place, like with roses blooming all over and beautiful butterflies dancing about, or something like that.
そういう具体的なイメージのところじゃないの。
It's not a place with a tangible image like
本
that.
当に夢の中みたいなところなの。
Like the inside of a
そこ
dream.
にいるときはとても穏やかで安らかで、
When you're there, it's very gentle and peaceful.
いつまでも眠ってることを許されてる。まるで休日の早朝のお布団の中みたいな感じ。
You're allowed to sleep in as long as you want, like when you wake up early on a day off, laying on a futon.
カーテンの隙間から日が差してきて、そろそろ起きないと思うんだけど、
Sunlight comes through the cracks in the curtains and you think you'll have to wake
今
up
日は
soon.
休日だから起きなくてもいいんだって気づいて、
Then you realize it's your day off and you can go back to sleep.
お布団の中に潜り込むときみたいな、
It's a place where you
そ
can
ん
feel
な
like
気持
that.
ちになれる場所。
僕なら損したと思うな。
I think that'd be wasted on me.
休日なのに勘違いして起き出すなんて姉さんくらいだ。
Waking up on accident, even though it's your day off, is something only you would do, Nae-san.
それで
Thanks. So?
うん、
Well,
そこにいたときはね、満たされてて、と
When
て
I was
も
there?
穏やかだった。
it was satisfying and calm.
でも、元の世界に戻ってくると、つい直前までそこにいたはずなのに、うまく思い出すことができないの。
How stressful is your life when sleeping's your idea of paradise? Shannon has very low standards. When I returned to this world, even though I'd been there a second ago, I couldn't remember it very well.
ついさっきまで見ていた夢が思い出せないのによく似てる。
Like, when you can't remember a dream, you were just
で
having...
も、とっても穏やかで、静かな世界だったことだけは覚え
I
てる
still
の。
remember it was a calm and quiet world.
それだけ
That's it?
なんだ。あいつが偉そうに言う黄金鏡なんて大したことないな。
Heck, this golden land she's always bragging about ain't anything great at all.
何でも願いが叶う場所だと思ってたのに。
I thought it was a place where all your wishes would come true.
その通りだよ。
That's right.
何でも願いが叶う場所。
It's a place where all your wishes will be granted. Shannon just has low standards, like I said.
少し違うかもしれない。
Maybe that's not quite it.
何も願わなくてもいい場所が正解かもしれないね。
It might be better to say it's a place where you don't wish for anything.
例えばカノン君が寒くて上着が欲しいと願った時、上着をもらえればとても幸せなことだけど、
For example, Kanon, if you were cold and wished you had a jacket, you'd be happy to be
そ
given
もそも
one.
暖かい部屋にいられたなら上着が欲しいなんて願う必要さえもないでしょ。
But if you were in a warm room to begin with, there wouldn't be a reason to want a jacket, right?
黄金鏡はそういうところなの。
That's what the Golden Land's
大
like.
抵の願いは願う必要さえなくな
No
る。
need to wish for most wishes.
すべてから解放された
The world where everything
何
is
も
calm.
かもが穏やか与えられて幸せという概念さえも超越したすべてから解放された世界
You
と
could
で
even
も
say
言
it's
え
a
ばいい
place
のか
that
な。
transcends the concept of having your wishes granted. Bring happiness, a world released from everything.
なんだか宗教っぽい世界だな。
Sounds something like a religious world.
そしてそこではすべてが平等なの。
And there, everything is equal.
意志ある存在はすべてが平等。
Anything that can think is equal.
人間も家具も魔
There
女
are
も
no
ない。
humans. There are no witches. There are no
そ
furniture.
こでの私は誰とも対等で公
I
平。
was equal to everyone there.
もう家具だからと何も自分を恥じる必要がない。
There was no longer a need to feel ashamed I was furniture.
すべての人間とも、そして魔女とさえ対等な、本当に幸せな世界だった
It was
の。
honestly a happy world where all humans, even witches, were equal.
うまく思い出せないけど、
Can't remember it
そこ
well.
では私、ベアトリーチェ様とさえ対等な関係で、良い友達でいられた気がする。
She can't remember it, but she has the feeling that when she was there, she was equal even to Beatrice-sama, and they were good friends.
あの魔女がいるなら、ろくな理想郷じゃないよ。
If that witch is there, it can't be much of a paradise.
で、その幸せな黄金郷に、姉さんはジョージ様と一緒に行きたいわけだ。
Do you want to go to the Golden Land with George-sama?
おかしな話だね。
How
黄
strange.
金郷は全てが満ち足りた理想郷なわけでしょ。
The Golden Land's a utopia where you can be pleased with anything, right?
ジョージ様がい
Everything,
なくて
right?
も、十分に満たされてそうだけど。
Wouldn't she be content even if George wasn't there?
黄金鏡はね、とても穏やかで安らかで、全てが対等で公平だけれど、
The Golden Land's calm, peaceful, and everything's
幸
equal.
せだけ実は抜けてるの。
But actually, happiness alone is left out.
幸せな世界じゃないの？
It isn't a happy world?
もちろん安らかで穏やかで公平というだけですごい幸せな世界だよ。
Ah, okay. Of course, by being peaceful, calm, and equal, it's an incredibly happy world.
それは例えるなら、全ての悩みというマイナスから解放されたゼロの世界なの。
I guess you could say it's a world of zero where you're released from all negative worries.
人の世はマイナスで満ちてるから、もちろんゼロというのはものすごい幸福なわけだけど、
The human
そ
world
れ
is
でもゼロなの。
filled with negatives, so of course the zero world's happy, but it's still zero.
贅沢だよね。
What a luxurious problem to have.
それはこういう感
It's
じ。
like this.
穏やかな休日の朝のまどろみの時、
When you're nodding off on your quiet holiday morning,
最愛の人も隣にいてくれて、手を握っててくれたなら、もっともっと素敵な幸せになれる。
if the person you love the most is next to you and holding your hand, then it can become an even greater, more wonderful happiness, or something like that.
ごめん。姉さんは例えが下手くそだね。
Sorry,
バカ
Naeson's
だから。
Naeson's too dumb to be any good at analogies.
つまり、
In other words,
姉さんにとっての最高の幸せとは、ジョージ様と一緒にその世界にたどり着くことっ
the
てわけだ。
greatest happiness to you would be reaching that world together with George-sama? Yes.
そしてきっとカノン君にとってはお嬢様と一緒にその
And for
世界
you,
にたどり着くことだよ。
It would be reaching that world together with Milady.
公平な世界で、二人は悩みから解
Or at
放
least
さ
our
れ、
worries in a fair world.
なんだかおかしな宗教を吹き込まれてるみたいだ。
Yes, you've said
僕は
that
もっ
twice
とこ
now.
う、俗物的な
I'm more worldly minded.
魔法の薬を与えられると人間に生まれ変われるとか、そういう感じの世界を想像してたよ。
I imagined a world where we would be given some magic medicine and could be reborn as humans or something like that.
行けばわかるよ。
You go, you'll understand.
ベアトリーチェ様が本当に気まぐれな方なら、いつかきっとカノン君にも垣間見させてくれ
If
るに違いない。
Beatrice-sama really is a fickle person, then someday she'll let you get a glimpse of it too.
そうすれば姉さんの例えがよくわかるようになるから。
If so, you'll be able to understand my analogy.
ま、過剰な期待はしないことに
Well,
し
I'm
とく
not
よ。
holding my breath.
いずれにせよ、今回の僕たちはこれでゲームオーバーみたいだし、
At any rate, it seems like game over for us this time already.
別の機会に期待するさ。
I'll hope for another chance.
そうだね。
You're
お
right.
かしな期待を持つとベアトリーチェ様にまたつけ込まれる。
If we cling to overambitious hopes, Beatrice-sama will take advantage of
何
us.
も考えずただ運命に身を任せるのが私たちには一番かもしれない。
Best to just stop thinking and let fate take care of us.
僕
Genji
たち
style?
はただチェス
We
の
can just
駒
be
であればいいんだ。
simple chess pieces.
何を考えても考えなくても、どうせ魔女のチェス盤からは逃れられない。
No matter what we think or don't think, we can't escape from the witch's chessboard.
後のお役目はどういびり殺されるか、ただ待つことだけさ。
Our role is merely to wait and see how we'll be tortured to death.
そんな僕らに黄金鏡の夢なんて虚しすぎる。
For us, the dream of the Golden Land is too empty.
そうだ
You're
ね。
right.
ごめん。
Sorry. Kanon shrugged his shoulders and then told Shannon to leave him alone because she was in the way of his duty, distancing himself from her. Realizing her thoughtlessness in bringing up such an inappropriate topic and instead hurting Kanon, Shannon bit her lower lip and stared at the ground. Shannon wouldn't bother him anymore. She went off and crouched down in a corner by herself. At that moment, Kanon perked up. It was like the ears of a cat when it reacts to a strange sound.
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
旦那様、誰か来ます。
Krauss, someone's coming.
何？
What? Nani? They ended their conversation and strained their ears. For a while, they couldn't hear anything. But eventually, they were able to hear the shuffling sounds of a large group of people walking. Can you dial the place?
おいでなすったわね。
So they've come.
年貢の納め時か、さもなくも。最初で最後のチャンスか。
Well, perhaps this is our first and last chance.
私が金蔵さんと話しましょう。
I'll talk to Kinzo-san.
なんとかここの場所を聞き出してみます。
I'll try to somehow find out where this place is.
期待してるわ。
We're counting on you. During the last phone call, Kyrie asked what the time over at the guest house was. By doing that, Kyrie learned it was the same time as her watch, and she learned that their watches hadn't been set back. It wasn't just the clocks on the wall in the guest house. Several people's watches, including George's and Goda's, had matched. If that was the case, then it had only been a few minutes between the time of the massacre in the dining hall and the time they had been transported to the dungeon. Ooh, an interesting puzzle. Not enough time had passed for them all to be knocked out and carried away. Then were those really pitfalls, meaning this was the area directly under the dining hall? All they could do was pray that Nanjo could find out where this was.
来ます。
They're coming.
多分、人数は4人。
There's probably 4 people.
親方様、並びに食堂に姿を現したうちの3人
Master and 3 of those who appeared in the dining hall.
もう十分だ。
That's enough.
君も後ろに下がりたまえ。
I'm back here as
あ
well.
とは私たちで応対する。
We'll deal with the rest.
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないけど、電話のところに座ってもらえる？
Shannon, sorry, can I have you sit by the phone?
スカートで電話を隠して。
Hide it with your skirt.
はい。
The shuffling came close, and there was the sound of a large door being opened in the hallway. The light they were apparently carrying illuminated the hall, stroking the walls with sharp, razor-like shadows. And then the light from the lantern they held illuminated the prisoners through the bars. The bars' sharp shadows divided them up lengthwise. There were 4 silhouettes. It was Kinzo, Ronove, Virgilia, and Gap.
後ろ宮家当主ゴールドスミス教のおなりでございます。皆様、ご静粛に。
Please welcome the head of the Ashiromiya family, Lord Goldsmith.
ゴールドスミス？
Goldsmith?
親父殿のペンネームだ。
Father's pen name.
怪しげな魔導書を書くとき、そういう名を署名しているようだ。
Seems he always signs with it when writing those bizarre grimoires.
金蔵を英語風に？
Kinzo made English style?
それならゴールドウェアハウスが正しいんじゃないの？
Couldn't that be Gold Warehouse?
ウェアハウスは倉庫、ただ溜め込むに過ぎぬ。
What more is a warehouse than a place to keep
しか
things
し
in?
私は金を生み出し、細工し、さらに価値を高めるのだ。
I give birth to gold and use my craftsmanship to further increase its
ス
worth.
ミスの方がよりふさわしいと思
Don't
わ
you
ん
think
かね。
Smith is so much more fitting?
確かに。
True enough.
無駄口を失礼しました。
I apologize for butting in.
金蔵さん、これはどういうことなんだね。
What's going on?
ここは一体どこなんだ。
Where in the world is this?
おや、我が友よ。
Oh, my friend.
思い出せんかね。
Can't you remember?
さすがにその牢の中に入った経験はないだろうが、この廊下を歩いた記憶はあるはずだ。
True, you may never have entered the prison, but you should remember walking through this corridor. Huh? You told me.
まさか。
心当たりがあるの？
Do you have an idea?
いや、しかし。
It's unthinkable.
考えられない。第一、私たちは落とし穴に落ち、しかもほんの数分でここに閉じ込められたのですぞ。
And we're locked up here after only a few minutes?
そんなことは物理的に、距離的にありえない。
Not only is the distance too great, it's physically impossible.
人間にはね。
For a human, right?
お父さん、ここは屋敷ですか？
Father, is this the mansion?
屋敷にこんな地下があったとは。
think the mansion had a basement like this.
クラウス。
Gross.
お前たちがその存在をささやき、何度か私の後をつけ回して探ろうともしたではないか。
Wasn't there a place whose existence you whispered of, which you all followed after me several times trying to find?
それがここだよ。
This is that place.
いや、正確にはそこの地下と言うべきか。
To be more correct, this is its basement.
まさかここは
This be the
クアドリア
basement?
ンの地下ですか？
Kuadorian? Yep.
ご検察の通りです。
A splendid observation.
こちらはクアドリアンの地下でございま
It's
す。
indeed the basement of Kuadorian.
クワドリアン。
Kuadorian?
まさか噂の
You know,
親父殿の隠し屋敷なのか？
Father's rumored hidden mansion. Yep.
本当に実在
It
したの
really
か？
exists.
我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェのためだけに築いた屋敷である。
This mansion was constructed for the sole use of my beloved witch Beatrice.
地上部分は美しき上品な屋敷なのであるが、そこを案内できず、実に残念に思う
I
ぞ。
can't guide you to the above ground sections. It's such a beautiful and elegant mansion.
こんな牢屋があるお屋敷で二人きりなんて素敵ね。
How lovely. Just the two of them alone in a mansion with a prison like this.
どうもお父様とは性癖が合わないみたいよ。
As father's tastes are a bit more than I can stomach.
キリエさん、
Kirie-san,
無礼な発言はお控えになった方が賢明ですよ。
perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such rude comments.
でも同感よ。
But I agree.
私も送られた屋敷にこんな力があったら
I was given a mansion like this and it had this kind of
100
dungeon
年
in
の
it.
恋も冷めて金目のものだけいただいてとんずらするわ。
That'd shake me out of even a century-long love, and I'd take anything of value and run.
おや、そういうご趣味はございませんか。
You have no interest in this kind of thing?
てっきりキュンキュンしちゃうとばかり。
And here I thought you went head over heels for it.
もちろんキュンキュンしちゃうわよ。
Of course they go head over
誕生
heels.
日のプレゼントに首輪なんかもらっちゃったりしたらね。
Like if I get a collar or something for my birthday present.
ただしイケメンに限る。
But only if he's hot.
お静かに。首輪より猿靴輪が必要ですか？
Perhaps you could use a gag more than a collar right now.
あら、あなたはそっちもいけちゃう
Oh,
の
you have an interest in that too.
リアって好き嫌いないのね。
You sure aren't picky, Leah.
勝手に人の名前を略さないでください。
Don't just go shortening people's names on your own.
ねえ、やかましいぞ女たち。
Enough, noisy
お
women.
前たちも同じ牢に閉じ込められたいというのか。
Are you telling me you'd like to be locked up in the same cell?
これは失礼いたしました。
Apologize,
親方、
Nanjo.
この牢体にこのような寒い牢獄では身が持ちませぬ。
This old body of mine would not be able to stay in such a cold prison. Virgilia quickly apologized, but Gap and Ronove merely laughed together. It was like they thought they alone couldn't be imprisoned, or else that even if someone tried to imprison them, it would be pointless.
牢とは捕らえ逃がさぬこと。
A prison is a place from which the captured cannot escape.
それはすなわち生涯手放さぬとの強い意志と愛
It
で
implies
あ
a
る。
strong will and love to not let them go for a lifetime.
逃げても諦められる程度の女ならば愛を語るに値しない。
It isn't even worth speaking of love to a woman you could give up on if she just ran away.
鎖で縛ってでも逃がしたくないと思うほどに苦しくなる女。
A woman who makes you so insane you don't want to let her escape, even to the point of binding her in
そ
chains.
こまでに至ってこそ我が生涯を捧げるに値する愛である。
Because she was worthy of that. She was the love worth sacrificing my life
お
for.
前にそれを分かれとは言わぬよ。
I won't ask you to understand.
私は誰にも縛れない。
No one can
縛ら
bind
れ
me.
ない。
I will not be bound.
愛されたいんじゃないの。
I
愛
don't
し
want
た
to
い
be
の
loved.。I want to love.
私もゴールドスミスと同じ
I feel
よ。
the same as
だから
Goldsmith.
よくわかるわ。
That's why I
あなたの
understand
愛の狂気。
the madness of your love. Oh, okay.
愛と狂気は紙一重というわけかね。
Love and madness are two sides of the same coin, or so they say.
実に旗迷惑な話だ。
How bothersome.
しかし、あっさり所在地が分かったのは大きいわ。
But learning where we are so easily was a big step. I mean, no one can fucking find the place in the first place, so you're expecting a bunch of kids to know where it is magically? You're probably screwed if you couldn't find it and you lived on the island, let alone these people who come here once a year.
詳しい経緯は後で聞くけど、南條先生はここをご存知なのね。
We'll ask the details later, but it seems you know about this place, right, Dr. Nanjo?
はい。
Yes.
そこの廊下がクワドリアンの地下通路。
That hallway is the underground passage beneath
あ
Kuadorian.
の先をまっすぐ行けば長い地下道になり、
If we go straight down it, it'll become a
そ
long
れをずっ
tunnel.
と歩けば屋敷に戻れるはずだ。
And if we stay on it, we should be able to return to the mansion.
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば、屋敷に帰れるってことね。
And if we could do something about these bars, we could just go home.
お父さん、
Father,
私たちをどうするつもりですか？
what are you planning to do with us?
すでに宣告した通り、お前たちは後の晩のための生贄である。
As I've declared, you'll become sacrificed for the later twilights. Now, presumably he's here to kill someone, right? He's not just coming down here to flex on you, that would be pointless. And give you information, that would be very silly.
都合よく人数も5人。
There are conveniently 5 people here.
えぐりて殺す5人の人質にぴったりであろう。
Exactly enough hostages for the 5 gougings.
なるほど。
I see.
私たちも年貢の納め時というわけですか。
It's time for us to pay the piper.
やがてはな。
Eventually.
だが、今はそのために訪れたのではない。
That's not why I've come to visit you this time. Relax.
それに言ったはずだ。
Besides, I believe I said it already.
もしも孫たちの誰かが我がすべてを継承するにふさわしいと認められたなら、
If
こ
one
の
of
儀
my
式は
grandchildren...
中断する。
Oh, that's a long line. Okay, if one of my grandchildren is deemed suitable to inherit everything from me, then the ceremony will be called off.
つまり、お前たちは命拾いをす
In
る
other
というわ
words,
け
your
だ。
lives will be spared.
お子さんたちに何をするつもりですか？
What are you planning to do to the children?
次期当主にふさわしいかどうか、
I'll give them a test.
テストを与える。
A test to see if they're suitable to be the successor.
その結果、私をうならせる者が一人でもいたならば、儀式は中断する。
If even one of them can surprise me, I'll call the ceremony off.
ふさわしい者がいなかったら、
If there isn't anyone
子
suitable,
供たちはどうするつも
what
り
do
で
you
す
do
か？
with the children?
それを心配する必要
Oh,
は
no
ない。
need to worry about that.
どうせ先に生贄とされるのはお前たち
After
だ。
all, you'll be sacrificed first.
その後のことなど知ったことではなかろうに。
How could anything that happens after that
お
concern me?
前たちは自らの命運を自らの子供たちに委ねるのだ。
Entrust your fates to your own children.
お前たちが産み、教え、育ててきた結晶が子供たちだ。
The embodiment of what you've born, taught, and raised. Krauss, sweating
お
thoroughly.
前たちの命運を委ねるに実にふさわしい存在のはず。
They should be the most suitable ones for you to entrust with your fate. R.I.P. in peace, Rosa, who didn't get an opportunity to do that.
そう心配そうな顔をするなよ、ク
You
ラ
look
ウス。
so worried, Krauss.
お前の自慢の100億の価値のある娘を信じろよ。
Believe in the daughter you brag is worth 10 billion yen. Yeah, poor Krauss, probably in the worst spot.
まったくね。
Exactly.
子供は親の結晶よ。
Children are the embodiment of their parents.
親の命運を預けるにふさわしいわ。
It's fitting we put our fates in their hands.
お父様にとってもね。
That applies even to you, father, right?
肝の座った女だ。ルドルフにはもったいない。
This girl has guts. What a waste on Rudolph. Yeah, I like how all the people his kids married are actually better than than his own kids. Because Kinzo's a shitty father. It's like, all right, Kyrie is great. Natsuhi is actually cares about her family. and basically is only ineffective because she has no authority in the family due to their weird family rules. And it's like Ava would have been better if she was just the default inheritor. Hideyoshi's a good peacemaker. It's like, man, if he had Hideyoshi, Natsuhi, and Kyrie as his kids, he'd probably be pretty happy. He wouldn't be going... They'd at least be able to... One of them would be able to survive the ritual, right? They'd at least be able to solve the epitaph, right? It would be best not to aggravate him too much, Kyrie. I agree. Let's bear with it for now.
そうね。
That's right.
どうせ私たちはまな板の上の恋よ。
After all, we are just fish on the chopping board.
今さら何もできやしない。
There's little we can do now.
私に対し威勢のいい口を叩くことはできるがな。
So you can insult me with such things.
嫌いではないぞ。そういう女は。
I don't dislike that kind of woman.
ベアトリーチェも初めはそういう女だった。
Beatrice was like that too in the beginning.
親方様、
Master.
そろそろ本題を。
Perhaps we should get back to the main
さっ
topic.
きから脱線しまくりです。
We've been off track for a while now.
おお、そうで
Oh, there was
あったな。すまぬすまぬ我が友よ。
Sorry, my friend.
それでは本題に入ろう。
Back to the main
そ
event.
のために電話を用意しておいたのだ。
For that, I've prepared a phone.
シャノン、知恵が回るな。
Shannon, how clever of you.
もう隠さなくても
You don't
よ
need
い
to hide
ぞ
it。any longer.
それは私が用意させたのだ。
That's something I arranged for.
失礼いたしました。
My apologies. Shannon quickly withdrew herself and the telephone was revealed.
クラウスよ。
Krauss.
ゲストハウスの孫たちに電話をかけるがよい。
Tell the grandchildren in the
そ
guest
して
house.
我がテストを、試練の始まりを彼らに告げるのだ。
Tell them of the test and the start of my trial. Run away motion for Krauss to pick up the receiver.
嫌だと
If I say
言
no.
ったら。
ほほう。取引の余地がどこにあるというのか。
And why do you think you're in a position to negotiate?
お前が電話をせぬというなら、孫たちにはチャンスさえも与
If
え
you don't
ぬ。
make the call, the grandchildren won't be given a chance.
後ろ宮家はこれにて終わり。
And the family will end
お
here.
前たちは直ちに生贄だ。
I'll sacrifice you all right away.
直ちに生贄なら幸運よ。
You'd be fortunate to become sacrifices right away.
あなたたちの眼前で子供たちを先に生贄にされた方が辛いと思うけれど。
Don't you think it'd be more painful to watch the children get sacrificed first before your eyes?
が、生贄の順番は親方様が決めます。
Master is the one who decides the sacrifice order.
勝手なことを言わないように。
Don't say things on your own.
リア、今私の名前を縮めようとして詰まったでしょ。
You just tried to shorten my name, didn't you?
してません。
I did not. She's like, how do I shorten this person's name? It's already one syllable. It's one syllable. You just call it Gap. Cut out an A.
だから勝手に人の名前を略さないように。
I told you not to shorten people's names on your own. Or
女は実に。
women truly are.
かしましいですな。
Noisy. Color P. Color P. Color Ga. Color P. Op. Doesn't really work. The world, 12 years later, welcome back. Are we just getting off the boat? Did we land in the harbor? Where are we? The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. This aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different.
わざわざお越しくださり、誠に申し訳ないのですが、特にお話しすることはありません。
I'm truly sorry to say this after you've come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you. Nanjo's son said that very indifferently.
あの島の事故がワイドショーなどで非常に不謹慎に取り上げられて以来、
After the incident on the island was taken up by the broadcasts in a most indiscreet manner.
後宮氏の主治医であり友人でもあった父にも大変心外な関心が多数寄せられました。
Even my father, who was Mr. Ushiromiya's doctor and friend, was focused on by many with a wholly regrettable interest.
そのいずれもが何の根拠もなく、また父のそれまでの業績を汚すものでした。
All of it was without proof, and they even managed to defile all of my father's previous achievements.
私はそれら全てについて未だに強く憤慨しています。
Still feel a great deal of resentment because of that.
無理もないことと思います。
I think that's
私
understandable.
も同じようなものですので。
The same thing happened to me.
私など6つの時から延々です。
I had to put up with it constantly since I was 6.
そうでしたね。
Rude.
これは失礼。
My apologies. The doctor finally remembered that NJ was also a victim who'd been exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私どもの気持ちもお分かりでしょう。
In that case, you can probably understand why I don't want to have anything to do with that incident.
あれは不幸な事故でした。
It was an unfortunate
それ
accident.
を事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。
The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are those irresponsible TV shows and
彼
magazines.
らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
I am more than fed up with their attitude. Nanjo had been bathed with attention for being one of Ushiromiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there was probably an aggressive and persistent rush among the witch hunters and the press to use Nanjo's son as well, a surviving relative, as a source of information. But the doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。
I understand how you feel.
私生活に至るまで監視を受け、
For a person like me who was observed even in her personal
プライ
life.
バシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない
His
私ですから。
privacy, likeness, and even human rights may have been violated.
そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察しできます。
Pick up on the anger of someone in your position.
だからこそ、私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は、一体何だったのか、
And for
どう
that
しても知
reason,
りたいのです。
I want to know more than anything else what in the world happened in the incident that so thoroughly ruined my
それ
life.
でここへ来ました。
So I came here.
私もあなたと同じ当事者です。
I'm a related party
雑
just
誌
like
記
you.
者でもインタビュアーでもありませ
Not a
ん。
magazine columnist or an interviewer.
そこを誤解しないでください。
Don't get the wrong idea.
私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。
I'm not doing this for
私を見
fun.
下すのもいい加減にしてください。
Don't look down on
あ
me
の
like
事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、
If we're gonna
私とあ
argue
な
over
たで
whose
は
life was
比
most
べ物
screwed
にも
up.
ならない。
Oh my god, is she still going? Are you still going? Still going? Okay. If we're gonna argue about whose life was most screwed up by that incident, you're no match for me. Enshe spoke sharply. The doctor, who hadn't imagined he'd be talked back to in such a forceful manner, couldn't help but fall silent. From NJ's perspective, the doctor really was whining over nothing. She didn't want to be looked down upon. It was about time to let him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized he said something wrong and he remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable.
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。
I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time. If there's anything you do know, tell me no matter what it
も
is.
ちろん口外はしません。
And of course, I will keep quiet about it.
私は私の人生に決着をつけるために今日ここへ訪れてい
I
ます。
visited today to bring resolution to my life.
私は18です。
I'm
あの
18.
事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。
That incident took away 12 years of my life.
そしてこれからも奪い続ける
And
でしょ
it'll
う。
probably keep on taking.
私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。
Since that day when I was 6 years old, I've remained shut away in darkness.
そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
And you say, despite that, I still don't have a right to know? Well,
いや、失敬。
how rude of me.
たちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので、私もつい身構えてしまったようです。
It seems since all the others who came were of ill nature, I instinctively put up my guard.
失敬したのをお詫びします。
I apologize for my rudeness.
わかりました。
I understand.
他言無用を誓っていただけるなら、何でもお話しします。
You swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you everything.
ありがとう先生。
Thanks, doctor.
ではお願いします。
If you would,
何でも結構です。話してください。
tell me everything you can. Didn't she call him
知
sensei
って
and
の
not
通
doctor?
り、父は後ろ宮市の主治医であると同時に、チェスを通じた友人同士でもありました。
As you know, my father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's head physician, but his friend through the game of chess.
その信仰は後宮氏が六軒島に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした。
Was rather long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushiromiya moved to Rokkenjima.
どのくらい仲が良かったのですか？
How close were they?
相当だったようです。
Well, very close it
チェス
seems.
の縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです。
Seems their connection through chess led my father to stay at the mansion quite often.
私の口から言うのもなんだが、後宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした。
Although I may not be one to talk, Mr. Ushiromiya was extremely moody.
そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった。
My father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with humans like him.
孤独な後宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないで
It's
しょう。
not hard to imagine he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushiromiya.
当日は親族会議でした。
That day was the day of the family
後
conference.
宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われる。
At the conference, the inheritance and how it would be distributed were rigorously discussed,
さながら経営会議のようなものだった
making
と
it
されていま
almost
す。
a financial conference.
そのような席にまで出席を求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけで
Which
すね。
means Dr. Nanjo must have gained a trust so great he was asked to attend even that, right?
父は純朴な医師であり、
My father was a simple
後
doctor.
宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思い
I
ません。
cannot imagine he was in a position to advise on the distribution of wealth for a massively rich family like the Ushiromiya's.
おそらく当時の後宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうから、
He was most likely
その
called there
買い
to
添えと
assist
して呼ばれていたのでしょう。
with Mr. Ushiromiya's health. It was not at its best at the time.
親友の父ならおそらく口も固く、親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない。
Kinzo's close friend, I'm sure my father would have kept his mouth shut, and that he was trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference. Okay, so we're just getting like updates on the status of Nanjo, so that NJ's caught up on what's going on. I understand.
当時の後宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか？
Wasn't Ushiromiya Kinzo in very bad health at the
カル
time?
テが残っていたりはしますか？
Were there any medical charts left behind?
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。
Perhaps he brought the charts with him on the day of the accident.
後宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。
I'm afraid to say the entire folder of Mr. Ushiromiya's medical charts has been lost. Of course it was.
父のクラン家ですし、私も詳しいことはわか
He's
り
my
ません。
father's patient, so I don't know the details.
事件の前後、
Around the time of the
何か
incident,
気になるようなことはあり
did
ました？
anything strange happen?
あるにはあります。
There was one thing.
ですが、非常に誤解を招きそうなので、あまり言いたくはありません。
However, it seems exceedingly likely to invite misunderstanding, so I very much do not wish to discuss it.
何ですか？
And what is
それ
it?
を教えてください。
Tell me, please. For a while, the doctor beat around the bush, but after saying that much, he wouldn't be able to fool NJ by dodging the subject. He eventually gave it, and after making NJ swear herself to secrecy again, told her,
実は、あの事故の数日後に、私の自宅に郵便が届いたのです。
The truth is, several days after the accident, I received something by mail at my home.
郵便？
By mail?
それはとても奇妙な郵便で
Very
した。
curious.
差出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。
The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it.
何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。
Someone faked my name and sent
宛
it.
先は北海道の礼文島。
The destination was Rebun Island in
北
Hokkaido,
方領土の話を抜きにすれば、日本の最北端の島です。
including the northern territories. Is at the northernmost tip of
そ
Japan.
の宛先人がなんと礼文島の住所ではありますが、
The resident was apparently a residence. Recipient was apparently a residence on Rebun Island, but
父の名前だったので
the
す。
name was my father's.
しかし、送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて、
However, it seemed there was a problem with the destination address. It was stamped as address unknown.
差出人である私のところへ戻ってきたわけで
And
す。
returned to the sender, me. It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. However, he said he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone faked his name and sent it. The destination was Nanjo Terimasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Island, but the lot number written on it didn't exist. So the local post office was unable to deliver it, and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だったんですか?
What was inside?
本当に他言無用でお願いします。
I ask, keep silent about
私
this.
も非常に迷惑しているんです。
It's extremely troublesome for me as well. Okay, okay, I'm listening.
捨てるわけにもいかず。
Yet even so, I cannot throw it away. The doctor stood up and faced a bookshelf. There was a packed group of dictionaries that could only have been ornamental, meant to make it very clear the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope peeked out from behind them. He took it out and tossed it on the desk. It had been carefully sealed with cellophane tape. Its faded color and dryness made it clear it had been sealed 12 years ago.
くれぐれも他言無用でお願いします。
I ask most solemnly for your silence on this matter. Being so persistent, it was annoying the doctor removed the seal with a paper knife. Then, when he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope spilled out. The envelope had a weight to it, hinting there was something other than a letter inside. The recipient was certainly Nanjo Teramasa. Just seeing that was a huge shock. Following the incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he had eventually been treated as dead after going missing under extraordinary circumstances. Despite that, the letter was addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido. One could almost take it as a sign he faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を?
Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido?
あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に?
Was there another person with the same first and last names in Hokkaido?
父が何かの事情で事故を逃れ、北海道で存命していたのだとしたら、
If my father somehow escaped from the accident and lived on in Hokkaido,
私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。
that would have made most of his family very happy, regardless of the circumstances.
私も初めはその可能性を考えまし
I
た。
also thought of that possibility at first.
しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は
The
存
envelope's
在しない
destination
のです。
address does not exist.
つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him.
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は?
Is there a possibility the sender miswrote the correct address?
もちろん否定はできません。
I can't deny it.
ですが、住所の番地を見る限り、
Judging from the resident's house number, I find that very hard to believe.
北海道
Hokkaido,
礼文島
Rebun Island,
礼文郡
Rebun
礼
County,
文町
Rebun City.
1-2-34-567
1-2-34-567. Obviously a fake address. Makes sense. Up until Rebun City, it's fine, but I just couldn't wipe away the feeling the sequential number after 1-2-3-4-5-6-7 was a little insincere. It felt like a fake number that some kid made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。
It probably wrote a nonsense number that clearly didn't exist.
この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはずのない住所に送付された
I
と
think
考
it's
え
natural
る
to
の
assume
が
that from
自
the
然
very
だと
beginning
思い
this
ます。
envelope was sent to a non-existent residence to which they were hoping it would bounce because it couldn't find, so they were intentionally sending it to him. It had no chance of being delivered. Yeah. If it had no chance of being delivered, it was intentionally sent to the sender. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender, so it was intentionally sent to Nanjo Masayuki. Even in the case of an incomplete address, the local post office will often courteously, and to the best of its ability, research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. Yep, they work pretty hard to try and find the right person. It seems the same thing happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked on October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima is a long way from Rebun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned? In other words, there was a high chance that having the envelope returned to the sender after an unfixed amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. But why do something like that? Even before asking what was it that had been sent, this envelope was already wrapped in mystery. We got ourselves a mystery here. This is interesting.
中身は?
And inside it. So, I'm thinking again, this is a timeline. We're seeing some evidence of other timelines, so probably another reference to a timeline we haven't seen yet. Inside it.
どうぞ。
Go ahead. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small folded letter and a small key with a number plate attached. Then a magnetic card slid out. A112 was engraved on the key's number plate. I didn't know what it meant. The magnetic card was pitch black and had gold characters engraved in it. Members was written in English. The jet black gold-lettered card design made it feel like something very high class, but of course I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was just from that. I unfolded the letter, and its contents were extremely brief. Only the following was written. 0715-1129. Interesting. That would be the same digits we found on the door from the last arc, right? Where George and Shannon were. Interesting. Also written was the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. Okay, so the suggestion is that this is a bank number? Is that the suggestion? The account number with the lockbox A112? That was all. And this is...
貸金庫のカードと鍵、
card, a
そして
key,
暗証
and a
番号
pin
でした。
for a safe deposit box.
それも普通の貸金庫ではない。
It wasn't a normal safe deposit box
特
either.
別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
An unsettling one, apparently reserved only for special clients. After he finished putting his affairs in order following his father's death, he visited the bank. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt something of great importance was kept there, and he had been naturally curious about what it might be. At first, he hadn't known what to do. The card wasn't something he owned in the first place, and when he mustered up his courage, he showed the card to a bank clerk and was switched to a clerk of clearly high status, and guided to a large vault on the fourth basement. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor himself had stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts in safe deposit boxes before, but this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、
Unlike the procedure at the deposit box
カ
I'd
ー
been
ドと暗
using,
証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば、本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。
with this system, as long as you had a card, a pin, and a key, you didn't need to have your identity
です
confirmed.
が、とにかく厳重な金庫室で、
Oh, it
そ
might
の
be the
物
PIN
々しさ
number.
に怯えました。
Anyway, I was frightened at how imposing the secure vault was.
こんなところに預けざるを得ない、どんな物騒
I
なもの
wondered
が
what
待ち
kind
受
of
けている
shady
のか
object
と。
might await me that had to be stored in a place like this.
それで
And then,
カードをリーダーに通すと、暗証番号の入力を求められました。
when I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the pin.
そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が
After
認
that
められまし
8-digit
た。
number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vault.
すごい光景でしたよ。
It was an incredible
まるで
scene.
SF 映画のような世界だっ
A
た。
world like something from a sci-fi
薄
movie.
暗い銀色の広大な部屋に、びっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
Dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes. He had entered the room along with the clerk. It seemed as soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were determined. So the safes he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A11 には、それらの金庫のうちの一つを示すものでした。
A112 was one of the saves that were marked.
ちなみに、それ以外の金庫にも、ずらりと緑ランプが点灯してい
By
ま
the
し
way,
た。
there were several other safes marked with a green lamp beside that one.
20個以上はあったと思い
I
ます。
think there was at least 20.
あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。
There might have been more in the other
いずれ
corner.
にせよ、
In any event,
私の鍵は A11 に
I
の
only had the
み。
key to A112,
他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありま
and
せ
I
んで
had
した
no way
が
of checking the contents of the other safes. As the clerk watched, the door had unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case peeked out. It was carried into a separate room where, for the first time, the clerk left and he was introduced to the contents.
中身は
And they were
現金でした。
cash.
現金
Cash?
どれほど
How much?
新札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。
I heard a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick.
それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから。
Since these were packed tightly into a duralumin case of such a
多
size,
分1億はあったでしょう。
there was probably 100 million in total. So $1 million?
数え
Alright.
たわけではないからわかりません。
I don't know, because I didn't
テ
count.
スラ触れませんでしたから。
I didn't even touch it with my
私は
hands.
すぐに直感しま
I
した。こ
realized
れ
at
は
once.
危険な金だと。
This is dangerous money. It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a case in a safe like that. It's much easier to deal with if you put it in an account and turn it into numbers. When someone's unable to do that, it's clear that there's something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しました。
My mind went blank. I instantly realized I mustn't get involved.
それで一切手をつけなかった。
You didn't use it at all?
はい。
Correct.
そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。
I locked it as I'd found it, returned it to the safe, and left.
この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。
I thought about throwing away that key and card, but I don't know what will happen.
そのため、誰にも内緒で12年もの間、本棚
And
の
for
裏
that
に
reason,
隠し続け
I've
て
been
きたの
hiding
で
it in
す。
the back of this bookcase for a full 12
あ
years.
れが何の金だったのか、私にも未だにわかりません。
What kind of money that was?
この封筒をお借りすることはできますか？
Can I borrow the envelope?
いえ、
No.
この場で見るだけにしてくだ
Please
さい。
just view it here.
わかりました。で
Understood.
は、ちょっと失礼しま
Then
す。
if you excuse
調
me,
べ物を。
there's something I want to investigate. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I set down and opened the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. There was no mistake about the characteristic handwriting. The one who sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What could it be?
ええ
Wait, who the hell is this? They have a sprite?
そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。
Pretty sure I got something like that in the mail.
母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな。
Hey Mom, where'd you put that? The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. But he had been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it while running around all over the place. However, its strange contents had apparently stayed in his memory as he remembered as soon as NJ mentioned it to him. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife found the envelope, complaining he always forgot where he put things right away. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was the same as Nanjo's son's. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient, Kumasawa Chiyo. The destination was Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yayama County, Yonaguni City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yonaguni Island was at the westernmost tip of Japan, and the lot name was the exact same sequential number that had apparently been chosen without care. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the pin and bank's main branch written on it, a magnetic card, a key with an attached number plate. The inscription on the number plate was A113. The number right after the one on the key that had been sent to Nanjo. Most likely, inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash.
死んだお袋がメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。
I get the feeling my dead mother sent it to me from beyond the grave.
中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんで、ずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてた
I
ん
don't
で
really
す
get
わ。
what's inside, and it's creepy, so I just left it alone all this time and totally forgot about it until today.
お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですか
You
ね。
know what this is, girl?
ひょっとして、あんたのとこにも同じものが
Could it be the same kind of thing came to your place?
どうしたんです
What is
エン
it,
ジ
NJ
様
様?
うりゃ、頭痛
She's a headache. How would she know if it came to her place? She was A, 6 years old, and B, her new mother, the greedy Ava, probably took it.
ごめん。頭が
Sorry,
痛
my
い。
head hurts.
刺さってる。
I got it, I know.
知っている。
知ってるって
What do you
何
mean,
を
you know?
まさか
You don't mean
この封筒エンジ様のところにも
this envelope came to your place too, NJ-sama? I remembered! A strange envelope was sent to me 12 years ago. After losing my entire family, I was depressed. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so I still had a faint memory of it. It was a strange letter which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the recipient named was Ushiramiya Rudolph. My father. I remember how disturbed I was. I got a letter I thought was from father, and I opened it up and found a key and a card I didn't understand. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where'd I put the envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. However, I have a general idea, and I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there'd been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope.
Beatrice.
Beatrice.
これは何のつもりよ。
What was she trying to do here?
あいつは全ての遺族にこんなふざけた金をばらまいたというの。
This stupid money to all the surviving relatives?
死んだ後も愚弄するなんて許せない。
I won't forgive her for mocking them even after their deaths. Well, the good news is if you hadn't thrown that away, you would have been independently wealthy, NJ, so at the very least you could have lived your life in luxury, as that's like $1 million US. So that's not bad. Especially for the 80s, that's more than enough to retire on. Right? The old, like anything past, like, anything before like 2000, you could probably get it with $1 million, I think. And live luxuriously. Well, that's good. Doctaro acted nervously. As I looked at its worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に
I hate
始ま
her.
ったことじゃ
But
ないわ。
Beatrice isn't anything new.
あの6歳の日に、もうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに、
I was just surprised and
驚
angry
きと
to
怒
find
りを
out
感じただ
I had a
け。
connection with the witch already at the age of 6 on that day.
この12年間、
The past 12
エン
years.
ジェ様はずっとベアトリーチェ様の呪縛にとらわれてきた。
You've been constantly enslaved by Beatrice-sama's curse.
これがそのまさに呪縛の証と
It
な
might
る
be
のかも
proof
しれま
of
せん。
that of a curse.
ですが、どうかしっかり
Please hang in there.
それを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
Breaking through that was supposed to be part of the goal of this journey.
そうね。
That's right. So what are you gonna
頭
tell
に
this
血
guy?
を昇らせたって何の役にも立たないわ。
Letting the blood rise to my head won't get me
冷
anywhere.
静に考えなくちゃ。
Gotta think
これは
calmly.
どういうことなの？
What's
遺
going
族
on?
に1億円をばらまく意味は何？
What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to the relatives? Makes it obvious that it was premeditated, that's what it does.
挑発だとでも言うの？
Is she trying to
ベア
provoke
ト
it?
リーチェめ。
Damn that Beatrice.
エンジェ、落ち着いて。
Angie, calm down, calm down.
ウリュウ。
As Saktaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまり、ベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
I wonder if the envelope was sent to support the theory Beatrice was behind the crime.
消印は親族会議の直前。
It was postmarked before the family conference. Could have been sent by Kinzo. How about that one? If it's postmarked before the conference, Kinzo could have sent it.
そしてわざと時間をかけて返送されてくるように仕組まれてい
It
る。
was intentionally set up so it would be sent back after some time.
事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
They wanted it to arrive after the incident, is that it?
うん。そうなるわ。
That's what it implies.
でも、少し疑問もあるの。
But it raises a few questions.
なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
Why such an uncertain method?
不確実？
Uncertain?
ねえ。
Yes.
だって、何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて、事前には想像もできないじゃ
After
ない。
all, no one could even guess how many days it would take for the mail to return it before you used this
郵
trick.
送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて、
Normally,
普
you
通は
couldn't
想
even
像も
guess
できない。
at the amount of time it would take for the receiving post office to do the research, determine the recipient was unknown, return it.
そういえばそうだね。
Now that you mentioned
ち
it,
ゃんと到着の期日を決めて、そういう郵便で出した方が確実な
it'd be
の
more
よね。
dependable if they just set an arrival date and mailed it that way.
ウリュウ。
Good idea.
まあでも、
Maybe, but still.
前日に投函したんなら、どんなに早く戻ってきても、きっと月曜日以降の到着になったで
If
しょ
they
うし。
mailed the day before, and no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably arrive Monday or later. True, the mail does not arrive on the weekend.
死者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if they wanted to make it seem more like a letter from the dead.
死者からの手紙。
Letter from the dead, you'd say. Like the
確かに
bottle?
ね。
But clearly set up before the conference.
あれは驚くし、嫌な気持ちになるわよ。
It surprised me and made me feel bad.
死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が
The mail with my dead family's name written on the outside in large
物
letters.
々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込ま
Thrown
れて
in
い
the
るんだ
mailbox
から
with an ominous label attached.
でも私は何か腑に
But
落
it
ちない
doesn't
わ
make sense to me.
私だったら期日指定郵便にする
I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified
ひょっ
day.
としたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私
It
にはどう
doesn't
して
matter
も
what
理解
day
で
it
きない
arrives on other than that it arrives after you send it, the day after you send it out. I can't understand why someone would allow the uncertainty of it arriving on a day other than the one they imagine. You clearly weren't paying attention.
ウリュウ。でも、確かにそういうの、ベアトらしいかなって思う。
Really does sound like Beato to me.
あなたベアトのことわかるの
You know about Beato?
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど、
Only talked with her a little.
でも、ベアトならこういうことをするかなってのが、
Pretty much
なんと
accept
なく
Beato
わか
would
るの。
do something like this.
マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない？
Can't you imagine that happening too, Mammon?
ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね。
She likes pranks, right? Dude, it's I don't understand what's so complicated about this letter. Like, Kinzo could have sent the letter out the day before. I mean, he lives on a fucking island. Okay? Kinzo sends the letter out the day before. He's like, fuck, here's all the people who are obviously gonna be, like, you know, I'm gonna sacrifice a bunch of people. I should just give them all $1 million so they feel less awful about the fact that I ruined their lives. Not that he really cares, but, like, I don't know his reasoning. I'm just saying this is what could easily have happened. Kinzo sends out $1 million bill to everyone who's not going to be coming. The end. Like, how is this complicated? He sends it out on a Friday. He sends it out Friday, the day before the conference, the day everyone's arriving with the ship. And he's like, "Fuck it. If I die, I don't get the money. If people die." Because people are gonna die, you know, he's confident people are gonna die. He's like, I'll give their relatives some money. Why? I don't know his motive, but he gives them money, okay? And then the one person who didn't get it is like who's the only person who was slightly questionable is like NJ. Everyone else is completely reasonable, as like all the other people he kind of knows are gonna be on the island. Right? It's pretty straightforward. He knows where his family members live, so he can send them stuff. He knows where his servants live, he can send them stuff. Like, it doesn't seem super complicated to me here. I don't know why we're like panicking over like how the letter was sent. Like, we're not even panicking over how the letter was sent. It's like, oh my god, there's a letter that was sent out, and you're like, it doesn't matter what day it arrives on. It just needs to arrive at some date in the future. If you send it out on a Friday, the mail doesn't arrive on the weekend, so it's fucking done. Like, it doesn't matter as long as it's not arriving like the same day you sent it out.
確かにそうかも。
And the mail probably won't arrive same day. That might be true.
ベアドリージ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います。
Beatrice-sama to try a vicious prank, like a letter from the dead. Okay. We're still on this prank idea. It doesn't make sense. Why is there $1 million in cash?
絶対確実な方法じゃなくて、ちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの。
Beatrice would find it more interesting to do it through an uncertain method instead of one that's absolutely certain. Remember, like, Kinzo's ability is random chance, so this seems fine to him.
不確実な方法を面白がる
You'd find an uncertain method interesting? Kinzo's obsessed with RNG. I remembered what Mario One-chan's diary described playing with Beatrice very often. During those times, she sometimes played pranks on the adult relatives with Mario, but they always had a touch of witch aesthetics, which was that they were more interesting when they were uncertain. One day, Mario One-chan and Beato decided to use wind-up mini-cars she brought for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time, and if you made the mini-car back up, it would wind up the spring in the tires, and when you let go, it'd race forwards. Yep, okay. They wound up the mini-car and set it behind a milk jug. In other words, the prank was if you lifted the milk jug, the mini-car would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. Hoping someone would get caught in the prank, One-chan and Beato watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. Wow, that's a word. Okay. They were looking forward to seeing someone get caught by it, but no one ever moved the trap milk jug, and the trap ended in a misfire. When One-chan muttered, "We should have put it somewhere where it definitely would have been caught by someone," Beato apparently said this: "The most interesting and thrilling traps are those where you don't know who will get caught, or even if anyone will get caught at all." It's probably true. You wouldn't go get You wouldn't get this kind of excitement from a trap that certainly goes off. Similar accounts occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess the witch called Beatrice had a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is hard to deal with. I can't spin the chessboard around to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. Zenji examined these, her gaze darted from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. Then, where there, several framed pictures were hung. Many of them commemorative photos from when the relatives of the Kumasawa family gathered, or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa was in several. She still wore a smile that made it so you could almost hear her lighthearted ho 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 laugh. It's part of my distant memory. I definitely remember she was this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか?
Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa-san in the days leading up to the incident?
いや、いつも通りに見えたな。
She looked the same as ever.
親族会議はピリピリするから辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
The family conference put her on edge. She was always grumbling about how tough it was.
これは?
What's this? Among the several frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It's a picture of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. You couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which bugged me as I wondered why anyone had gone through all the trouble of taking it. As I got closer, I realized some characters had been written in a pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。
Oh, that's a photo I got when Mom's belongings were distributed.
例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
I think it had something to do with the legend of the gold thing.
魔女の碑文ですか?
The witch's epitaph.
10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。
It was whispered it pointed out the location of the 10 hidden tons of
熊沢
gold.
さんも挑んでおられたんですね。
Kumasawa tried to solve it
で
too.
も、これは碑文じゃない。
But this isn't the epitaph.
初めて見るものです。
The first time I've seen it. It was an arch above the Western-style door, and that's where the relief was. This is the church? Or the chapel? English words were engraved there, and that seemed to be what the picture was focused on. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。
This door is opened only at a probability of a quadrillion to
あなた
one.
は1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。
You'll be blessed only at a probability of a quadrillion to one.
知らないわ。
I don't recognize it.
こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary.
お袋の遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。
Have I tried solving the epitaph yet? I've had a couple looks at it to try and see if there's anything I can solve. I'm not going to have a crack at it right now. They don't feel like I've had new information for a while. In my mother's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notes that look like her trying to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
お袋も案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。
He was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of
なん
thing.
でも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。
And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold bars were hidden
そ
somewhere.
りゃお袋も夢中になるはずですわ。
It's no surprise she got so absorbed by it. In both Maria One-chan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It had talked about how it was a ceremony to open the door to the Golden Land, Beatrice's resurrection ceremony, and her succession ceremony. On and on. Maybe the most interesting was the last part about it being a succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you solved the witch's epitaph, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold in the Ashiramiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title Golden Witch. Among the family household at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz which the family head had arranged to choose for his successor. With the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she posed the question in part to choose her successor. There are slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its ominous contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder. And both of the message bottles drew a tale of a crime following the pattern. It could solve the witch's... If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, I wonder if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never had a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters tried as well. I also found certain theories like the La Plata theory and the Enora theory in certain books. However, neither of these theories are conclusive.
他にも資料が
Any other materials?
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。
I think so, but they're all split up between my
誰
siblings.
が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。
I have no clue who has what.
申し訳ない。
Sorry.
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むとめったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。
Just reading this English text that Kumasawa took a picture of it gives the impression this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened.
でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。
Where in the mansion is it, I
光の
wonder?
具合から屋外みたいだけど、
Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's
熊
outside.
沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
I wonder if Kumasawa-san thought the gold might be hidden in there.
さあ、
Ah, who knows?
いずれにせよ、六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。
Either way, I do wonder where in the Rockenjima mansion it
お
was.
ふくろの預金口座には、残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。
I hate to say it, but I think there's not enough money in Mother's bank account to make me think she found the gold.
さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
She probably didn't find it after all. Why don't you be nice and tell this guy what the contents of the envelope lead to? Be like, hey, if you go to the central bank, just, give the cashier this thing, open up your lockbox, there'll be like 100 million yen in cash if you're looking for it. Be kind of nice, but I don't think she cares. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ishiromiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rockenjima on that day, sending large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like, hell, it's a letter from the dead. It was sent out before anyone died. Therefore, it's not a letter from the dead. It's like a desecration of the dead. Come the fuck on. I was once again convinced. When my family died on the island that day, they didn't go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. Alright then. That's one way of putting it. The last place NJ visited was a store in the region between the housing district and the retail stores with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. There lived the man who'd been the boat captain of the ferry boat to Rockenjima at the time. Even he, who once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness, and was now taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife.
よく覚えてる。
I remember it very well.
あんた、まだこんなに小さかった。
You were still about this small.
立派になったな。
Look how you've grown.
そして、さぞや辛かっただろ
Must have been tough on
う。
you.
お前さんの気持ち、よくわかるぞ。
I know very well how you must feel. The former boat captain was in such high spirits you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear too, and he could remember the events of more than a decade ago, well, apparently even about how NJ had been at the time. The way he chatted on was very helpful for NJ, but at the same time he also remembered the final family conference very well. The fact he remembered even details like Battler's fall, fall, fall madness on the boat was actually painful for her. It had been so back then as well, but even now there was no public way to cross to Rockenjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I'd been unable to arrange for a boat to Rockenjima, so if he refused me, such a voyage would probably become hopeless.
わかってる。
I getcha.
今、あの島に行きたがる船なんぞ、簡単には見つからんだろう。
I won't be eager to find a boat eager to go to that island.
今じゃ六軒島と呼ばず、古い名前の悪食島と呼ぶ者までおる。
By now, there's even some who call it by its old name, Akuji Kishima instead of Rockenjima.
この辺りの船乗りじゃ、首を縦には振るまいな。
It's understandable why the sailors around here would turn down your request. From the start, fishermen feared Rockenjima as an island of misfortune, and because of that incident 12 years ago, the fear reached a peak. They respected the sea, feared it, hell they revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island, and because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross to Rockenjima, and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this caused the sense of mystery surrounding Rockenjima to increase even more, which had resulted in the propagation of the bizarre witch stories they loved so much. which makes people more scared of it because people are idiots.
船
But
は
it is private
出
land.
してもらえ
It is
る
a
で
private.
しょうか。
Would you take me in your boat?
うん。
Yep.
明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。
You're supposed to give it back to me for just
最
tomorrow.
近はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいがな。
Although it seems its engine's been in a bad mood lately.
かっ飛ばしてやるわい。
I'll knock it into shape. That's suspicious. The former boat captain promised tomorrow he'd go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rockinjima. Me sitting here, red flags everywhere. Now my method of transport to Rockinjima is insured. He's calling the Sumaderas. This probably is all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow. On Rockinjima, I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years. Dude, it's a fucking trip. Isn't that great?
これで島へ行けるようになったね。
That's way too easy. It's way too easy. You walk up and you're like, hey, can I get a ride? And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. Tomorrow, right? Yeah, I'm randomly, I'm getting my boat tomorrow. What a coincidence. I just 24 hours, you'll get a free boat ride. And you're like, interesting. Wait, you'll be able to go to the island.
そうね。
It sure does.
船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で
I'd
助
heard
かっ
it'd
た
be
わ。
hard to find a boat, so the boat's captain's helpfulness really saved me.
エンジ様ほどではないにしても、
Although it may not be the same as it was for you, Enji-sama.
船長にとっても12年前の事件は、未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。
I'm sure the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well, one that he still hasn't been able to pull out.
ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。
And the boat captain wasn't able to sort out his feelings? You should ask if he got a letter. I'm curious if he did. He probably didn't, but I'm curious if he did.
ずっと。
The whole time.
そりゃそうでしょう。
That's probably
約
true.
束通り10月5日に、あのじいさんが船を出してくれれば、大勢が助かった可能性がある。
If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance he could have saved a lot of people.
ちょっと風が強いからといって、船を絞らなければ。
If he hadn't been hesitant to go out because of a little wind.
ウリュウ、そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
You shouldn't say things like that.
船長さんも、それを今日までずっと苦しんできたはずだよ。
Sure, that pained the boat captain constantly until today. Apparently, they truly had been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the captain, he'd known for certain they'd be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rockinjima on the 4th, but the family had been persistent about the date of their conference, which had been determined beforehand. It was only natural. All the relatives had been busy at the time, and they came to the family conference only after arranging their schedules beforehand. It was probably a situation where they couldn't easily push it back to the next week because a typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the captain's fault, but perhaps you could say that he wasn't so irresponsible he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as they said, there's no doubt the captain had been dragging the events of 12 years along with him this whole time, and by taking me, the last member of the Ishirami line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for his past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。
The boat's gonna return just after noon. This is like red flag central, by the way. This captain, holy
それ
shit.
からあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。
I'll guide you to Rockinjima after that, so we should arrive before evening.
電気も明かりもない島だ。
It's an island without electricity nor lights.
あまり長いはできんぞ。
You won't be able to stay
そ
long.
の程度の上陸で、
Will
あ
you
ん
be
たの気は
satisfied
済むか
with
ね。
the landing that short?
長いしたから何かの気が済むと
There's
いうも
nothing
の
that
で
would
もあり
make me
ま
more
せんし、
satisfied by staying
船を
longer.
出してもらえるだけでも感
I'm
謝しま
grateful
す。
just to have you take me there.
うん。すまんな。
Don't mention it.
わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
If I hadn't parted with my boat, I'd be able to guide you to the island as much as you liked without being stingy. It's not like I have a goal of doing something particular on Rockinjima. I'll be there during the evening. The evening, which straddles the two different worlds of day and night, seems almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly 1998 and 1986. It seems like the most fitting time to visit Rockinjima. It's not like I have anything in particular to do there. Just staying there a few hours should be enough for me to find some closure. At the time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Moxa stuck his head in, tapping his watch. I nodded back and told him about how I succeeded in reserving a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかった。
Great.
そろそろ参りましょう。
Time for us to go.
船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain.
おう、任せておけ。
Sure, leave it to
お
me.
前さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いと
I've
る。
heard all about what you guys got
わし
through.
も当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。
I also watched the talk shows at the time and was disgusted by the people who stirred up that incident just for
協
fun.
力は惜しまんよ。
I'll help out
あり
any
が
way
と
I
うござい
can.
ます。
Thanks.
それでは明日お昼
We'll
に
see you noon tomorrow then.
これ
Here.
船代に
The fare for the boat. NJ took a wrapped wad of 10,000 bills from her pocket. The captain should have noticed its thickness as well, but he paid it no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。
I'm grateful for
これ
you.
は天のお導きだ。
It's a sign from the
あん
heavens.
たを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。
Been given a final chance to take you to Rockinjima and bring you back
わし
safely.
は金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を、今、ようやく終えることができる。
And now I'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo-san entrusted
だ
me
か
with.
らあんたには感謝してる。
I'm thankful.
金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。
I got more than enough money from Kinzo back
あ
then.
んたから取れんよ。
I can't accept yours.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
階段、足元に気をつけてな。
Watch your step on the stairs.
急だぞ。
It's steep. I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. Oh, interesting. There's like drawers and cupboards in his staircase. It was getting hard to believe that there was actually a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Much of the first floor was a bedding store with many futons piled on top of each other. We weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Amakusa dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。
The grandchild's
泊
room's
まって行
empty.
っても構わんのに。
I wouldn't mind if you stayed
見
there.
ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
As you can see, we've got plenty of futons. It's literally a futon store.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks for the offer.
万一の時、ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
But this way, even if the unexpected happens, you won't be bothered.
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。
I don't know the details. It seems you've been caught up in a lot of trouble.
うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂になっとる。
There's a rumor some suspicious people are looking for
あ
someone.
んたのことじゃないのかね？
Wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
さあ、
Well, who knows? NJ played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰ることが仕事だった。
My job is to take guests to Rockinjima and bring them back again.
その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。
It was put on hold 12 years ago and still hasn't
だ
ended.
からわしは、
So?
あんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。
Thanks to you, I'll finally be able to finish it.
だから、
Listen up.
わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。
Let me finish this
わ
job,
かって
okay?
るな。
You understand?
ええ。
Yeah.
別に私は死にに行くんじゃない。
It's not like I'm going there to die. A part of me does feel that if I could die on the island, surely I'd be able to go where my family is. I've finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way heading towards Rockinjima in search of a place to die. The captain had guessed that as well, and that's why he repeatedly told me not to die.
ええ。死にません。
I won't die.
約束します。
I promise.
そもそも私、
After all,
どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、
I'm not
未
sure
だ
if
に
there's
あ
any
やふやなん
reason
ですから。
I need to go to Rockinjima.
いや、目的はきっとある。
I'm sure there's a reason. If you get in a shootout with your Miss Sumadara and her guards and kill all of them, that could be a good reason. And you're like, I don't know. I went to Rockinjima, my family's private island. Some people landed. I shot them. It was self-defense. Or sorry. Sorry, that doesn't fly in Japan because you're not allowed guns. So, I went to Rockinjima. I came back. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean Miss Sumadara is gone and went to Rockinjima? Oh, must have been murdered. Must have been murdered by Beatrice, the ghost.
あんたにないなら、
I didn't
そ
see
れは
one.
彼らにあるんだ。
I was at the island on the west. I was at the west. I was at the hidden mansion. I'm sure there's a reason. Even if there isn't one for you, there is one for them.
島があんたを呼んだ。
The island called you. Just say you were at the other mansion.
だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
That's why you came here.
そうかもしれません
Might
ね。
be true.
私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I might have been called. I was called, but for what reason? For them? Father? Mother? Battler Oniche? Maria Onecha? Or maybe that golden witch, Beatrice. What is on Rockinjima, and what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow is finally almost here, I haven't been able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日
I'll see you tomorrow.
失礼します。
If you'll excuse me.
うん。
Winding between the stacks of futons in the cramped store, I was about to go outside when my feet stopped.
どうしたね?
What is it?
あれは
What's that?
ん? あれ?
That?
はて。
What?
何の話だね?
What are you talking about? Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed nothing in the direction that should have surprised me. That must mean... Impossible.
ありえない。どうしてウリュウ、エンジェ、どうして
What does it mean?
どういうことなのこれ
What's going
は
on?
私にだってさっぱりだわ。
I don't have a clue either.
そんなバカなことってある
There's
の
no way something got
こ
ridiculous.
れは魔法なの
Is this magic?
奇跡なの
A miracle?
ええ、
Probably fate.
多分これは私は今
Now I
理解したわ
understand.
これが私の使命だったのよ
This was my mission.
ウリュウ、私には何が何だ
I
か。
don't have a clue what... Shaking, I pointed into the thin darkness inside the store and froze up.
どうしたんだね?
What is it?
何があるんだね?
You see something there, don't you?
わからん。わしにはわからん。
I don't see anything.
あんたには何が見えてるのかね?
What is it you see?
ありがとう船長
Thank you, Captain.
全部
Everything.
これは運命だったんです
It was fate.
ここに私が訪れることさえ
Even me visiting this
運
place.
命だった
If you pay attention to the background, you may understand it now. Is it the butterflies that I can see? The golden butterflies on the futons or the bedding? That's probably what I would say. Is she's looking at. If I had to say something in this image, it'd be the golden butterflies on the stuff to our left of the guy's head that he's sweating about. You can see them clearly. I think they're gold butterflies. In the bedding. You can see them on the like off red futon. There's gold butterflies and what looks like yellow flowers. That's what I'm guessing is what he's seeing. Nothing else looks incredibly suspicious or stands out immediately. There's a bunch of futons. There's like white rabbits. There's white rabbits. There's some snow. I don't see anything else that immediately sticks out. That's what I'm leaning for. Her pointing at if it's not going to tell me.
これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で使命なんです
And the purpose I'm going to Rockinjima for.
エンジさん
Ninja-san?
どうしました
What is it?
トラブルですか
わしにもさっぱりわからん。
That's why he sees it, but
お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
she just froze up while pointing into the darkness.
エンジさん
Ninja-san?
大丈夫ですか
You okay?
何が見えるんですか
What can you see?
あなたたちには見えないの
Can't you two see it?
それよそれ
It's that right there.
見えないの
Can't you see it?
見えるのはただの陳列棚です
All I see is the normal display case.
誰も言いやしませんぜ
There's no one there, right?
ウリュウ、
Gotcha.
エンジェ。
I mean, nothing else seems obviously suspicious. There's no, like, there's no obvious numbers. Definitely not obvious. Alright.
僕には何が何だかわからな
I
い
don't know
よ。
what's going on.
これは夢なの？
Is this a dream?
魔法なの？どういう
Magic?
こと
What
な
is
の？
it?
エンジェ？
NJ? Black Tara lifted his face towards NJ, and from his eyes slid a single tear.
エンジェ様。
理解したわ。
I
お
understand.
姉ちゃん。
Honey.
そしてベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
ウリュウ。
This is magic, isn't it? Alright then. A test? Yes. Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Krauss to the guest house, and the message was that Kinzo wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to become his successor. The head has said his successor will not be one of us siblings. He wants to pick from among his grandchildren. From Krauss's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized, as his daughter, he was being forced to speak. And she was forced to realize that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused the test, there's a possibility the hostages would be harmed. What do we do? Indeed. Hold on. Krauss put down the receiver and looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order.
テストの前に無関係なものを排除しなくてはならない。
Before the test, those not involved must be removed.
ゴーダと熊沢がそこにいるのであろう。
Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe.
テストに干渉されては邪魔なのでな。
It'll be a problem if they interfere with the test.
彼らをゲストハウスより追放せよ。
Banish them from the guest house.
追放ですか?
Banish, you say?
バラ庭園に園芸倉庫があったはず。
There's a gardening storehouse in the Rose Garden.
そこへゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めて施錠せよ。
Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there.
まずはそれからだ。
We'll begin from there.
直ちに遂行するように伝えよ。
Tell them to do it immediately.
我が武具たちが監視する。
My weapons will be watching.
疑わしい行為に及べば、テストは直ちに中止し、お前たちすべてを生贄として処刑する。
If they do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices.
わかりました。
I understand.
もしもし、ジェシカ。
Hello, Jessica.
今から父さんの言うことをよく
Listen
聞き
closely
な
to what
さ
I say. Krauss relayed the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa.
どんなテストをなさるつもりですか?
What kind of test are you planning?
ああ、実に簡単なテストだ。孫たちの覚悟を見せてもらうだけだ。
I only want my grandchildren to show me their results.
さて、どんな結果を見せてくれるのか。
I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. Looking disgusted, Kyrie watched Krauss, who was talking with the children. I hate it, but for now we can't refuse orders. In this dungeon, a feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there'll no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, the only choice is to obey his rules without agitating him. All the while waiting for an opportunity. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in this so-called test. They might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, straining our eyes so that we don't let a single chance escape until the end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Kyrie watched over Krauss as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
Kyrie-san.
Kyrie-san.
ここは辛抱しましょう。
Be patient.
わかってるわ。 悔しいけれど、今は待つしかない。
Unfortunate, but all we can do is wait.
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば、私たちは屋敷へ戻ることができるんだから。
If only we could do something about these bars, we might be able to return to the mansion. Weren't they planning on disassembling the phone to try and pick the lock on the jail cell, and then they abandoned it because they realized the phone worked? They could just take that plan and be like, we're gonna try to break out. We won't be calling again. You're on your own.
なんとかここを出られれば。
If only we could somehow get out of here.
試してみましょう。
I'll try something.
金蔵さん、頼みがある。
Kinzo, I have a request.
何か我が友
What is it, my friend?
金蔵さんが子供たちを試したいというのはよくわかった。
We understand, Will, you want to test the children.
金蔵さんの納得のいくようにするといい。
It's fine if you free to do as you desire.
金蔵さんの力がなければ、とっくに潰れていたかもしれない後ろ宮家だ。
Without your power, the Ishirimiya family would have been destroyed long ago.
その担い手を慎重に選びたい気持ち、よくわかる。
We understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take
それ
charge.
に、そのための親族会議。
And that is what the family conference is all about.
私ら邪魔はせんよ。
We won't get in your way.
お前の理解が得られて助かる。
Your insight is useful.
そうだ。
That's right.
こ
This
れ
is
は
the family
親族
conference.
会議なのだ。私が次期当主を選び決定する最後の親族会議なのだ
The
よ。
final family conference where I will select my successor. I will say success my successor, and that's not going to work.
それでだが金蔵さん。
And yet, Kinzo-san,
ここはあまりに
far too cold
す
in
ぎ
here.
る。あんたのテストの邪魔はせんから、もう少し暖かい場所に移してもらうことはできん
Since
か
we won't interfere with your test, could you take us to a slightly warmer place? At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. That was a dumb request. Nanjo was struck at the moment of silence as Kinzo gazed at him with dangerous eyes as though appraising him.
確かにここは冷えますね。
Certainly, this place is
老
cold.
体にはおつらいでしょう。
It's tough on an old body.
親方様、
Master.
上の部屋に移し替えても良いのでは？
Would it be alright if we moved them upstairs?
それはできん。
I cannot do that.
甘いぞ、南條。
Are you naive,
お前
Nanjo?
は一手猶予を与えるような素振りで、実に華麗に布石を打つではないか。
So, by acting as though you'll skip this turn, you truly and splendidly advance your
その
strategy.
手には乗らんぞ。
I'm not falling for that, you see.
凍えるというなら、真っ赤に焼けた石炭でも敷き詰めてやればよい。
If you're freezing, why don't I line the floor with red hot coals?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies. Virgilia had tried to help out, but in the end, Kinzo would not comply.
あなたたちはおとなしいのね。
Too sure are obedient.
その気になれば、こんな鉄格子、簡単に破れるでしょうに。
If you felt it, you could easily break these bars.
ここを破ったとて何もなりません。
Even if we break them, nothing will come of it.
確かに。
Of course.
ここを破ったなら、ゴールドスミスのゲームが終わることを意味する。
If you break these, it'll mean the end of Goldsmith's
あな
game.
たたちも、そしてゲストハウスの人間たちも即座に金蔵の儀式の生贄となるでしょうね。
All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ceremony. I don't know why they didn't just stab Kinzo in the throat immediately, because he gave them. He's like, "Yeah, if you guys kill me, I'll end the ceremony." And they're like, "Sounds like a deal to me." Stab, stab, he's dead. Like, the second he tries to summon anyone, he gets killed, and that's the end. Like, that would have been way easy. Like, considering they seem to have knowledge of previous cycles, if they'd just been like, ah, fuck it, alright. You want an easy end for the cycle? I kill Kinzo and move on with my life? Shit, alright. A nice cycle where we can relax for 2 days with no one dying before everyone dies to demons? Or are they just hoping that they get murdered peacefully? Like, what are you hoping for in this cycle? Or I guess they're debating not giving a fucking hanging out, but still. We haven't had a cycle where they could actually end the game by killing someone and just being like, fuck it, it's over for this cycle, we'll restart in a minute. Anyway, we'll just wait for 2 days. If you break these, it means the end of the Goldsmith's game, and everyone becomes sacrificed for King's ceremony. Now they do.
でも、案外、あなたたちだけかもしれないわよ。
Surprisingly, you two might be the only ones
この
yet.
状況を打開できる力を持っているのはね。
Perhaps only you two hold the power to break out of the situation, right? Right?
黄金鏡にたどり着きたいんでしょ。
You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you?
叶えたい夢がいっぱいあるんでしょ。
You must have many dreams you were granted, right?
ガープ
Go.
挑発はいけませんよ。
Don't provoke
これ
them.
はあなたのゲームでは
This
ない
is not your game.
親方様のそしてお嬢様のゲー
The
ムです
Master's, as well as Milady's game.
どうしたロノウェイ
What is it, Ronove?
いえいえ何も。
Nothing, nothing.
捕虜とおしゃべりをしていまし
You're talking to
た。
the prisoners.
お許しを。
Forgive us. Gop sent one final sneering smile at Kanon, and then turned away. Kanon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists.
くそ。
よく頑張ったね。よく我慢したよ。
Good job hanging in there.
僕たちは無力。
We're powerless.
家具だから。
We're furniture. Kanon is
そうだね。
useless because he chooses
私
to
た
be
ちは無
useless.
力。
Right, we're
で
powerless.
も家具は必要とされることだって。そして
We're furniture.
愛されることだってあるよ。
Sometimes relied upon and even
今
loved.
の私たちは暗い地下室にしまわれているだけ。
Right now, we've just been stored away in the
きっ
basement.
といつか誰かが愛してくれる。
Surely one day someone will love us,
必要としてくれるから。
because they'll rely on us.
だから今は挑発に乗らないで耐えよ
For
う。
now. Let's ignore their provocation and bear with it. Okay?
お父さん
Father,
ゴーダたちを倉庫に閉じ込めるよう指示をしました
I've ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse. Alright?
よかろ
Very
う
well.
電話を切ってよい
Hang up now.
シエスタ姉妹
Yes, your
孫
sisters.
たちがゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めるのを監視せよ
Observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away.
もしも不審な動きがあるようならばその時点で次期当主を選ぶテストは終了だ
If they do anything suspicious in that moment, the selection test for my successor will be over. When Kinzo made his orders, the Siestro sisters appeared behind him in a line.
了解であります。
Understood,
石
sir.
膏は私がやる。556と410は両翼支援。
556 and 410 will cover both flanks. Wait, isn't she like
45は全
free
周
a
警
free
戒
number?。45, you're on wide area surveillance.
0056は
556 is.
そうだった。
That's right.
すまない。
Sorry.
いい子でした。
She was a good kid.
だから私は嫌いに。
That's why I don't like them.
いいやつは
Good people.
何をしているかシエスタ
What are you
姉
doing,
妹
Siestro sisters?
我が命令を遂行せよ
Follow my orders. Oh, new
失礼し
background.
ま
The
した。
cave. The cave randomly.
で
Oh,
は
thank you, sir.
監視に向かうであります。
Let's go up to
出撃
Move! The Siestro sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kyrie witnessed the instance they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But they interpreted this as moving in and out of the darkness in a way that looked like teleportation. And the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
さて
Well then,
私はテストの準備をしよう
I'll begin the preparations for the
ロ
test.
ノウェイ
Renovate.
ガー
Yup.
プお前たちには試験官を頼む
I'm asking you to be the examiners.
ワルギリアはこやつらを監視するように
Virgilia, watch these rats.
何しろ我が家具が2人いる
After all, 2 of my furniture are here.
一応は警戒せよ
Just in case, be on your guard. He glanced at Shannon and Kanon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow and answered, wordlessly avoiding any unnecessary actions.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
注意します。
I'll be careful.
リーアの老体には寒くて辛くない？
Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah?
湯たんぽでも持ってくる？
Should I bring you a hot water bottle?
うるさいです。
Shut up.
早く追いきなさい。
Go quickly.
ガップ。
Yeah. They call their gap into a gap.
さてさてテストとはそして試験官とは今回のゲームは変わった試みですね
What a strange experience this game is to have a test and
お
examine.
嬢様を楽しませる展開になると良いのです
I
が
hope this development entertains, milady.
さあさあおいでなさい、ヤギの従者たち。
Arise, goat attendants. Virgilia began to call out into the darkness, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants suddenly appeared.
リーチの眷属ね。
Ah, Beato's
便
minions.
利だわ。
How convenient.
しかも暖かそうだし。
And they seem so
あ
warm.
あ、湯たんぽの代わりね。
So you use them instead of a hot water
な
bottle.
ら、ヤギより羊の方がいいんじゃない？
Wouldn't sheep have been better than goats then?
カシミヤ雑巾のくせにうるさいですよ。
You're the one wearing cashmere?
彼らは賢くはありませんが、命令に忠実で強靭な頼れる従者たちです。
They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable.
任せるぞ。
I leave it to
我
you.
が友ワルギリアよ。
My friend Virgilia.
残りの者は私と来い。
The rest of you follow me. With a dignified gesture, Kinzo fluttered his cloak. Following him were Ronove and Gop, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants, Oof.
あなたたちは私と残るのですよ。
Hey, you 3 are supposed to wait here with
つ
me.
いていかないように。
Don't follow them. The goats jumped in surprise, then came tottering back. Kyrie, who'd been watching, stunned as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort.
愉快な部下ね。
What entertaining underlings.
ゴールドスミス卿より死後の許可は与えられていませんよ。
Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak. She was probably embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coolly, but Kyrie saw through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. Over on the inside, Kyrie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. After all, including Kinzo, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuadorian. Although the mansion had been whispered of, not even Krauss had known of the existence until today. Are actually several facilities like this on Rockinjima? Where many unknown henchmen that only Kinzo knows of hide? How many people are on Rockinjima locked away by that tycoon? Or the typhoon? Hold up. Did she say tycoon or typhoon? Typhoon. On the contrary. Were we the only ones under the impression there were only 18 people on the island? Were we, who bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and worried about whether a 19th person existed or not, nothing more than frogs in a well on this island? Oh, wait, not only that. By now, are there actually more people on the enemy's side than on ours?
何が起こってるの？一体。
What the hell's going on?
魔女？悪魔？魔法？
Witches, demons, magic?
それを信じろというの？
Are you telling us to believe in them?
おかしいのは私の目？それとも頭なの？
Are my eyes screwed up or is it my head?
頭がどうにかなりそうよ。
I'm losing it. A mass murder by magic, demons forming and disappearing into thin air, setting aside the enemy's numbers. How should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of our world? Well, we can explain them with none of this happened because we haven't seen Kyrie or any of the others before they died. Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore, and we could just act like all of this stuff and say Kinzo is going by himself. A lot of weird dialogue, but hey, we can reject any scene. And we can even reject that these people are alive and that any of these scenes are happening. Kyrie started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore, and while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she gritted her teeth and tried to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked up in the Rose Garden shed, but they were threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once they started thinking that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to their gardening storehouse was to be handed to them after being shut inside, and when it was decided that blankets and food would be carried in for them, they were finally convinced.
This
place is pretty chilly.
私たちはいつまでここに閉じ込められていればいいのでしょう
How
か。
long we'll have to stay locked in here?
下手をすると月曜の朝まで丸々一昼夜はいてもらうことになるかもしれない。
Could be as late as Monday morning at the worst, so a full day and night.
本当にお二人には申し訳なく
Feel
思う
bad
よ。
about doing this to you too. Georgian battler cleared a space on the floor and then spread the blankets here. Well, judging by Kinzo's elaborations on what should be done, I'm assuming that one of his first resolve tests is going to be to kill one of your siblings or one of your cousins or something like that, right? Since he said, like, since he said, why haven't you just removed George from the Krauss from the, sorry, not George. Why haven't you removed Krauss from the equation and removed his ability to claim successorship? So he wanted his children to murder Krauss if they thought he was incapable. So I'm assuming he's going to ask for that to happen to one of these kids to prove his morals or something like that would make sense. Because he seems to want people to be like excessively violent and to use any means to achieve what their goals are. We'll see what he actually decides, but that is a possibility. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor, then spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they'd brought.
月曜の朝までを二人でこの量じゃ辛いな。
It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday with just
せめ
this.
て厨房に寄れたなら。
If only we could make a trip to the kitchen.
余計な場所には行くなと言われてる。
They said don't go anywhere we weren't told to.
私たちは監視されてるらしい
Sounds
し
like
な。
we're being watched. Damn.
何もお力になれないことを申し訳なく思います。
I'm sorry, we cannot be of any
こんな時に皆さんのおそばにいてこその
These
私どもなのに。
times we're truly supposed to be at your sides.
仕方ないです。
That can't be helped.
それより熊沢さんをよろしく頼みますね。
Take care of Kumasawa-san.
何が起こるかわからない。
We don't know what might happen.
いざという時は臨機応変に助けてほしい。
If things get tough, I'd like you to play it by ear and come to the
そし
rescue.
て何よりも無事でいてほ
But
しい。
more than anything, I'd like you to be safe.
ええ、分かっています。皆さんこそ
Be careful,
気を
everyone.
つけ。今の親方様はまるで人の命をチェスの駒のように奪います。
Right now, the master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a chessboard. That doesn't make sense. There's no opposing force.
気をつけてください。
Look out for yourselves. There should be an opposing force taking his pieces then. But there isn't. Yoda stared at the floor, even unable to believe what had happened as he remembered the atrocity in the dining hall, and he hung his head in shame at his failure to describe that terror.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
くれぐれも注意してください
Make
ね。
sure you stay on guard.
熊沢さんも。
You too, Kumasawa.
ジョージさんたちもくれぐれもご用心なさってください
Please
ね。
take care as well.
もう私には何が
I have
何
no
やら
idea what's going
さ
on
っ
anymore.
ぱりわかりませんと。
それじゃあ僕たちは行きます。
Well then, we'll be off.
行こう、バトラ君。ジェシカ
Go,
ちゃん。
Battler King. Jessica?
ほら、マリアちゃんも。
You too, Maria-chan.
おー。
Looking at the pitiful expressions on the imprisoned pair's faces, it got really hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. The shutter was brought down and locked. Then George walked around towards the small window on the side of the storehouse. At the side, there was a small latticed window that could only admit light and ventilation. It looked more like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other side, a hand it would hopefully protect from Kinzo and his subordinates. He opened the window and called out,
大丈夫ですか？寒くないですか？
Are you okay? You aren't cold, are you?
え
We're fine.
え、毛布をこんなにいただきましたか
He
ら
gave us so
ね。
many blankets after
く
all.
るまっていればきっと平気ですよ。
We wrap ourselves up, we'll be fine.
石油ストーブとかを持ってくればよかったな。
We could have brought them a kerosene stove or something.
ここじゃ換気できないからね。
There'd be no ventilation.
辛いだろうけど、今は仕方がない。
It'd be tough, but there's nothing we can do now.
僕たちは人質を取られている。
Hostages are being held against us.
逆らえない。
We shouldn't disobey.
畜生。なんとかキリエさんたちを救出
If
す
we
ることが
save
できれば。
Kyrie and the rest somehow,
聞かれてるかもしれないよ。
you might be listening.
ゴーダさん、これ。
Goda-san, here.
そのシャッターの鍵です。
It's the key to the shutter.
確かにお預かりします。
Oh, hold on to it. Goda took the key, showed it to Kumasawa, and placed it in his own pocket. There's only one key to the gardening shed's shutter. The key is being held by the ones locked inside it. If the children had kept it and had it stolen from them by some chance, they would do nothing but expose the lives of those in the shed to danger. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. Kinzo's demands were fulfilled this way. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This protected them. Kinzo had ordered they be confined, but we could do nothing but trust that the locks on this cold, closed room would protect them. Jessica watched this while holding Maria's hand, and then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, someone was hiding, watching to see if we obeyed orders or not. Of course, when we pointed our flashlights out there, no suspicious silhouettes appeared. Someone was surely out there, hiding and watching. Who knows? If you don't see someone, they may not be there. I was hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but I was able to hold that back. For a reason. The 4 children left the area repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. I mean, they may just be paranoid and thinking that he's watching. Or he is watching, like who knows. The light from the faint light bulb in the guarding storehouse was seeping out slightly. I wonder if this insane incident will come to an end somehow so we can meet those two again. To George, who closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock made it feel as though he'd killed them with his own hands.
それでも俺たちは逆らえないんだよな。
Even so, we can't defy them.
テストだと。
What's with this test?
クソじじいめ、ふざけやがって。
Don't screw with them.
それで母さんたちが殺されて、父さんたちが捕まって。
Killing mom, capturing dad for that. You should have known the crazy occult guy would start sacrificing people in his attempts to do literally anything. I don't get it.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカお姉ちゃん。
It's okay, Jessica お姉ちゃん。
悲しくなんかないよ。
Nothing to be sad about. Maria.
マリ
ア。もうすぐ魔女は蘇る。
Soon the wish will be
す
revived.
ぐに黄金鏡で会えるよ。
Soon we'll be able to meet the golden way.
あいて。
不謹慎なことで笑うんじゃ
Don't
ねえ
laugh
ぜ。
indiscreetly like that.
何が魔女復活の儀式だ。
Seriously? A resurrection ceremony for a witch?
妄想はじい様の頭の中だけにしとけいいものを大勢巻き込みやがって。
In delusions he should have just kept inside his
こ
head.
いつは高くつくぜ。
Gonna cost you, old man.
畜生、ゲストハウスに戻ろう。
Oh, let's return to the guest
おじい
house.
様から電話があった際に、不在だったらまず
It'll
い。
be bad if we aren't there when grandfather calls. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house, and at that moment Jessica turned in a circle facing the darkness of the rose garden and roared.
おい、誰か見てんだろ。
Someone's watching, right?
じじいに伝えとけ。
Tell the old
絶
man.
対にぶち殺してやるってな。
Tell him I'll fucking kill him.
行こう。
Let's go. Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, while fearing what was waiting for them up ahead. Alright. We got a test coming up ahead. After they left, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
バレてました。
Found me out.
45がすっとろいからバレたに。
Because you're too slow.
竜王様に怒られる。
Dragon Sama's gonna scold you.
ごめんなさい。竜王様に言いつけるのは許してください。
Please don't tell Pendragon Sama.
黙れ静かに。
Why?
どうせハッタリだ。
It was obviously just a bluff.
ゴーダと熊沢の監禁は確認した。
Goda and Kumasawa's imprisonment confirmed.
任務完了。
Mission complete.
報告に戻るぞ。
Let's report back.
イエーイイエーイ。泣いた。
Who's bonking her?
連
Double
帯
zero?
責任で人参と水だけの刑になりたいか。
You want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of a collective responsibility? Are they actually bunnies? Can they actually live on nothing but carrots and water?
行くぞ。
That's not even healthy for a rabbit, is it? Alright. The fact they were being watched certainly seemed to be true, because when they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on, and laid down on their beds, the phone rang again. Nice timing. Earlier, Jessica had answered the phone, seeing as this was her house, but now it was the eldest George who picked it up. This time, Kyrie was on the other end of the line. George handed it to Battler out of consideration.
もしもし。
Hello.
キリエさんか。
Kyrie-san?
そっちは大丈夫なのか。
Everything alright over there?
心配をありがとう。
Thanks for worrying.
今のところは快適よ。
At the moment, we're doing
ご
great.
めんなさい。死後は慎めと命令されてる。
Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from idle
今か
chat.
ら伝えることをよく聞いて。
Listen to what I'm about to tell you. The fact they were hostages still hadn't changed. Kinzo, or one of his subordinates, was listening to the conversation, and Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things, focusing on what Kyrie
テ
had
ス
to
トは
say.
ジェシカちゃん、ジョージ君、バトラ君、
The test will be carried out by Jessica Chan, George Kun, Battler
そ
Kun,
してマリアちゃんの順で行われるそうよ。
and Maria Chan in that order.
順番に呼び出すから、それまでその部屋を出ないこと。
You'll each be summoned in turn. Until then, do not leave the room.
呼び出された者は一人で指定された場所に向かうこと。
When someone's called out, they'll head to their designated location alone. Battle repeated it out loud so the cousins listening in around him could hear.
ジェシカ、兄貴、俺、マリアの順で呼び出しがあるまで部屋にいろ。
So it's Jessica, Aniki, me, and Mari in that order, and we're gonna stay in the room until we're called, right?
わかった。
Got it.
マリアもなのかや。
Maria too.
9歳の子にまで。クソジジイは何を強いる気なんだ。畜生め。
Even a 9-year-old girl? What's the damn geezer trying to force us to do that?
後ろ宮家の命運はあなたたちに握られてるわ。
Fate of the family rests in all your hands.
頑張って。
Do your best.
うん。ああ。
Sure. Battler knows the strange nuance. What'd she say? The fate of the Ashiramiya family rests in your hands. Do your best. I'm trying to figure out how she's communicating this. Do your best. Sure. I'm trying to figure if she's leaving a message in here. The fate of the Ashiramiya family rests in your hands. Do your best. Even without any blood connection, you can understand thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. At this point, it doesn't make sense to worry about the Ashiramiya family itself. It probably wasn't the message Kyrie wanted to send. He probably meant there's no way to escape this dungeon and we can only wait to be rescued. Yeah, that's what we're getting, right? Our lives are in your hands, something like that.
Ah, 任せてくれ。
Leave it to me.
どんなテストか知らねえが上等だぜ。
I wanted to see if she was leaving anything extra, or the dialogue meant anything else, but it didn't look like that. I was trying to find it if there was something like their location hidden in her dialogue. Leave it to me. We don't know what kind of test it is, but no problem.
受けて立ってやら。
I'll take it gladly.
本気のテストなんだよな。
It's gonna be a serious test, right?
マジにやっちまって。
Did we really?
いいんだよな。
Go all out?
Yeah. 本気のテストよ。
It's a serious test.
おじい様も本気で試すつもりでいるわ。
He intends to test you all.
ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
He'll never live up to his impossible expectations anyway.
死にかけの老いぼれが俺と本気?
Some old fart on death's door is gonna give me a serious challenge.
寝言は棺に入ってから言いやがれ。
Let him start nonsense after he gets in the coffin. It's easy. He just has to ask you impossibly specific trivia, or to solve math equations in your head that you can't possibly do instantaneously, and gives you like 5 seconds. Like, he can give you any number of impossible questions, including like random information about grimoires and stuff that you clearly haven't read and that only Mari would have a chance of answering. And then it'll be like some obscure grimoire's text that she couldn't possibly have known because it's like a $50 million book that's one of a kind from like the 12th century.
そこにいるジジイに言っとけ。
I know he's in there, so tell him this for me.
次期当主は俺だ。
I'll be your
そ
successor.
の最初の仕事はてめえの面に鉄拳ぶち込んでやることだってな。
And my first action will be to shove my fist into your face. Even without Kyrie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears.
バトラー、それは実に楽しみであるぞ。
Battler, I'm looking forward to that. In before we reach Kinzo and reach another infinite loop as we go another layer deeper. How deep can we
一度は
go?
後ろ宮の名を捨てた男が何を身につけ、
I can't wait to see what a man who threw away the Ashiramiya name has attained.
何の境地に至って我が前に現れるというのか楽しみにしている。
Just what lot in life has he reached when he appears before me?
そう伝え
Tell
よ。
him. Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver. Therefore, Kyrie spoke for him.
大いに上等だそうよ。
Sounds like he's more than up for the challenge.
いいバトラ君。
Got that, bad
手
looking?
加減は不要よ。
There's no need to hold back.
あなたはルドルフさんの息
You're
子。
Rudolph's son?
いいえ、私の息子よ。
You're my son.
誰に自慢しても恥ずかしくないところを
Show me
私に
something
も見せてちょうだい。
that I can brag about to
あな
anyone.
たに全てを託すわ。
I leave everything in your hands.
了解だぜ、母ちゃん。
Understood, Mom.
あとは任せておけ。
Leave the rest to me.
私たち全員は当初
I'm
跡
doing
継ぎ
great.
の
How are
資
you,
格
my
を
dude?
失っている。
All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of
も
successor.
う私たちは取られてゲーム版から外された駒も同然よ。
We're the same as pieces taken off the game board looking on
だ
from the
からあな
outside.
たたちだけで戦って。
You'll have to fight by yourselves.
キリエさん。
Kirie-san. The nuance of those words meant we've already given up, forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'll definitely crush this test or whatever and see everyone.
それでは、一番最初のジェシカちゃんへのテストの指示よ。
Oh, man, I hate waking up tired after sleeping for a long time. Happens to me all the time. In that case, here are his instructions for the first test. Jessica Chan,
自分の部屋へ行けですっ
go
て。
to your room.
分の部屋
Really, go to your room. What's your game, old you damn geezer?
お屋敷のジェシカちゃんの自室って意味のよね。
He seems he means Jessica Chan's personal room, the one in the mansion.
ジェシカに代わる。
I'll hand it to
直
Jessica.
接伝えてやってくれ。
Tell her directly for
ジェ
me.
シカ。
Jessica, here. Hello?
もしもし。はい。
I understand.
わかりました。
Jessica's departing for her test. Starting with me, huh?
私からか。
Well, you knew that.
もう覚悟決めたぜ。
I've been
行っ
ready.
てくるぜ。
See you later. Even Jessica was probably tempted to succumb to the fear of a girl her age, but she crushed those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
用心してね。
Careful, okay?
私たちは監視されてんだろ。
We're probably being watched,
余
right?
計なこともできない。
We can't do anything we
言い
aren't
なり
told.
になるしかないさ。
All we can do is exactly what they say.
食堂で、ジジイは何のためらいもなく、瞬く間に6人を殺し
They
たとい
say
う。
the old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall instantly with no
それ
hesitation.
は、俺たちに対しても同じかもな。
If we try to fight back, we might end up the same way.
わかってる。
I know.
返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
I'll beat them at their own game.
無茶はダメだよ。
Good luck, it's probably rigged. Don't do
危
anything
険だと思
reckless.
ったら自分を最優先にして。
If you think you're in danger, your safety comes first.
クラウスおじさんが自分のために娘が犠牲になったことを知ったら。
Ah, yes. For a test of resolve, the most important thing is to chicken out at the first sign of danger. That's gonna be some really bad advice, George. If you think you're in danger, your safety comes first. Okay, let's follow that advice. Oh, we're supposed to test our own resolve. The second we saw something that looked scary, we ran away. Instant failure. Thanks, George. If Krauss finds out his daughter sacrificed herself for
胸
him,
が張り裂けてしまうに違いない
there's
から。
no doubt it'll tear his heart apart.
逆も同じだぜ。
Goes the other
父
way
さん
too.
と母さんが殺されて、私だけが生き残ったら、
Mom and Dad are both killed, and I'm the only one left.
私の胸だって張り裂けるぜ。
My heart will rip itself to pieces.
バトラ君、
Badly.
さっきの話は本
What
当
you
だ
said
よね。
earlier is true, right?
ああ
Yep.
キリエさんたちはもう、覚悟を決めている。
Kyrie-san and the others are already prepared for what will happen.
なら、なおのこと上等だぜ。
The way things are now is just
みん
perfect.
なの命は私たちの双剣にかかっ
Everyone's
てるって
lives
こと
rest
だ。
on our shoulders.
人質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない。
The hostages can't do anything while they're
な
locked
ら
up.
私たちが何とかするしかねえ
That
んだ
means we
ぜ。
gotta manage something ourselves.
もし何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って
If something happens, run back to the guest
その
house.
時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは
At that
終
time,
了
we'll
だ
be。done playing along with grandfather's game.
兄貴、
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告。
At that time, we'll
ど
declare
こかに
war.
閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様には
Wherever they're locked
し
up,
かる
we'll
べき
save
処
them.
遇を与える。
And we'll deal with grandfather accordingly.
いいのか兄貴。
Sure, Aniki?
シャノンちゃんもいるんだろ。
Shannon's there too.
だからといって
That's why I'm saying it.
僕は座して 婚約者が殺さ
I'm
れる
not
のを待ち
sitting
はし
around
ない
waiting
よ。
for my fiance to be killed.
僕が恐ろしいのは、おじい様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに。
What scares him is not that Shannon might be killed by grandfather.
僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじいよ。君らが僕より先にぶん殴っちまうことだけさ。
I'm worried you'll get there first and clobber the geezer who made my fiance experience terror before I do.
なるほどな。確かにこいつは次期当主が誰かを決めるってテス
It
トら
really
しい
does
ぜ。
sound like a test to see who will be the successor.
だな。
Yep,
クソじ
alright.
じいの顔面に一番最初に拳をお見舞いしたやつが
First to bury a fist into the old face will be the next head. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Alright, good luck. Then Jessica headed off to her own room as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, waving in the strong winds. And watching her go, George and Battler gripped their fists even tighter, making them quiver. A bit stressful, isn't it? Left on the second floor, Maria watched Jessica's back through the window. She wore a blank expression.
みんなは何を息巻いてるのかな？
I wonder what everyone's getting so
ベア
upset
トリ
with.
ーチェが蘇れば、みんな生き返らせてもらえるのにね。
Though when Beatrice is revived, everyone will be brought back to life. Jessica's form was already being completely swallowed by the darkness. But Maria, think of the possibilities. You could be the next Beatrice. You could become the Great Witch. This is an opportunity for you. I don't know why she hasn't seen that, though. Could someone please point it out to her that she can become a Great Witch if she manages to accomplish Kinzo's tasks? Or solves the epitaph? I don't think she understands she gets to be a Great Witch for doing this. At that time, the phone began ringing again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver anyway.
もしもし。
Hello?
マリア様ですか？
Is that Maria-sama?
シャノンです。
It's me,
ジョー
Shannon.
ジ様に代わっていただけますか？
Would you please hand the phone to George? This time it was Shannon on the phone, and this time the message was to tell the next person, George, where he was to go. So all 4 of the tests take place simultaneously. Maria's already a Great Witch, but she isn't an Endless Witch. She isn't a Great Witch. She's a Great Witch because we like her, but she's not a Great Witch because she hasn't been recognized as a Great Witch by the Concordance of Witches or whatever the fuck they are. And she gets access to all of Beatrice's great powers. Surely, as a witch, she would want those things, right? So everyone gets sent out on their individual missions to go to their individual rooms. And this is presumably following Jessica. Yep, okay, here we go. Of course, since the time of her birth, Jessica had been raised in this mansion. We're headed off to the test. The atrophied Western-style house that the cousins called a mansion was her home, and yet she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. At the same time, she never felt her own home, which she knew as well be alien as it seemed now. Her own room. This had once been her hideaway, the only place in the mansion where she could feel at peace. However, she'd never felt as much pressure coming from that door as she did now.
テストだって。
A test, you said?
一体何が待ち受けてやがるんだ。まさか私の机とか引っかき回してねえだろうな。
I'm not gonna find my desk and stuff dragged all over the place, right? She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe she wasn't scared of anything. Readying herself, she opened the door to her room. Okay, Jessica's test. We can get one test. If we're gonna see all these individually, we gotta see one of these tests first, right? There's no way we end things now. We gotta see one of these tests. Alright, what kooky tests does Kinzo come up with? Alright, she's got a nice room. I mean, it has a couch. It has a bed on the left, a couch and 2 chairs, as well as a desk. Nice room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to be messed up. She relaxed. No one was there. And this is the normal view of her room that we've seen before. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. In this way, the room was safe. She peeked under the bed, in the closet, and of course, no one was hiding. The hell? She looked at the clock. It was just past 11:10. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still about 11. The plan, or 2300 hours, I guess. It's giving us it in military time, so we may as well say 1100 hours or 2300 hours. The plan had been for all the cousins to gather, have fun playing around, talk animatedly about various things going on into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing right now. Why has it turned into this? It's all that damn geezer's fault. How could he do that to Mom? Everyone. She shook her head back and forth with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at because of the lock. This room's security was guaranteed. And remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, I want to go to the dining hall and see Mom's dead face. Even though Goda emphasized so strongly it was gruesome and I definitely shouldn't go look at it. Even so, I wanted to see her face at the end. Does she have a phone in her room? We were warned repeatedly that stepping out of line, even a little, would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules. And Dad, Kanon. If I don't open it, it'll surely be against the rules, and Dad, Kanon, Kun, Shannon, Aunt Kyrie, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales will balance out between 5 lives and my own life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself that said, "Isn't it okay, as long as I live?" Faced the door and made to unlock it. At that time, clap, 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 a crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap. Front of it? Yeah, there we go.
ルール違反ということになり、人質たちにも危害が及ぶかもしれません。
If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules and harm could have come to the hostages.
しかしそれでも、自分の命だけは
But despite that, your own life might be saved.
しかし、あなたはその誘惑に耐え、自ら鍵を開けようとした。
You resisted the temptation and were about to unlock the door yourself.
そのあなたの勇気は称賛に値し
The
ます。
bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Well, that's one trait she has. That's one trait she sometimes has. If I, the owner of this room, searched everywhere a human could have been hiding, where did this man come from? There was nowhere for a human to hide, but could something non-human have managed it? It was supposedly my first meeting with this largely built, middle-aged man. I didn't recognize this guy who looked like a butler and bore the crest of the one-winged eagle.
はじめまして、ジェシカ様。
A pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama.
私は親方様より家具頭を任されております。72柱の27位。
I serve as head furniture for the master, the 27th of the 72.
ロノウエと申します。
I'm called Ronove.
ロノウエ。
Ronove?
ケンジさん。
Genji-san?
ああ、源氏は私の弟の
Genji
よう
is
な
like my
存
little
在。
brother.
あるいはこの世界における私の正しい姿だったのかもしれま
Perhaps
せ
he
ん。
was my true form while in this world.
より白だったと言っても良いでしょうな。
You might even say he was my vessel.
何を言ってんだ
This guy say?
こいつ。
おっと、これは失礼しました。
My apologies.
人間には話しても理解できぬ話。
It's not something a human would be able to understand.
それでは本題に移りましょう。
Let's move on to the main event.
クソジジイの言う
So this is
テストとかいうやつだな。
the test or whatever that damn geezer talked about?
さようでございます。
Ronove is literally Genji's last name and you never caught it till you said it. Yeah? It doesn't say it here, unfortunately. But yes, the V is... There's not really... Well, there is a V, but like you don't really use V's in Japanese. You don't use it except in very specific situations.
こちらが親方様がジェシカ様に賜まれました。 テストでございます。
Correct. The test the master has granted you, Jessica-sama. At Ronove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for a meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. What the hell? As the cloud of gold butterflies spun in a small swirl, they gathered in one place. Then the golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold, wintry wind. And there lay a western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. With a gesture, Ronove urged her to pick it up. Gap? If you want a correspondence for Gap, couldn't it be just Shannon? Shannon. Jessica timidly did so and opened the letter inside. What do we got? What's this?
非常にシンプルな次期当主の資格を探るテストでございます。
An exceedingly simple test to determine whether one is qualified to become the successor.
そこに記されている問いに、どうか後ろ宮家を担う次期当主としての心構えで臨んでいただき。
Please attend to the question written there with a fitting attitude for the successor who's supposed to support the Ushirimiya family.
答えと、
Tell me your answer.
それに至ったお考えをお聞かせください。
As well as the thoughts that led you to it. So what is it? It's a simple question? And not a request? Shaking, Jessica looked between the paper and Ronove's face several times. So we're going from George's perspective now? Yep. So we're probably going to see like the setup for several people before we see the actual question, right? So we're going to get the same deal for George, I assume. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. If things had gone normally, he planned to give Shannon the ring that would be the proof of their engagement here at this time on this day. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon.
読みなさい。
Read it.
それがゴールドスミスからあなたに与えられるテストよ。
That is Goldsmith's test for you. Okay, what's your question? George picked up the Western envelope, which was on the table where he'd once had tea with Shannon, and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After glancing at it, George's eyes grew sharp.
なんだい?
What's this supposed to be? Unless the question for both of these is, who is the person you want to marry and why? Or like, why do you want to marry X? That would be interesting, but it would only apply to these two if that's the question. What's this supposed to be?
見てん通りよ。
As you see,
それがあなたに与えられる次期当主の資格を探る
it's
テ
the
スト。
test given to you to see if you're qualified to be the
次期当
successor.
主としての資格を自らに問いながら、その問いに答えなさい。
As you ask yourself whether you're truly so qualified, answer the question.
なんてバカな問題だ。
What a stupid question.
そうね。
That's right.
本当にバカな問題ね。
It really is a stupid question.
なら、ゴールドスミスにとっての後ろ宮家の家督なんて、その程度のものなんじゃない？
Doesn't that mean the Ushirimiya family inheritance is also something on that level in Goldsmith's eyes? George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again, examining its contents. George and Jessica. Well, the tests given to them were slightly different. They were almost exactly the same.
以下に掲げる3つのうち
Ooh, here's the test. Alright. I was not expecting to get the test here. I was expecting that we'd at least see Battler go out. Alright, among the three mentioned... I wasn't expecting to get the test yet. I was expecting to send all four out, and then all four would have to do it, but they're just doing two testers at once? Alright. Among the three mentioned
2
below,
つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げよ
in order to gain two, sacrifice one. The three other
簡
people?
単な3択じゃない？
It's a simple three choices.
どれを見殺しに選ぶか、自ら決めなさ
Decide
い。
for yourself which you would choose to abandon.
選択を拒めば、テストは中断。
If you refuse to choose, the test will be suspended.
私の手で、あなたをこの場で殺してしまってもいいって許可をも
I've
らっ
been
て
given
る
permission to kill you right here by my own
それ
hand.
さえも選択肢に含めるなら、4択ね。
If you want to include even that as a choice, there are 4 options.
私、君みたいなこと遊ぶのは随分久しぶりだから、それも嫌いじゃないわよ。
It's been an awful long time since I got to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'll be disappointed.
この3択はあくまでもテストなのか
Are these three choices only a test?
それとも選択は結果を伴うのか
Or will the consequence of my choice be carried out?
何を甘えてるの？
Don't be so
君
naive.
が選択したものは
One you choose will
必ず
definitely
命を
lose a
落と
life.
す。
Well, since it said among three, I mean, let's read this simple. It's simple three choices. Three choices, decide who you'll abandon. I mean, think for 2 seconds who that's gonna be. It could easily be he has to choose 1, 2, 3, right? It doesn't really make sense for like there's 5 people in the other room, so like there's no real combination here for like Krauss, Ushiro, Kyrie, Nanjo, and then these two. Like, I don't think he cares too much about those guys. Like, it's a little bit harsh, but if he doesn't care, it's probably not gonna matter. Right? Like, if he doesn't care, it's not gonna matter, so... It's gotta be these... It's gotta be either, like, 3 siblings, either, like, his 3 cousins to leave behind, or, there's a possibility that he's included, but since she said there's technically a 4th option, I'm going to assume that he is not on the list of people who's going to potentially be killed. So they're kind of like, choose which of your cousins dies. And the good news is, if everyone chooses the same person... Fun fact, if they both choose the same person... Or I guess only 2 of them are getting the test right now, so... If one... I guess that would be tough. If it's only 2 at a time. I was gonna say, if all 4 get the test at the same time, if everyone chooses the same person, and that person refuses, then theoretically only 1 person dies. But, yeah, it's not looking too great. Not looking too great for them. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life? Oh, Shannon's life. Everyone else's life. Interesting. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. So there's an... Okay, so the option... In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Interesting. So he gets this question. Okay, okay. So does this mean that it's gonna be... Does this mean Jessica gets the same question, except replace Shannon with Kanon? In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Your life and Shannon's life. Everyone else's life. So... Alright, well that seems pretty straightforward. I'm looking at the numbers on these, thinking, can I cheese this? It doesn't seem particularly cheesable. Alright. If you don't choose 1, all of the above will be lost.
どうしてシャノンの名がここにあるんだ
Why is Shannon's name here?
2番目の選択肢にはそのものが最も必要とする愛する者の名が
The second choice has the name of the one most needed and most loved by the test taker.
ジェシカへのテストの2番にはカノンって書かれているはずだわ
I believe Kanon's name is written second on Jessica's test.
このバカな問題をジェシカにも出したのかい
You gave this stupid question to Jessica too?
ジェシカのことなんかどうでもいいでしょ
You shouldn't be worrying about Jessica, right?
今試されているのは
Right now, you're being tested. There has to
実
be a
に簡
different
単な
test for the
選
other
択だ
two.
わ
Because Rosa's already dead, so Kinzo has to come up with someone else that she likes, that Maria likes, or something. Okay, it's a simple 3-choice test.
他の2つのためにどれを捨てられるかということよ
Which can you throw away for the sake of the other two?
簡単でしょ
Isn't that simple?
それでも決まらないならコインでも貸してあげようかし
If
ら
you can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin?
コイン
A
2
coin?
面しかないものでどうやって3択を
How would you choose between 3 options with something that only has 2 sides?
自分の命を捨てられるものが
No one throws
い
away
る
their
わ
own
け
life.
がない
Sorry, can I get a D6? Fuck it, I'll D6. Let's D6 this shit. D6 divided by 2 is equal to D3. Clearly English on Battler's test. No one would throw away their own life? Give me that D6. I'll go full Kinzo on their ass. Gop, give me a D6. We'll do as Kinzo does. Leave everything to the fucking roulette. Let's go. I'm 1. What is it? I'm 1. My girlfriend's 2. And, and 5, 6 is everyone else. On a 5 up, everyone lives. Everyone else lives. Oh, shit. Roll the 1 twice. Damn. Everyone dies. No one would throw away their life.
となればおのずと
There remain 2 choices
残
that
る
leave you
選択肢
standing.
は2つになる。愛する者のために全ての人間を諦めるか。
Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love?
一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を
Or
諦
will
め
you
る
give up on the one person you love so you can save as many people as possible?
どっちにももっともらしい大義名分がつけられるわ。
Either way, you should be able to find a fitting just cause.
だって今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島です
After
も
all,
の。
Rockinjima is now a demon island.
人間の世界の甘ったるい慣れ合いなんて必要ないの。
Sentimental relationships of the human world aren't necessary
誰も
here.
責めないわ。
No one will blame
あ
you.
なたの心の赴くままに。
Do as your heart
牛
desires.
宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が
Ask yourself
自らにあるかを問いながら。
whether you're really qualified to succeed the Ashiramiya family headship.
いいえ。自らが後宮家当主であると思って選択なさい。
Make your decision as if you truly were the Ashiramiya family head. Okay? Well, if you want to make your decision as if you're the Ashiramiya family head, that leaves one of 2 choices to you. And that would be to kill yourself or kill your significant other. Or potential significant other, since Shannon is not actually part of your family. As this is when the scene in the gazebo would actually take place.
カニしやがって
Fuck you guys mocking me like this. Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor.
お怒りはごもっともと思いますよ。
I believe your anger is quite appropriate.
私も非常にお気の毒で、それでいて実に滑稽な出題だと思います。
I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and yet truly humorous question.
自分から死にたいと願う人間なんているもんか
How could anyone wish to die themselves?
そして愛する人の命を見捨てて生き残りたいと思う人間なんて
How could
い
anyone
るも
want
ん
to
か
remain alive after abandoning the life of one they love?
そして自分たちだけ良ければ他の人間すべてを見殺しにできる人間なんて
How could anyone massacre
いる
everyone
もん
else?
か
As long as it's good for the two of them?
いいえ、ジェシカ
Jessica.
様、いても良いのでございますよ。
Such a person does exist. I mean, think of how many people Kinzo's killed. Remember, this is Kinzo's morality. He's of course gonna make you kill someone. The question is who you have to kill. I don't know why you didn't assume that after. Well, I guess they weren't present firsthand. But I assume she's lived with him long enough so she knows that his morality is fuck everyone else. Do whatever you want. Especially considering the way he lives. Such a person could exist. This is Rockinjima, the
今
Demon
や
Island.
人間の世界から完全に切り取られ、
It's
魔
now
界に
completely
どっぷり
cut off from
チ
the
ーズ
human
フォン
world.
デュのように沈んでおります。
Fully immersed in the spirit world like cheese fondue.
人の世の価値観など、次の燃えないゴミの日に出してしまいますと。
Values of the human world get taken out with the trash.
ですからどう
So
か
please
ジェシカ様が心より欲するものを順にお
rank
選
the
び
things
く
you
ださい。
desire from the bottom of your heart. I know. Battler gets Beatrice as his second choice if he gets the same choice. That would be a funny meme, but no. Battler has the question of like acknowledge magic is real or die or something. Like Kinzo just goes full meme on him. It's like yeah, acknowledge it, concede your metagame or Battler dies, and you're like fucking really. Oh, so many fun questions for Battler. Rank the things you desire from the bottom of your heart.
その結果、残ったものがこの狂った今宵にふさわしきジェシカ様の回答となりましょう。
Whatever remains becomes a fitting answer for you in this insane evening.
ふざける
Oh, fuck with me. Well, I think he is.
なこんなのどれも選べるものかよ
Choose any of these.
いずれも選ばねば上記のすべてを失う。
If you don't choose one, all of the above will be
立
lost.
派な第四の選択肢でご
This
ざい
also
ま
makes
す。
for a fine fourth option.
それを選ばれるのもまた一興でございましょう。
Even choosing that should give us an amusing show.
ただそれを選び結局自らの命を落とされるなら潔く一番の
Since that
自分
choice
の
will
命を
result
選
in the
び
loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to be pure and choose the first one in your life.
他の二つを救われた方
Save
が
the other
賢
two.
明か
Yeah.
と思い
If
ます。
you want to not choose, just choose your own life.
すべてはジェシカ様の選択に委ねられます。
Everything has been entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama.
どうぞ後宮家の後継ぎにふさわしい回答とその信念をお聞かせくださいま
Now,
せ。
see, I think George has a harder choice actually, because here's the thing. I think George has a harder choice because Jessica thinks she's on this test on her own, and no one else is getting the test yet. She doesn't know that George is taking his test. So, from Jessica's perspective, if she says herself and Kanon, that will work, and herself and Kanon get away. Everyone else dies. However, George has a harder problem because George knows Jessica is not only taking the test but has the same question. So if he thinks to himself, if I pick myself and Shannon, what happens if Jessica picks herself and Kanon? And that's his problem. He's like sitting there like, I could save myself and Shannon. Like, he's like, maybe I shouldn't do it, but if I do it, what happens if Jessica picks to not save everyone else? Does that mean we all die anyway? Like, he's under more pressure because he's like stuck thinking, I don't know if I can actually save Shannon, and he might be thinking he actually can't save. He might be thinking he has to pick everyone else just to try and save someone, because if he fails, just think of it like if he doesn't pick everyone else, Jessica might die no matter what, right? But Jessica doesn't know that. Jessica might think she's only taking this test and she might get away alive. But George should know that he has to pick. I think he has to pick everyone else and then pick one other choice, because if he doesn't pick everyone else, they can kill everyone. Right? Like, does that make sense for everyone else? It didn't say everyone else, meaning the people in the prison. It said everyone else, period. So everyone else dies if you don't pick everyone else. But if someone else is taking the test, that means no matter what, they die. If you don't pick everyone else, they die. And if they don't pick everyone else, you die, regardless of who you click to save. Right? Oh, I mean, you could ask Ronove, but, like, I don't know if he would tell you. I don't know, or sorry, not Ronove, Gap. You could ask Gap, but I don't know if she'd tell you that if you don't pick everyone else, does that mean Jessica dies when she's taking the same test, and if she doesn't pick everyone else, I die? Like, that seems like information you'd want to know, but it's an interesting dilemma here, where Jessica doesn't quite know that, but because George has more information, he's under like considerably more pressure to not pick himself and Shannon. So I think I can understand if George actually chooses himself to die, or Shannon to die. I can completely understand if he picks one of those two, because I feel like he would have to pick Jessica to at least make her choices have meaning, so she can save someone else if she chooses to, because otherwise nobody else lives, right? As the tests are happening at the same time. Alright, let's see how this goes. Let me hear an answer in conviction fitting for the successor to the Ashiramiya family headship.
親方様の血を引きし末裔にふさわしき素晴らしい回答を心より期待いたしております。
I, Ronove, am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer fitting for the Masters of the Sen who shares his blood. I also have a question. Does this weird choice seems to be set up so that you pick, like this choice seems to be set up so that you have like, either you presumably have to choose between like, obviously you're choosing between like yourself, your love and other people, but you're also choosing between like yourself, other people, and duty to like your family. But it seems to also be set up in such a way that it's incentivizing you, the individual, to sacrifice someone or something you love, specifically like your current love interest, which makes me wonder if Kinzo killed his wife to try and resurrect Beatrice at some point or something. Like, I wonder if, I don't know how she died. Was she like the sacrifice to try and like get Beatrice going? Or something like that? Like, I wonder if that's what he did, and he's like, well, you can't be me if you can't be me if you can't kill your own wife. Like, come on, you love these people? Fucking axe them. I want to see it. Seems like something Kinzo would do. But yeah, I think the test heavily incentivizes, given George's situation, the test heavily incentivizes killing himself or Shannon. So if he picks either of them, I completely understand, because he might realize that if he doesn't pick everyone else, no matter what Jessica picks, he dies. If Jessica doesn't pick everyone else, he dies. So he has to pick everyone else. Otherwise, if he doesn't pick everyone else, Jessica just kills everyone and then dies promptly herself because he didn't pick everyone else. So it's like his choice of saving. If he chooses Shannon himself, everyone dies. So like under his circumstances, he has to pick everyone else. Otherwise it just results in a wash. Everyone dies. So pick everyone else and then pick one of Shannon or yourself. That's his choice. Jessica is under a harder choice because she thinks she can actually succeed by picking herself and Kanon. So good luck, dude. And for Jessica, I honestly don't know why she wouldn't just pick herself and everyone else. As it's like Jessica has like a crush that she's talked to like once. She has a crush that she's like said hi to once outside of work, and she's like, oh my god, I can't give this up. Like, Jessica, you've like spoken to him outside of a professional capacity once for 5 seconds. Like just like do it. The man literally considers himself furniture. And outright rejected you because he said he was literally furniture. I don't really know why Jessica's so attached, but it is what it is. I can understand it's harder for George. The scene was observed through the magic crystal ball Kinzo held. I can understand why it's harder for George, because like he actually has something of a relationship with her, but and is planning on asking her to marry him. But like I feel like Kanon and Jessica don't really have like much chemistry or even a relationship, other than like one scene, and that one scene was not really much of anything. Like I would do not understand why Jessica even has to make this choice. Like it's mean to be like, oh, I can't believe I'm killing someone, but on the other hand, like I don't know why she's attached to Kanon. They've interacted like once. They've interacted once outside of professional work. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back, and spreading his arms facing the heavens, began laughing in an explosive voice. What are you wavering for, foolish grandchildren, my descendants? Isn't this problem easy? So easy you could answer right away? Isn't this a question that should cause you to waver less than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast? Whoa, dude. That is a tough choice sometimes. That's a tough choice sometimes. Honestly, that's at least like 10 minutes of thinking. Sometimes, I'll be like, what do I want to put on my toast? Do I want to have toast? And it'll be like 10 minutes. In the morning. Like, I'll go do something else because I'll be like, I can't decide. Both? That's disgusting. Get out of here. Do people know the correct answer? He turned to face the Shiestra sisters who'd been waiting on him. Apologies, I don't know. Cool, not choosing at all means game over. Game over! You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for your own life.
誰にも気づかれずに踏み潰されて生を終えるアリ一匹ほどの価値もないわ。
aren't even worth a single ant that anyone might step on without even noticing.
死
Jesus,
ね
dude.
潰れろ。私が瞬きしている間に消えてなくなれ。
Die, be crushed, disappear faster than I can blink.
お前はどうか。
And what of you?
私は一番の自分の命を生贄とするであります。
I would sacrifice the first, your own life, sir. And he's gonna be like, you idiot who would sacrifice their own life when they desire wealth and power.
武具は戦い、知ってこそであります。
This is an answer for furniture, right? Sacrifice yourself. She's also like pseudo-military, so that makes sense. I would sacrifice the first one, your own life, sir. Weapons fight and die in
そして
battle.
武具は敵を撃ち滅ぼし、味方を守るためにある。
Weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies.
愛する者たちを守って死ねるなら本望であります。
Being able to protect those we love and then die is our satisfaction, sir.
ほう、武具らしい実に見事な模範回答よ。
A truly splendid model answer for a weapon.
即答、大いに結構。
The immediate reply is very nice.
そう答えれば、人参が一本余計にもらえると教えられてきたのか。
So, have you been raised to think you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? It's wrong.
違うよな。それすらも違うよな。
Even that is wrong.
そう聞かれたらそう答えようと、お前はただ吹き込まれた通りに答えたに過ぎない。
Answering that way when you're asked is nothing more than giving the answer you've been indoctrinated with. I mean, she is like a military officer. That's like generally how it goes, dude. It's like what did you expect them to answer? What did you expect them to answer? Either they joined like their pseudo magical military because they believed in that, or that's the way they were trained, and they'll do that. They'll actually do that too, Kinzo, you absolute potato.
お前も今のウサギと同じだ。
You're the same as the other rabbit a second ago.
自分の生きる理由と目的を未だに見出せずに生きている。
You live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to strive for.
生きる価値なきクズめ。
Feels like you don't deserve to live.
貴様など潰されて他の家畜の餌にでもなるのがお似合いよ。
It suits you well to be crushed and used as fodder for other livestock. Okay. Sir?
家畜の餌、光栄であります。
Animal fodder would be an honor.
違うだろう。
That's wrong, right?
もう誰も死ぬところを見たくないんだろう。
You don't want to see anyone else die anymore,
そ
right?
れがなぜ認められぬのか。
Why can't you accept that?
認めろよ。お前の古傷の奥の奥が未だに産んで腐っていること。
Except that the depths of your old wounds are still festering and rotting.
不臭にて鼻が曲がりそうであるわ。愚かなる腐れウサギめ。
But Kinzo, none of your options allow for nobody to die. Were you not paying attention to your own options? The rotting stench that would make the nose wrinkle, you foolish rotten
お
rabbit.
前にはこれが褒め言葉である。
These are words of praise for you. Okay.
ありがとうございます。であります。
Thank you very much, sir.
さて、
What about
最
you,
後
last
の
one?
お前はどうか。この三択から何を選ぶ？
Which of the three choices do you choose?
にひ
Oh, let's see. She chooses
迷
love.
うことなく当然2
I choose
番
the
であり
second
ま
one.
す。
Yeah, saw that coming.
おお、2番か。
Second.
愛する者を生贄に捧げることを胸を張って選べる者は多くない。
There are not many who would stick their chest out and choose to offer the one they love as a sacrifice.
わけを聞か
Tell
せ
me
よ
your。reason.
愛する者はいつかいなくなるからです。
The one you love will be lost
愛
eventually.
する者がいなければ傷つかないし、いなくてもいつかまた誰かを愛せるかもしれ
If
な
you
い。
don't love anyone, you don't get hurt, and if you lose someone, you might still be able to love again.
だから、
So,
今愛してる者なんて大した価値はないのですに
the。person you love right now isn't worth that much at all? Yeah. I don't think I can disagree with their statement. I think that's kind of true. I mean, it's It's rather harsh, but it is true. Everyone else is also incredibly vague. For the Siester sisters, who does everyone else include? Everyone else includes all your... Like, what does everyone else include in your situation if you're asked this question? Merely... Does it include your family, the network of resources you rely on? Like, it could mean a lot of things. And a lot of things that couldn't be replaceable, whereas, it's mean, but theoretically, she is right.
なるほど。それでそういう回答になるわけか。愛に傷ついたがゆえに臆病になったウサギよ。
You who have become cowardly from pain caused by love. I think it sounds like he's disliking the reason she chose it rather than the choice herself. I think there are better reasons to choose love. Like, for example, in George's case, he chooses to sacrifice his love because he says, I am the leader of the family. I'm the leader of this family. I need to protect this family and build it up to be strong again. And the way I will do anything I need to achieve that goal. That is what he wants to see. Because the family doesn't exist. If the family doesn't exist, there is nothing to build up. So you need and if you don't exist, then you are not fit to lead. So therefore, you have to pick someone else, right? The other choice would be to say, I sacrifice everyone else and choose my love and myself to live because I can build this family up from fucking nothing. It's either like you're confident you can do that, but like you can't pick. You have to pick why I think you have to think positively about why you're picking the people you're picking rather than negatively about the person you're not picking. Because saying like, oh yeah, my love's useless is like a weak choice. You could choose yourself for a better reason than 00 did. You could say, I think this person is better suited to lead the family, and I will leave it to them. That would be like a better choice for 00's choice. For this one, I think she just chose a bad reason too. I think Kinzo would disagree with 00's, but on their choice and reason, but I think this one might only just be the reason.
ウサギは寂しさで死ぬと聞いたが、お前の心は一体いつ殺されたというのか。
I've heard rabbits die from loneliness, but just when was it that your heart was killed?
ならばウサギよ、問いを変えよう。
Then rabbit, I'll alter the question.
2番の選択肢を愛するものではなく、そなたが愛したものの思い出に変えようではないか。
Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved?
どうか。
How's that?
これでももう一度選べ
Can you
る
still select
か。
that one?
何が愛してるものに大した価値はないだ。愚かなウサギよ。
What's this about the one you love not being worth much at all, foolish rabbit?
自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。
Pills who cannot even face up to the depths of their own love.
選んでみよ。愛したものを忘れられると選んでみよ。
Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you loved forgotten.
選べるだろう。
You can do it, right?
選べるものな。
I bet you can do it, right?
ほら、選べるって言ってみろよ。
Try saying you can, okay?
選べるであります。
I can choose it.
選べるであります。
ゴールドスミス卿、
Good Goldsmith.
それくらいでどうかお許しを。
Please stop this. Why is the other Siester here? Shouldn't 00 be here if she's talking?
もうよいわ、クズ
Enough,
ウサギ
rabbit
ども
filled.
め。
I mean, Kinzo will never be
お
satisfied.
前たちはワルギリアのところへ行き、地下牢の見張りを手伝うのだ。
Go to Virgilia, keep a watch out on the
消
dungeon.
えよ。
Disappear. Alright. The Siester sisters, with their respective old wounds of the heart gouged out, escaped by disappearing. And after that, even though there was no one to hear, Kinzo continued talking by himself, as though in a play. He's still going, oh my
こ
god.
のように愉快なテスト
That
な
is the
わけ
nature of
だ。
this charming test.
実のところを言えば、これが正解という選択肢はない。
In truth, no choice can be said to be correct. It's only
む
the
しろどの答えであろうとも、
Instead, regardless of which answer they choose, it's about whether they can
よ
choose
どみなく、
without
素
hesitation.
早く、
quickly.
そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどう
With a
か
resolute conviction and their own strong, unshakable will. Ah, so he doesn't even care. Wait a minute. Fuck off. Fuck off, you lying dipshit. 00 answered immediately. Go fuck yourself, Kinzo. They immediately answered. 00 answered immediately. And 410 was questioning, but that was only because you told her it was wrong. And you said, quickly and with a you said without hesitation, quickly, with conviction. And I don't think 00 ever retracted it. And even 410 was like, yeah, I'll say it. It's hard, but he had to change the fucking terms to make her lose. Like, imagine being like, what would you sacrifice? And you're like, that one. And he's like, fuck you, I'm changing the rules because you can't pick your answer that quickly. Like, go fuck yourself. That was the answer. Like, I think the last two did perfectly fine for the terms. They were like, these two are the correct. They were like, these are the correct ones. And he's like, for 00, he's like, fuck you, I don't like your answer. It sucks. And then for 410, he was just like, fuck you, I'm changing the terms. You can't answer that way. And I'm like, it seems like he's just salty he lost. Right? It seems like Kinzo's just salty he lost. Like, 410 would have won. He says 00 is only saying it because she grew up to do it, and not that she has her own reasons for it. Yeah. But he just answered right here. He just said, regardless of what answer you choose, it's about whether you can choose without hesitation, quickly, with conviction, and your unshakable will. It doesn't matter that she was grew up, or was trained to do that. The fact that she's able to do it quickly, resolutely, is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Basically, the fact that she can answer like a machine and follow through on it is all that matters. Which is also why I'm irritated now in his response, because he said the same thing to 410. Except even worse, 410 had her own answer and own logic behind it, and then he told her, fuck you, I hate your answer, I'm going to change the rules for you. And it's like, whoa, you can't just move the goalposts like that. His rules are, without hesitation, quickly, and with conviction and their own unshakable will. 410 answers that exactly according to his clause, and not without this part where 00's like, I was trained to do this. And he's like, fuck you, I'm moving the goalposts. If you're going to move the goalposts, the question's unanswerable and you can never get a right answer. So Kinzo's solution to this puzzle is that nobody will ever succeed the airship because he will never be happy with them. As he will rearrange the goalposts if they would ever answer with the way he wants them to. So thanks for giving us like a quick solution to what you're going to say, Kinzo. You move the goalposts if you don't like the answer. So we know exactly how this is going to go. Yeah, I think 410 wins this. I think 410 has this. If you have to move the goalposts to make someone a failure in your eyes in this question, then I think you've already lost, because there will be no solution for any of the children, as even if they were to answer immediately with conviction and not with like a robot programming, they're like, I would rather have something to lead and be a leader than be dead. Then he'll just tell them, fuck you, you can't sacrifice your love for this reason, I'm going to change it so that it's something else, can you do this? And he'll just endlessly adjust it until they can't win. Thanks, Kinzo, you massive fucking hypocrite. Right. It's the reason and willpower that are most essential. Well, now the reasoning matters. Now the reasoning matters, make up your mind. That's what you want to learn?
我が末裔たちよ。お前たちはどのような答えを見せてくれるのか、実に楽しみだ。
I'm looking forward to what kind of answer you'll show me. So I think he could respect George's choice if George's choice does not include himself or Shannon, because he says, I have to pick everyone else as Jessica's taking this choice, and if I don't choose that, then there is no winning choice for me. If I don't choose that, there is no winning choice for me, because Jessica could just choose not to include me. In there, it's like I'm stuck in the prisoner's dilemma where I have to like assume Jessica chooses everyone else if I want to take it, and if she doesn't, well, I have to choose her, or else no one lives. So he'll not prisoners, but like he's stuck in a trap where he can't ever pick both of them because he has to make an assumption about what Jessica's doing. And he's like, if everyone's gonna, if I'm gonna die anyway, I may as well save her. I think you can respect that choice based on the rules of the game Kinzo laid out. Of course, Kinzo might call him a fucking idiot and tell him he should have just assumed she'd pick everyone else and someone else and then just killed her, but, you know, whatever. He could accuse him of making a safe choice. That's probably what he's gonna do. He's gonna be like, oh, you coward, you made a safe choice. But, you know, that's Kinzo for you. Alright. What answer do you show me? Me?
もちろん同じ問いを突きつけられたこと
I
が
once
あ
had
った
the same question thrust upon me.
その悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ私は黄金と名誉と
Because I splendidly answered that devil's
我が物
question.
とすることができたのだよ
I was able to obtain gold and honor, and that which is my possession. Well, your whole family died, so I guess you picked everyone else? Or I guess you picked yourself and your love, which was Beatrice?
私が選んだ答えは
Which answer
ど
did I
れ
choose?
か言うまでもないよな
You need me to say it out loud? His wife is also dead though, but it's not clear if he ever had to choose his wife. She lived a long ass time, and they grew old together, so I assume he picked himself and his wife. Because they were around for a long time. Otherwise, she would have been dead when they were kids, right? Well then. Have you decided on your answer? As Jessica stared at the letter that had been crushed and lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the stir from the wind and the rain shaking the treetops. Regardless of how noisy it was, it actually made the stillness more apparent. Ronobe waited for Jessica's answer. And I think we'll be waiting for Jessica's answer too. Until next time.